sorry, Iksiv Arboim b'Misbar, Hava Mina Arboim b'Minyana. So again, if the pasuk would have said Arboim b'Misbar, 40 in number, I would have said that means 40 lashes. So the Gemara says, Hashtag Iksiv b'Misbar Arboim, but it's interesting, the pasuk uses a different law. Lashon of the pasuk is b'Arboim, in the number of 40, which sounds like what? Minyan Shu Sokim is Arboim. A sum, a number that is close to 40. Misar means like a number close to 40. Therefore, again, Chazal interpret that as, the Tanakh interprets that as 39. Okay? And most times that's how we pass it. Right? We pass in 39 malchus, not 40. Amar Rav, so it's a beautiful Gemara. Amar Rav says, Kama tipshai shar'inshi. How foolish people are. Tekaini mikame Sefer Torah. They stand up for a Sefer Torah, but Lokaini mikame Gavra Rabba. But they don't stand up for Talmidei Chachamim. Why? What's the pshat? It's incredible. You know the Sefer Torah says Arboim, because in the Sefer Torah it says you get 40 malchus. And the rabbis came along and saved you from one of the lashes. So what does this mean? The rabbi says, you see how great Chazal are? People stand up for a Sefer Torah, but people don't stand up for Talmidei Chacham. Tritons are, you get 40 malchus, but Chazal came along and they say 30 malchus. What's the pshat? Look at the series like this. And listen, a lot of times we look at rabbinic law as an additional layer of onerous responsibility. And it goes through our minds, right? I think everyone had this thought at some point in time in the evolution of the today personality is the rabbis have better things to do with their time than add on additional layers of prohibition. Right? Come on, that is complicated enough. Halacha is complicated enough. Why do we all do this? The rest of it is so important to understand. Like the whole notion of rabbinic law is there to save us, is there to help us, is there to actually facilitate ourselves after the day. Yes, sometimes by adding on additional protective layers so that we don't make egregious mistakes that could compromise our spiritual standing. The rabbinic law is never there to make life more difficult. Rabbinic law, without rabbinic law, we will be lost. So that Chazal says that the solutions we will be lost. Chazal ultimately, again, provide us the lifeline to ensure that we are successful in our leadership, not to make things more complicated, has some shalom, but to go ahead and against Hashem, hopefully, make our leadership more accessible and make it easier to succeed. It's most manifest over here. Torah says you get 40 malchus. Chazal came along and removed the lash. Now let's say to yourself, remove the lash. But by the way, if you're the guy getting flogged, I guarantee you, when they get up to 38, when they get up to 38, and you realize there's only one more and not two more, you are singing the praises of Chazal. But again, what this is supposed to represent is that actively remove an obstacle, so to speak. He actively removed a lash. This is what Chazal do all of the time. He removes stumbling blocks. He removes difficulty. We look at it as only additional layers of nonsensical things. It's not true. It's because we are limited in our understanding and we are limited in our appreciation. But if we understood what Chazal truly did for us, our appreciation for the Chachamim, our appreciation of Chazal, our appreciation of Chazal, our appreciation of Chazal, will skyrocket because they are there only to help us, only to facilitate our growth, and never pass the shoulder to add on to these local layers. It's so beautiful. And we know our bunch status. Watch them lead us. Watch them lead us on. Maybe you need to say it very good. You said, So let's look at this around this passage.
So yeah, I mean, it's cool, like, this team was like,
what are these makos? Ben Yadecha was between your shoulders. So it's the Omer Asher Kisi Beis Nadai. I will be drawn by the hip by my left leg. By my left leg. So it's very beautiful over here. It's understand that even the lashes that come about in David are there for what purpose? Are there for love? Are there for love? Are there for instruction? So again, when we're doing this analogy, we're talking about a lash that's done between the shoulders. And that's what we're doing in general is we have to lash is not really done between the shoulders. Right? So what's that lash between the shoulders? That must be the furthest one. Right? That must be the additional lash. Okay, Rabbanon says, no, what is the person referring to? I would, if it's not in the distance, ultimately again, that's actually talking about the flogging of kids. Okay, it's very context related. So again, obviously, you can't be a Gemara. There's different kinds of discipline, different kinds of discipline. So physical discipline, that physical discipline is clearly very excessive. So that lash that they're referring to, that's the lash that the Rebbe would get to the Talmudim, ultimately, again, to keep them in line. That additional lash. Okay, so referring to Malchus itself. Fine. Any on the Malchus how to eat us. So you might say, so remember again, it's interesting enough, the halacha is where the Jewishness says that we assess how much a person could take lash-wise. Like how much a person could take. So you might say, right, and do the Kabbalah and look at mixed. So remember, the Mishnah can have two cases. Case number one is we assessed that maybe they get 40 Malchus, or 39 Malchus. And then you started, and then ultimately you couldn't withstand anymore. You stopped and you said, okay, you've received your punishment, we're done. So the verse is very interesting. The verse says, in a lot of most of him, okay, so let me start with if I pick up this tomorrow. But check this out. Moving was subject to 30 Malchus, right? He said that perfectly healthy now, not smoking between the ages of 20 and 60, right? So he's able of going ahead and getting 39 Malchus. We start flogging him, and what happens? He goes ahead and starts to buckle. We're 18 in, we're 18 in. So there are two approaches we can do it there. Right? Approach number one. What's approach number one? What's the more serious approach? What's more serious approach? Take a break. Right? Take a break. Right? Let's break for a few, right? Go get some lunch. Right? Come back and let's resume this spot later on, right? So that would be the best. Or tomorrow. Or the next day. Let's take a long weekend. Come back afterwards. Right? To flood on Monday. Right? In other words, that would be the logic. The reliable. Like, the city, by the way, if I steal, and let's say, again, I stole $1,000, I only have $100 to pay, fine. So you paid $100. Then I have to donate $900. It's a debt. So sometimes I say, no, this is a debt as well. You can't pay it now. But 5 years later on. Interesting enough, that's not what the Mishnah says. What the Mishnah says is instead, we'll flog you, and since you can't take anymore, we're done. We're done. So we're going to stop with the table. So we'll pick up this with this tomorrow. It's very interesting. So we're going to see there are times where you have to make up the Malchus, and times where you simply are perfect guilty with what you received. When you find each of those, and you're actually
there's only one person saying that, so let's see what everyone else. It might just be your computer. Yeah, dude.
This is me saying Ronaldo Johnson.
That's awesome. What if this fucking my cousin Benny? It's amazing.
Same time to get a tattoo. No, sorry for ruining it. I'll go shoot something. Just for me.
All right, so let's say good morning. Let us begin all about concepts for the 2050 things. Our annual planetary concept, 2025 itself. Dedicated all the celebrations this year at the Kurs, from the Solar Troubles to Amistar. Coming first, thank you for the month of Elul, Abba, Over, Benefits, for Ananias, Summer, Terry, Abraham, and then Antipas, Tribulation, but Terry, and also all of our two of the next time to be in the trouble during this whole day. Fully in the day, leaving Mikra covered from Father the Arab from Yitala Yitzchak, Aryeh, Shet, and Father of Yaakov, is one of the rocks we hope to merit. All that comes over all of the Thomas Father of Yah, families in the cover, all of the English, 7 civil, 24 weeks, but with the
audio's
The
good.
home hour has to do with the shalom and the color and allow a whole focus to be successful. The full mass is needed. So you got let us begin. So we are picking up in here from today's class is Iron Days 72. We are picking up on Iron Aleph on day 71. This is the week off.
A message for Chin. Okay, so this was posted by 7-digit
I'm going to knock this. Perfect. Somebody knock this. This is about 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17 months up from the dial. Somebody knock this. This is the future of that. Perfect. Marcus, remember again, we're still in the Sugya of the Shita by Obeko Cup, right? In this case, we use this interesting idea that we are selling wine to an apple. We sell wine to an apple, so how exactly again that type of selling needs to be structured in order that the wine doesn't end up becoming Yayanesa, we are in the possession of the juice. And if the wine becomes Yayanesa, the possession of the Jew is stuck. Like stuck, we give you a remedy for that, like also banal. So again, essentially the Mishnah says you got to come to a conclusion on price. Once you come to a conclusion on price, then ultimately again, whatever else will become afterwards, and it doesn't cheaper, you do most of it with wine, and if you listen to Yayanesa, if it's becoming Yayanesa, ultimately again, in his possession. So for that next one, look at doesn't cheaper ultimately work by an apple. So you're not to believe it. This is actually, that's right. I'm also the elders for him, that has some I went to that. Hustle, actually, not like someone who talks. Also, this is our Mishnah. So, but if you go to the agreement of price, before, mother literally means measure out, right? It means court. It means court, which ultimately again is part of the Shita. But ultimately again, the proceeds are mutter. Because since there was an agreement on price, there was something that was come to the Shita, the Shita on his wine. The other Shita will come in a corner, but if you think of the Shita doesn't work as a Kenyan, I might have more to cut it. And ultimately again, why is if the Shita doesn't work, that means when the overflow comes and starts pouring the wine, he's pouring my wine. Pouring my wine. If he's pouring my wine, then ultimately again, if it becomes Yayanesa, if it's Stamina, then the proceeds from the sale should be unequivocally also. I'm asking, what's the case over here? The Akim Medina. This is very interesting. The case over here, the Gemara professor, is where the Akim went ahead and the Akim advanced funds. Rashi says over here, the Akim Medina, Rashi says over here, it's in the first right line of Rashi. Shekin lo, v'nosol lo moslo, tzerek yezim mehayai, hachi yisok adam yatsu lo yisrael samosa. Very interesting. So what does Yaakov do? Let's say the barrel is not going to be more, so the wine is not going to be more than $100. So what does Yaakov do? He advances me the money, and ultimately he says, listen, we'll settle up afterwards, and if there's change, you'll return to me any of the change. So the Gemara says, that's the case. So again, this is a different kind of scenario. Why is it different? Because I already have the money in hand. So that already changes the math at all. It's Ihak, the Ima Sinka. That's the case. Look at the needs. My dog, actually, Pasa, come up with Asuri. The Halakha reminds me of the mother, measured out the wine before the price was set, so the proceeds ultimately are going to be also the wine. Ultimately, dinar amai damavasi. But if Halakha Lamaisa again, Halakha Lamaisa, the act of advanced money, then why should it be problematic? Or like with the deduct, the other machine will become color. So again, you expand back in. Right, ultimately, Ravashi responds that's not Hashisha. According to you, from the Shika from Kona, you say Shika does work. If that's the case, you try to dumb up in the car and escape of the Mabasur. So again, the question of Kashisha is back on you. If you're right, that this was the case of the act of advanced the money for access. And then for Halakha Lamaisa, really the Yisrael already has the proceeds of the sale in hand. If that's the case, then there should be no concern of Yayanesa in either of the cases. Yet the Mishnah makes a distinction when the measuring occurs before or after the establishment of the price. Whereas Elamais B'Chol Pasak Samcha Daike, Lo Pasak Lo Samcha Daike. So we'll say the Gemara says something which we kind of understood intuitively from the beginning, and now the Gemara says it explicitly. Essentially, when you have a transaction like this, when there's an agreed upon price, ultimately again, the seller, the Jewish seller, agrees to be makna the wine. and therefore Mashiach will work. When there is no agreed upon price, the seller is not willing to go ahead and convey ownership of the one, which makes perfect sense. And that's the distinction. So when they agree on the price, and the other comes up to someone who does Mashiach, it'll work. It'll work, and therefore again, the one is the other Kohanim, and ultimately you shall keep the proceeds of the sale. When the price has not been set and the Mashiach occurs, so there is no agreement for a transaction because there's no set price. Because of that, if the other tongue touches the wine, it becomes essentially Yahuwah, and the proceeds become incredible. So therefore, Rashi says, correct me also, Alpha got it because in the dinars, even if money was advanced, see, the advancement of money by itself does not really create the cost of the transaction. Tasa, some Kadai, Tasa, some Kadai. If ultimately there was an agreement on the price, then the sale is committed. Right? And the committed is he's willing to allow the Akim to acquire it with Mashiach. If he did not advance money, or excuse me, if he did not agree on a price, ultimately the sale is not committed to the transaction. I'm going to agree with Rashi. So this is the Rashi. So we'll say something very important, right? So first of all, this nuggets of information over here is incredibly important because what this is highlighting is the power and the importance of establishing the price. Establishing the price essentially allows the seller to commit to the transaction. Even though money has not exchanged hands yet. Non-commitment to a price, what do you have if there's no agreement on price? What do you have? You have a conversation. That's pretty much all you have, but we have to be a transaction of to you. You might as well say, I'm going to do it about Shikashma. I'm going to keep it about your plan. Then, you know, he takes a picture of himself, what's very interesting.
And then he's like, shit's going to shave some or diesel dad.
And then you're interested enough with how different personas with hashtags.
Make that cheddar just got paid.
If I steal the shuttle from
like this now.
certainly not close,
What's up,
but
guys?
I'm not tired. What's the logic of that? A lot of that is the assumption is people in motel are less than a shuttle pickup. I don't care. It doesn't like it, or it might be annoying, but it doesn't matter. So for Jew steals less than a shuttle pickup, there's no halakhic liability. The more interestingly enough, is health liable, even for less than a shuttle pickup. But interestingly enough, there's no obligation to return a stolen object, which is fascinating, right? So if a Bengalot steals from less than a shuttle pickup, he's hired. And whenever a Bengalot is hired for violating Shemus is made up in all type laws, ultimately, again, that liability is
My golden
so it's time to tell people who are writing something. There's interesting enough the obligation to return it. Because from my perspective, less than a shuttle is insignificant, therefore there is no obligation to return it. Just like that. So you might say, really, I'm thinking about this part of the time. If we forget the sheep part, doesn't work by an actual not to use special command. Why should the actual be liable, right? Ultimately, again, he didn't acquire it. If the sheep doesn't work by an aqua, then how would the aqua be liable ultimately again for taking my item? Which you are supposed to be like, sure, it's salary in the stuff. At the end of the day, you know why the aqua is liable? It's liable ultimately again because of caused me pain. Just because it caused the Jew pain. So I was going to say, interestingly enough, what the Gemara is positing over here is that the aqua liability for stealing less than a shalakita can't simply be that. Because if it's that, ultimately it will be obligated to return it. The liability the Gemara wants to suggest ultimately is because and this comes from a Jew. That's the liability. Kapaline, they send it right. So what does it mean that he's not obligated ultimately to return it? Getting up the Torah is Shalom. Ultimately, again, this is not in the framework of return. Now, what does this mean? Because as we said before, a Jew is motel unless they're a Shalom. Right? And therefore, because there's the thing that the Aqua has no obligation ultimately to return it. See, obviously, that's the case. It must say, look at the end. Look at the end of that mission. What does the mission say? Fuck, have they ever enough for me? Never listen to this. So Aqua 1 still from the less than Shalom people. Then Aqua 2 still from Aqua 1, the same item. What's the halacha? Fuck, have they ever enough for me? Neragala. Aqua 2 is liable. Aqua 2 is liable definitely. So there's one second. Which toleration should be salary itself. So I understand why Aqua 1 is subject to the penalty, right? Because he caused pain to me and the Jew. Ella Sefer Ma'azik, but what did Achim 2 do?
Chris
What
Brown
did Achim
back.
2 do? Ella, whatever you see here, Shnan no, Yeshiva Ba'olik Ba'chavim Koresh, in other words, you have to see, I must say, is hopefully makes sense.
That could
It's really
possibly
not bad. Right, so Achim one way stills for me is a thief. Why? Because Yeshiva works. And then when Achim 2 steals from Achim 1, he's going to be liable as well. Why? Because it's also theft. Here's what else this man says, what do you see here? That Mashiach is a bona fide form of acquisition, a bona fide kingdom by
If he ever got caught in like couples therapy,
not
they have to
all
like show his
knowing
phone.
that we
His
have
wife
as
would be
Jews
like, so we
work
search
by
badly
Achim.
on the phone.
Right, work by Achim. And which makes sense because a lot of you remember again, I learned out from Daraisa. So it's kind of like it works. But ultimately, for example, like we know King Pesach works by Achim, right? We know that why? Because the first time we see King Pesach is by Avram Avinu purchasing Masana Pilah from Akiti. Right, from an Achim. So I know that can't say this, but now I know that Mashiach works as well. So you might say you see from here that Mashiach ultimately again works by Achim. Okay, incredible. Story. It was a guy. It was a guy. The Amalum Mekabel. We said to his son, we'll say, here's the case, right? Ruben has a piece of land. Shimon wants to purchase a piece of land, a piece of real estate. Ruben's not really willing to sell right now. But what Ruben does tell Shimon is, Shimon, if I ever sell the land, I'm selling it to you. It's not about selling land, I sell to you. Whatever, let's say. Also, it's not in the Then Ruben went and he sold it to a lady. So put himself to Shimon. So it's obviously now Shimon's claiming one second. You try this. But if you sell it, you sell it to me. So let's start off over here. I'm not going to say, the real estate says, I don't want to sell it. Ultimately, again, really Shimon has the right to it. It belongs to Shimon. It belongs to Shimon. Fine, Hamel. What? I'm going to buy it. How long I'll suck? Nice. How can we say that Shimon acquired? They never even spoke price. Like, so we both said there were two things already from the last one. Number one is that really a seller is only committed to a transaction when price is agreed. That's number one. And number two, we saw that Mashiach works even by an outward. Okay, those are the two not your previous so again, in this case, about we're talking about, although Ruben said if I ever sell land, I'll sell it to you.
Yeah, that makes sense because
the
way Mark Frazier lives
and
people that would be into that would their life would be falling apart. They're on drugs, they're drinking too much, they're eating too much, and then when they go, they need to laugh during the day when they're drunk, but on the come down they got jelly rolls.
Our Mishnah,
Hello,
by some relying to an Achim, Pasach Akshalom, that if you right, before the Achim measured out the wine, then the proceeds are looked at. Why? Because again, we need to sell the price when the Achim wine is his wine. So whatever happens to it is not my problem. The proceeds are looked at. But ultimately, again, if the Achim begins to handle the wine, before there is a set price, he's needed Yayin Nesach in my possession, and therefore the proceeds are also. The Gemara says, "My Havi Allah." So what's the result of this conversation? So what do you see? You see that a seller is only transactionally committed. And one is established, the Gemara says. So Havi Allah, what's the resolution there? We must not have the other. We just said what the resolution is. We just said the resolution. The resolution is where there is agreement on price, there is transactional commitment, and therefore conversely. When there is no agreement on price, there is no transactional commitment. So one body said, what are you talking about? You know, it says, 1 second, Dilma, some of the INS have changed. No. Maybe this is different. Because again, since the INS is so covered, since by INS, that ultimately an agreement on price runs transactional commitment. Maybe in other cases, even without an agreement on price, there is transactional commitment. So that's why. Was an episode, there was a story that happened in the house of a similar case to one we just mentioned. But this stuff, they watched me. And ultimately, again, this stuff brought the Shaila to this resolution. What happened? They touched them about this stuff. And they went ahead and they answered it from the following
It's like, dude, you can't get a place to stay. That's true. How much are they paying? Is there no as awesome as too expensive?
Let's say I want to acquire something from eBay. So what do? I go ahead and let's say I'm moving a certain merchandise, and the merchandise is sitting of moving donkeys and of moving workers. So I use an interest worker.
I think it looks cool, honestly. Except for the TVEC is very like we just started. There's not much effort. It's not far off the blue cat. There's no sign. It's gone where it's low kana,
Uchenie Konlatsoba. So everything was a unit on price, like before I started stating some measure, whether it wasn't agreement on price, ultimately again, I don't acquire anything. Halacha l'maisa, both of us can go ahead and retract from the
my face is matching what I'm saying, but it's not really.
We can both walk away from this transaction. What's the logical here? The logical here, ultimately, again, I will say, is that halacha l'maisa, I have not done anything directly with the items themselves. Like whether it's pulling the donkey upon which the items, the merchandise is situated, or pulling these workers that are carrying the merchandise is not a form of acquisition. However, once it's parked on, what's the first one line? Parked on the instant sale face off, again, if I unload the donkey, right, or took merchandise out of the the workers and then get into my home, then Hassan Kilo Madas, maybe for not so bad. If we agreed on a price, right? Even though again, I don't have to go through the merchandise to see what there is, how much there is, but at that point, again, I've also seen two things happening. Number one, agreement on price. Number two, I'm doing the Shifa. Ultimately, again, even though you still have to work out some details, right? It's not a done deal, we have to work out the details. Neither of us can do that. Madas actual Hassan, but again, if there's no agreement on price, and I'm just kind of looking through the merchandise, both of us have the ability to go there. Yes, I will say this is something very important. It is only agreement on price that creates transactional commitment. Now again, you have to be careful with this, because that is not to say that you can't back out even once there's agreement on price. There's one of those like, this is a very different kind of case. In this case over here, let's say I'm buying, I don't know, pots. Pots from moving. Things down here loaded with pots. So you say, okay, I'm gonna pay $10 per pot. Now again, there's a whole bunch of stuff on these. I don't know what it is that I'm teaching. But in here, we've agreed on price, and we've agreed ultimately again on items. I just have to kind of go through the merchandise to see what I'm taking. I can't do that. I can't get out on it. I can't renege on that transaction. Now again, there are other cases of price, so even if you agree on price, there's too much other transactional ambiguity, I can still back out. But the most heavily over here is, you got to agree on price in order to create transactional commitment. And therefore, failure to agree on price results in non-transactional, or not going to be transactional. But if it's about civil rights, I think about that, then that's never been how to start. You know, Ruben sell me your property. Ruben says, I'm not selling it right now, but when I sell it, I'll sell it to you. I'll sell it to you. And then Ruben goes and sells it to Lady. The taxes shouldn't be had any process. Why? There was never a discussion on price. Because there's never a discussion on price, almost never a meeting with transaction. There was actually said to his strong. What did he say? Okay, so this case is more specific. So right, so we didn't, so she didn't go through there, so we just, they're not selling. But if I do sell one day, I'll sell it to you for 100 zuz. Okay. Also, something over here, something over there, the S. Then, Ruben went and sold it to Lady for 120 zuz. So I didn't see Shimmy Gregis. Someone always Gregis. So Shimmy Gregis, Kana Shimmy. Shimon
on the trucks
belongs to
down
Shimon,
there.
right? Ruben found the Shimon that he was
Finally,
selling.
y'all are coming
There was
around
even
to
a
the
redeeming
things
on
that
price.
they're.
So that's what
Oh,
we're
thank
talking
you,
about.
Danny.
Maskil Rav
Yeah, no,
Yaakov.
we're
So
listening.
Mahar Kakol. So Yaakov Yaakov once had a Volga high. He's usually in unsuited. So let's say very
Are you wearing
interesting. From the
sandals?
Gemara's perspective, it's not like today where
Because
people
I think it's
freely
kind of
sell
funny that
real estate.
he's still
According
wearing
to the
tools,
Gemara,
right? Because like
you
they
didn't
fired
sell
him or
your
whatever,
land.
and the
The
company
only
got
time
thrown
you
out.
sold your land was
And
when
we talked about it,
when
but
you
if
were
you
in
ever look at
financial
their
distress.
website, it's like there's a
So let's
racist
do this.
of
But
the
Yaakov says, obviously, if Ruben is
You always
if
wear
Ruben
like
is selling,
offensive sandals.
he's in financial
Oh,
distress.
the last place you
And if
want
he's
some
financial
offensive
distress, he has the right to
sandals.
what?
I'm so glad
To
we have
what?
the dude, because
To
you know how often
get the
we're on the
best
show.
price.
Recognize
And okay, he made a promise to sell to the Shimon. What we really say is that anytime you sell to Shimon, you're going to go to 100 losers the best they can get for this land. If it turns out you can get more, then again, I'll say it's free market. Allah is not going to restrict Ruben's ability to get property. Therefore, Yaakov says Shimon can be prejudiced, but ultimately, again, he has absolutely no recourse. He has no recourse. Ultimately, again, and I will say, the whole back look at actually is so he's actually not saying on there that as an example, but I'll come and go the other way tonight, so how does that do he's not knowing the shadow come up. So I was going to say, when Ruben says to Shimon, if I sell, I'll sell you for 100 euros. What does Ruben say? He's saying, I believe 100 is to be the price that the market will give. So let's say, how much is real estate worth? How much is real estate worth? Whatever people are willing to pay. So therefore, the fact that ultimately again now you can get 120 euros indicates also that. So therefore, again, Allah for the Mesa, Ruben has got a higher price. Not the song, but he's on the ultimately again he can go ahead and sell it to me. Let's say we look at that. I'm looking at the so it's a million dollar hard even not with the show, but nothing was off change basic. So even said even selling something to Shimon, and he said let's have the item assessed, evaluated, assessed.
And some make sense, but also I wouldn't have been able to
Praise, thank you. Praise, ultimately. Oh
yeah.
And I will say, I remember getting what he was a base thing. So therefore, again, he wants to train me both slots. Ultimately, again, really, let's say again, in that people, in that thing, you have two who agree on a certain valuation, for one who does not. You follow the two. Just like the way the base works, right? In the base in general, you don't need unity. Right? What you need is majority. But I think you need majority.
Traffic's a nightmare.
So therefore, again, if you get 5 by 3, that's good. However, he might just give the unbitful but it uses this Russian pseudo say to the same because there's an appraisal. That makes it sound because you like all you need is majority. If he says unbitful as a So 3 people are 12 and 5. 12 and 2. 12 and 7. 12 and 8. 13 and 8. 13 and 9. 14 and 9. 14 and 10. 15 and 5. 1 1, 2 1, 3 1, 3 2, 4 2, 4 3, 5 2, 5 4, 5 8, 6 5, 7 5, 7 6, 7 8 7, 8 8, 8 9, 9 9. scary.
Ten,
It's the proof
ten,
that it
ten,
wasn't a good thing. That's right. But just stop
10, 12,
saying, I'll bring another
11,
upper body. So ultimately,
twelve,
Huna
13,
says, I don't know who says that the second is better than the first. Gemara says, therefore, Huna says, unless Shimon could demonstrate in a material way that the first group was flawed, the appraisal of the first group stands. The hope of the so here it is. It looks like that is not halacha. That is not halacha. So we submit to an appraisal by a student who created that appraisal stands, unless, of course, one of the parties can show that for some reason that appraisal itself is flawed. Says the Mishnah. Not to us, Mishpah, Umad was like, these pieces shall be go up, and the Chazal and Mother is so Sufiso, Shai says, so it's very good. So let's say again, I am selling you ultimately again to, so what do? I take my funnel, and I pour water into the jug of the apple. Like that. Now watch this. And then I go and I think that same funnel to pour water into my jug. So
That's somebody's pet, right?
in each bowl, I have if there's a lid on the bottom of the funnel, you know what I'm saying? And ultimately, again, my wine is going to be us. I have a concern that somehow some of the wine that I poured from the apple, that somehow became yaina. So it's not easy to clear what the problem over here is. Then that transferred over to my wine. Right, then I put the funnel in my barrel. I put the funnel whatever in my wine jug. And therefore, again, some of the yaina gets mixed in my wine. That's what sounds like it's happening. Well, we have all seen it, I'm not on the that's so awesome. It's from one utensil to another. The one you are pouring from, right, is going to be mutter, and the one you're pouring into is going to be awesome. Okay, so I'll have to see exactly what Jesus is talking about. So let's analyze. So it's not awesome. So let's say, so we learned this, right? When you talk about Hakakos, you must put the back in the people. So this is very interesting. So we learned about the Nitzuk. Nitzuk is a pour, right? Downward pour. So you're pouring from utensil A to utensil B in a straight downward stream. That's the Nitzuk. Hakakos, Rashi says over here, is mine, important, meaning a mother, not the death match. This is a stream of liquid that goes down, let's say, imagine like a stream of liquid down a mountain or down a hill. So it's a slanted stream. Okay, or not so if you look at Amsterdam, much ultimately is in the middle of that Rashi. Let's just say that's it. That's right. Much of the fact Rashi says is here, hold on about it, your father's about it. In both the fact and the slash track. So ultimately, again, this is a case of where you have moisture, of where you have moisture, but it's not moist enough to make something else wet. In all of these cases, in Okiba, these streams of liquid are not considered to be a connection, below the tumah, below the tower. So for example, if you have a downward stream, right, and the upper item is coming, and the downward item is taro, that stream does not create ultimately a connection between these two items. Same thing with the stream of liquid flowing down a mountain. Same thing ultimately again with just a liquid to the distinction of liquid. But the liquid itself is not enough to make something else wet. So these things will create connection between the taro. On the other hand, like if you have a stationary bit of water, ultimately again this will create a connection. That stationary body of water will create a connection for two entire purposes. In other words, like so imagine you have a common item on one end, a tar item on the other end, and they're both touching the water. The water ultimately again creates a connection between the two, thereby rendering the tar atomic. Okay, so let's do that. So it says, listen to this.
I know people that have moved to Texas and they want to come back, and that's a different thing.
Says, so if you have this chicken fair,
It's probably hard to make the choice to move back here, right? Yeah, it's probably harder to get back.
which is the downward stream, to Paphos, which is, if you can imagine, a stream that runs down, let's say, the side of the mountain, side of the hill. And Mash Sotofea, and ultimately, again,
I'm seeing money
enough to make that enough moisture to convey moisture to a second item. And although these items do create connection for consumer purposes, they create connection for Nessa purposes. So what's it? What would that mean? What it means is, if you let's see, I'm not going to Another thing I really noticed from you know this feeling of this man, it's one of the I need to back the much get up there and if we go a little bit too much so that we can't so this is what we just mentioned that needs to practice and not okay. Is that creating connection for Tumantara? The Tumantara who's below, other people, and then other people. That's what you infer from here. That these three items do not create connection for Tumantara. Okay, you create connection ultimately for us. The INS, if that's the case, in the safer, look at the safer, as a sport is just sitting in body of water, people that you will attack. That does create, from that, to take out other people, cause it in the INS, no other people, which is going to make out that the INS, hello, you like, you can't infer anything from here. So we're going to, so just understand what's happening over here. It's like, imagine if I was this. Imagine you have a fleet, and ultimately again is used for the INS, and now ultimately again there is a stream of one coming from that fleet into a regular called time, a regular endurance. Does that stream the next stream ultimately again between the two or not? That's what I'm trying to figure out over here. What makes up a stream, and therefore what type of stream creates connection? But what we're beginning to see is that connectivity issue really has two different ramifications. The Tumantara as also the INS. You want us to know, let's analyze. Nonetheless, let's design this now. If you took a funnel, a lot of substitutions of all this will happen because of my local substitutions of all this. So design this now. I have a funnel, right? I have two things. I'm a Jew with a funnel. Right? So what happens? I go ahead and I'm selling wine to the So what do? I take my wine and I take my funnel. I put my funnel into the jug of the aqua, and I go ahead and I pour wine for the aqua. So what did the Mishnah say? I'll say on the base, I'm base 72b. What did the Mishnah say? In the Yisrael, if the funnel has a lid, then ultimately again the wine is going to be us. So the Gemara says, the night comes, right? Why, I understand, why does the, now the Mishnah saying is like this. If I go ahead and put my funnel, right, I put my funnel into the jug of the aqua, I then pour the water, right, and then I take that same funnel, and I bring it into my utensil to pour wine also. So the Mishnah says, if that funnel has a lid, it's going to ask for my wine. Obviously, the Mishnah saying is because what are we afraid of? That there's some wine from the first pour, the apple that gets stuck on it, and if I bring it into my utensil, it's going to make it up. Whereas I'm saying, why is the wine left over in the lid from the pour for the apple? Why is that wine awesome? What made that awesome? The says, but not comes lava, it must be from the pour. Or as I say, it's through the flow. Because what's there? See, I'm pouring my wine through the funnel into the cleat of the apple. Now, the assumption is what's on the bottom? What's on the bottom of the utensil of the apple? What's there? Droplets of this previous wine. What's the status of that wine? Yeah, it is. So now I'm pouring my wine through the funnel, right in the utensil of the aqua. The bottom part of that stream is where? The bottom of the utensil of the aqua. The top of that stream is where? Is in my funnel. And therefore, again, the bottom stream is connected to the droplets of how fast underneath of the funnel.
That's why
And
you got
therefore, the
red chicks
steam
would come over and
connects the droplets on the bottom to the droplets ultimately in the lid. So I makes the droplets in the lid, giant nest. When I then go ahead and take out the funnel, put it into my jug, pour water now, giant nest. That is everything because of droplets. What do you see here? You see the here that is streaming. As a notification between that which is on top and that which is on the bottom. That's not neutral people. See from the view or the floor, connection again between that which is above and that which is below. Turning up the I just can't balance it. You can back in the stand up for you and death. No, maybe the piece is not smoking. What's happening here? I'm pouring my wife the apple, right? So again, my funnel and his jug. So what ends up happening about that? I end up filling up the wine so high in his jug that his wine, the wine level, goes above my funnel. Not totally above my funnel, but above the bottom has a lid. This has nothing to do with flow. This has to do our speed. This has everything to do with activity, like the contact of life. You have a basic with the now, I look for myself, the oxygen of the wine is surrounding the bottom of my funnel. So if there's no lid on the bottom of my funnel, forget it. Like, I just pull it out, it'll just be low. But if there is a lid on the bottom of my funnel, I really direct it. Because some of those residual droplets are going to be lost on my funnel. Incredible. This is what it says. Yeah, I do not fill up the wine to the bottom of my funnel. No, it's not really a problem. Really, in that case, again, it's actually not a problem. If you look at okay, it's okay. Let's see here. Not fish connected. In other words, you have no that flow, that stream connectivity to which the Gemara said, "Oh, how much is this?" The other, you still keep on. You must necessarily develop you, and I believe the actual wine level in the aqueous jug is above the lip of my funnel. Obviously, everyone agrees that that's going to be problematic. But that doesn't change the point that there's still a shayla about what's the status of flow. So touch not. On our previously, let's say the person is pouring from an utensil to another utensil. As Shema so ultimately again, this is the Mishnah. This last case the Mishnah, which we don't even know what this means yet. Right? So if I'm pouring from one piece to another, as Shema the key that you are pouring from is mutter. However, it's daily us. You can also see from the that which is in the middle, right? Ultimately again, is the answer. Shmanina nitzat kibo. See from here ultimately again that a flow or stream creates connectivity. He needs actually, but it's true that the flow creates connectivity. Afilu bigazet mana namisan. Ultimately, again, even that is something that we ultimately again should be usher as well, which the Gemara says. Here's what else. So halokasha the kamaktiv the so this is very interesting. That in this case, again, the Gemara has not exactly clarified what this case is, but it could be pouring in this case. So what is fascinating is in spurts, right? When you pour, you have two ways to pour. You could pour with continuous stream, so that there is a stream that is connecting utensil A to utensil B. Or you could pour in spurts. So because when you pour, I would do it, but we have a lid obligation in the standard. Lid opportunity to enforce the rules. Alright, so you pour in spurts, right? So what do you mean for pour? You like, I don't know what the right, you jerk the cleave. That like, a quick flick of the wrist. And interestingly enough, if you were to watch that in slow motion, the liquid from A without a continuous. So ultimately, again, the liquid is transferred, but there is no connection between A and B. So therefore, looks like in that kind of case, everyone would agree that even if you say that.
Thank you so much. If you're not following, please do. I'm the easiest follow back in the game. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent. If you're not already, I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream, YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my live in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera, and you can view that ceiling camera live in the purple pill. I have embedded the video. You can also view all of my YouTube streams in my profile and in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/Rabbi. We invite you to the community. We have over 2,700 people. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I appreciate the opportunity to share.
But that rabbinic portion was only on what? On wine that leaves the container, not the wine in the container. So this is fascinating. So when an alcohol goes ahead and pours wine, the right wine is moving. As a result of his car, the flow emerges is going to be us. Contents of the barrel or the container will remain. This idea that wine that is a result of the crop of an apple, that ultimately is midrabana. The Gemara says the usher, Gemara says the usher, hahu shenafak l'drai, hahu shenafak l'drai, kashu de'rabana. It is only the liquid that flows outside, ultimately, again, that is asking the but the liquid or the wine, ultimately, again, that is inside, ultimately, again, remains what will have to stop over for today. So, ultimately, again, this is very interesting because I always say this opens up the Mishnah on the top of email, but this opens up just a little bit here, which is selling that is a new idea. I mean, it's not that we've seen it before, but I lost one nice, again, how does that contact with wine, now we're being told, I lost one nice, if the apple causes the wine in this color, that also but that only on wine that remains out of the utensil because of its bar, but the wine that remains in the utensil ultimately again is going to that type of just very quickly. That's why the last case when this what we're talking about. What was the last case? The apple was pouring wine from the utensil into the Oh, so now what did the Mishnah say? The wine in the utensil remains mutter. The wine in the utensil. Because again, that flow is us in the front because it's as a result Tomorrow? What are we start? Say good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking our sponsors for this morning's today. Our
Damn, dude, Chris is just frustrated. Fuck are you? That job doubles down. He's like, fine.
I know some of those sponsor for KA 5785. We're dedicating all the Shurim and Rothschild this year and the schools of the sales levels for all of Israel. Our commentator sponsors for the month of Adar, Stephen Terry in memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv. Well, Ben Yisrael, Zichron Libracha. With that, let us begin with a lot ahead of us in this session. Today's dash is Ayin Fest. 78. You have to give up on that Ayin page. 77B, about 15 lines down from the top. The Martin says, let's say some very this is as follows. Zarak Slada, listen to this case. Literally translated, someone throws flowers usually defined as a rock. Someone throws a rock at a wall, and ultimately, again, it spins, kills someone. One is tired. Okay, so what's the case here? So that's very interesting. You look at it, Rashi is right across the left. Zarek Chemical. So in his having the Harim Chavero, he has intention to kill his friend. Now what? It's Zarek right? The Chaz on the Kofo Lachoreha, the Hargo Ayif, the Har Nami Kofo. So Rashi points out the word piece of intention. Now, ultimately, again, so moving is throwing the rock at the wall, with the intention of the recognition off the wall, in order to go ahead and kill Shimon. So such an act, again, even though the stone is ricocheting off the wall, Allah for the nice is considered to be the top of the vein, and therefore, again, he's going to be high. So this is the kind of enough. So again, further defined is he's going Ulu and the Sahak in the cover. So we're talking about over here. This is like the case of those who go ahead and play a game. Really play with the ball. The hard to remain. The children's ball will play these. So if they are unintentional, we ultimately again ball. Okay, so what's the key here? Take a look at Rashi one more. We are able to Sahak so interesting. We give Tino Hakos Akaja the post of the clock. It's coming for children, young people, to go and take the ball, throw it against the wall with immense. To be Shutaka Lakoraha, so that the ball will go ahead and lick it off the wall. Very far. After rower rocks the other side, rocks, so the thrower would run to the wall. The Chavero always has a cover. I won't use this here. Or you can touch the ball, and throw it after the runner. runner. You יכול לך, הנה הוא דיזר not touch ball. Isn't it like suicide? What is it? No. Is it like suicide? No. Whatever. It's a kid. Yeah. What is it? Throw the ball. Right, stop. Okay, none of you are correct. Right? So again, so you're going to the ball against the wall. Again, the idea of the ball against the ball against the wall. Like the goal is you throw it as hard as you can because you get far back. Use the thrower has to get to the wall, and then grab the ball and then throw it at you. You throw it at you. If you get hit by the ball before you get to the wall, you're out. That's it. So in this case over here, there's a smidge of a twist. This game will be here, and the thrower goes hard enough that it can kill someone. So again, he has. Oh no! Now remember again, the idea is, in order to be hired to kill someone, it has to be a suicide. Suicide. It's called suicide. That's the name of the game. It's not the best name of it. But that's not the line stuff, but that's it. Hey, so again, there's intentionality. And the thrower goes to the head and has basketball, like throw the ball with enough force. So it's he's a murderer. If it's just shogeg, ultimately again it's so don't say nothing. What's the Kiddush? What's the Kiddush? The Kiddush over here is that it is a secondary, what they call it is, I want to call it a secondary force, because that'll be a little bit dangerous to use that. But there is a secondary presence, right? It's not a thrower moving is throwing the balls directly at you and hitting it. There's a wall. So the interesting kind of idea over here is I would have thought the presence of the wall essentially makes it that this is no longer the co-op of moving. Hamash Malon, even with the wall, is and it was because it could be higher goals. Incredible. Shogeg at least if you get those hard enough, those shouldn't accidentally. Everything's going to go. That's obvious. That's obvious. That if you did it intentionally, I'm going to what does he mean? Remember again, in order to be excited for a hasra, what do you have to do? You have to go ahead and force someone with a of definitive. Right? Very again, maybe in this case, over here, the ball's not going to go back, it's not going to go far enough. I might have heard that this has to have something. I'm not sure how long that is. I'm not sure that halacha myself. When someone plays this game, they're going to throw hard into the ball so it ricochets back, and therefore halacha myself, if it's with the intention to kill someone, ultimately moving will be incredible. So we'll say this is very important. So remember again, what's our topic? Our topic here is about life inside, right? And the example of everything is one who kills another. What we yesterday's daf we were focusing on was with something, confining someone. Confining someone, which is direct go out. Now at the Gemara branching out a little bit, and even in a case where there is another intervening factor, would be considered your cause. So in this case over here, for example, the intervening factor is the wall. I'm at a part of the wall, make it that it's no longer my cause. Incredible. Okay. Jewish the Gemara says, funny about keep going. Ilu and the second the cover. So again, focused on this culture. Shahargu told Arba Amos. What's the Arba Amos? Interesting. So now it's swing the ball against the wall. So if we're going to the ball against the wall, again, remember intentionality is everything. If his intention is to kill Shimon, the Gemara says like this: if he goes ahead and he kills Shimon with the promise of the wall, ultimately again he's going to be part of it. Outside of Dawud Amos, he's going to be tired. So what's the shot? So take a look at Rashi again is right across the left. He's on the side of the cutter. I will talk Dawud Amos to his and Haya Hamuka only so Arba Amos also. So speak a lot of Dawud Amos action also the Hagasa so again, this is talking about here. So if my son Shimon was standing between Dawud Amos and the wall, Reuben will be hotter. More than Dawud Amos will be tired. What's going on here? What's the case? Right at the end of the day, Reuben did not want the ball to go further than Dawud Amos. He didn't want it to go further, right? I feel it's important, but even if the ball went less than Dawud Amos and killed Shimon, ultimately should be high. Yes, it's a lonely, but again, if at the end of the day, they did not want the ball to go farther at all, wanting to push it all, I think it's money. And even if they're more than Dawud Amos, what's the case over here? The Gemara says, Amar Lei, Stam B'Sam B'Kador, Kama Amina Yechale. In general, when people think this game, right? The goal is what? The goal is to throw the ball, and what does the thrower want? What does the thrower want? The thrower wants the ball to ricochet back as far as possible. So therefore, your Gemara suggesting is like this: if the ball only goes less than Dawud Amos, then that's again that is not the fulfillment of the desire of the threat, and therefore, if something happens, ultimately again the thrower will be caught. If the ball, however, ricochets Dawud Amos or more, that is a manifestation of the intent of the thrower, and therefore, halacha myself will be high. Okay, that was it. And now we get to this, to which the Gemara says, relay. Sorry. The main row. The main row. Did the high kafna call home? So now, what's the top of all this? What's the takeaway of all this? We have all that when Moving throws the ball against the wall with intent. And that ball goes and kills Shimon. Ultimately, Ruben Saif. Because the act of throwing the ball against the wall and the ball ricocheting against the wall is considered to be Ruben's koach. Again, if you have one rule, you could be chayiv for killing someone. What? If it's your force. That's why, for example, again, what's more today, all of those other cases we had in the Mishnah. For example, guys, I go ahead and even though the sun's going to rise the next morning and kill Shimon because of dog heat stroke, he's not chayiv. Why? Because the death force is not there. It's not his koach. It's not his koach. He incites the dog against Shimon, not chayiv. It's not his koach. The takeaway from all of this is throwing a ball against the wall. The ball ricocheting against the wall and killing Shimon is considered to be Ruben's koach, which the Gemara says, really? Is that really considered to be Ruben's koach? Well, there's a kasha. Very interesting case here. Mekadesh for Kiddush al Yado or al Hatzad the Achata no the Shokas muscle. So Paraduma. How do you create parad? Again, how do you create the paradigm of construction? Go ahead and you slaughter it. You then ash with water. Right? You go ahead and afterwards you take that then you sprinkle it. Interestingly enough, the halacha is that ash has to be applied or has to be added with the koach of the individual. Right? If ash drops in by itself or doesn't come in with the koach of the individual, then the entire concoction is in doubt. We're going to get first of the intermediate white lies in the Hadish. Make fact of the Ephraim the Sinai Ephraim Alamayim, Kari Kiddush, in some sense. Now, what happened in this case here? In this case, right, we'll call him Ruben, has the ash. The ash goes ahead and falls out of his hand. And what happens? It hits against his hand and falls into the water. Or for that matter, again, it falls on the side of the utensil with the water and then falls in after. What's that about? Oh, hustle. It can actually this hustle. Why? So what do you see from here? That when something comes out of your hand, hits something else, and then goes into the final destination, that's not your koach. That's not your koach. Therefore, using that logic, if Ruben throws the ball against the wall, the ball ricochets against the wall and kills Shimon, what should be the halacha? That also should not be his koach. That shouldn't be his koach. First, the show says. We'll get actually the show says. First, why? First, like, Bonita is the show. Show says to know my show says. What's this? You can imagine the years that he had falls out of the hands of Reuben, falls onto the side of the cleat, stops. Then, a moment or two later, okay, that's a very good thing. Because in that case, it comes to rest even because of Reuben's ends, and then the rest of it trickles. It's very different than the ball. Why? In the ball case, there's no cessation of dynamic. The ball, so Reuben's core never stops. Very interesting distinction. Even though there's an intervening wall, the fact that there's never a sustained dynamic activity makes it my car. Makes it my car. The moment that there's a cessation of dynamic activity, i.e. the ash sits on the side of the utensil for a moment. Right? You can see it. Falls on the utensil. A second later, that's no longer my car. That's no longer my car. There's a tremendous hostility in that also. The whole told us. This is why perpetual growth and perpetual movement is always necessary. Even if it slows down. Because as long as I'm always going, it's my car. It's my car. Even if it's a little bit slower, the faster, but as long as I'm always growing, I'm always moving, it's my initial car. The moment kind of stops for a moment, that's the moment the car ends. The moment your car ends, so stuck. Moves this way, moves that way, but it's no longer your car. Incredible. So, Gemara goes back there. Gemara says, good. Which does Tashma, another case. Malchat Shahar in the Suna Alachar. It's a very interesting case. You have a needle. The needle is ritually impure. Let's say you came in contact with a mace. Right? So now you want to go ahead and purify. How do you purify it? You pour water from the water of Hara. Okay. So now, what happens? My Shaya is Suna ala Charesh. Bihiza ala. So what do you have? So interesting. This was a tiny needle that is sitting on an earthenware vessel. Now what happens? Bihiza ala. You sprinkle the water of the paraduma on the needle. Suffix on that. Right? The mitzvah has also possible. I sprinkle the water. Now we're not sure again. Did the water go on the needle, or perhaps the water hit the utensil and then splat on the needle. What's the halacha? Puzzle. Ultimately, it's puzzle. But also, based on what we learned, it actually should work. Why? Because even if the water sprinkled, even if the water splashed back also the heres onto the needle, that should still be my koa. No different than if I throw the wall and the ball goes and get it. Right? It's the same idea. But yet over here we see that it's possible. So you see over here, when there is an intervening factor, it's no longer called. To which the Gemara says no. I'm going to write you straight out. Must say, not mitzvah, it's flash back. Must say, I will say, and ultimately, again, but we're not sure if you look at Rashi. That's matzah itmar. Lav lash mitzvah to have a saza. It's not mitzvah, which means it's flashing back. Ella lashon mitzvah. Kilomar hazan mitzvah. What's the case over here? The case over here is where we find hara Zuma water on the needle. But what are we not sure? What are we not sure of? We're not sure how it got there. Did he get there? Did he get there somehow because there are three possibilities. Possibility one, that the water landed directly on which we're good to go. Possibility two is that the water hit the klicheres and splashed also the oil. That's both. Oh, but then possibility three, possibility three, the water hit the klicheres and what? Trickling back on that. Both sides, these two attempted approaches, both by Paraduma, to kind of diffuse the Gemara's argument, both fell flat. They both failed. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, what you thought originally mean that kocho will work. In other words, that when you throw a ball against the wall, and that, right, we're going to throw a ball against the wall, with the intention to kill humans. And the ball ricochets off the wall and kills human. Halacha l'maisa will be high. Even though it's between the walls, but it's still considered to be called. Incredible. Let's go back there. So, Itmar, Amra Papa, still similar cases. Time on the cuffs to the Rabbi, the Ashkelay did the Nayo. To this. Ruben ties up his friend Shimon. And he goes ahead and afterwards releases, he ties him up by a dam of water. And then afterwards he bores a hole in the dam. His friends, right, bores a hole in the dam, and the water comes and drowns Shimon. What's that? So the Gemara says, these are considered to be the arrows of Reuben. Also, we've seen this expression before. You are koach. So this is considered to be the koach of Reuben. There is an immediacy. And when Reuben goes ahead and the water comes out immediately, and Shimon is right there. However, let's say again. Reuben ties Shimon up, away half a mile away from the dam. But we know that over time the dam water is going to come and kill Shimon. That's called secondary force. And therefore, there's not liability in that case. So it's very important. Okay. Reuben throws stone upward. It's starting. Now the stone does not come directly down. The stone kind of falls to the south a little bit. Bahar goes. It kills Shimon. What's the halacha? Shimon is chayiv. Sorry, Reuben is chayiv. I was saying, it's very interesting. I was saying, what do you see in this case? Reuben is chayiv. To this case, I'll explain slowly. When is Reuben chayiv? Reuben is chayiv when the stone doesn't come down straight down. He's only chayiv when the stone can come down and this is where we're like a little bit towards the side. But if the stone were to come directly down to the my time, what's the that? You should have told because it's his call. But I was going to say, interestingly enough, the fact that the stone didn't come straight down. So when the stone comes straight down, what is that called? That's called gravity. Gravity is not the cause of Reuben. But when the stone comes down a little bit at its arc, right, at an angle, it comes down. That's Reuben. That's what Reuben contributes. Reuben doesn't contribute gravity. Reuben contributes the reading of the stone to a different location. So it's my time to go home. Kocho Tezel El. What's it? It's interesting. If halacha l'maisa, if it's Reuben his koach, it just continues to go upward and upward. Which 78 days. You love Coco. It's not his koach, it's not his koach, then ultimately actually says, "Do you love Coco? Please let's have Yad connect the low. It's nothing. And ultimately actually just fall right down. Which the Gemara says, "Hello." This is very interesting. So this is not the typical case of Coco. Which rather will say seems to be much new category of koach. What is koach? Diminished koach. Diminished koach. Rashi says, "Okay, other koach." In a koach, in a koach. So this is not like a strong koach. Alex Sass koach. The high level Oslo the Amish Carlos koach. Jose Kazrika. The Evan Flores have a dying left. Right. So, real koach is where the item continues on the So obviously diminished. Why? Because again, Ruben obviously Ruben's koach is coming to an end because it's coming back down. But his koach is still felt low. Why? Because it's not coming straight down, which would not be Ruben. Well, brother, would just be bad, but it's moving somewhere else. It's coming down somewhere else. So the fact that it's coming down that's moving koach. But again, not a full blown koach, but rather a koach south. A little bit of a koach. Okay, incredible. So let's say it turns out, by the way, it's so fun. It seems like we have categories of koach. There's what we would call direct koach, which is, moving to an object that seemingly kills him. Okay. Or Ruben holds shooting down on the wall kills him. There's almost like we'll call it an indirect koach, which is really throwing the ball against the wall with intention that it is motion. And then there's called diminished koach, right? So diminished. What's diminished koach? Ruben rolls it up with the intention. The intention is going to come down over here. So again, it comes down in an angle. The arc that diminished koach. Incredible. So DJ said, because of the so 10 people come along and they hit Ruben with Makos, with staffs, and he dies. Now, whether they did this thing about Sakas being so ultimately, again, whether they hit him at once, or they hit that once, or they did it one after the other, they are putter. They're putter. That you did the Mesira, or you did the Mesira says like this. They, Rabbi Yudar Omer, Zach, it makes you feel that's Misasa. So again, so kind of come on hold, that I'm not going to myself. Whether they go ahead and whether they all hit together or they hit one after the other, ultimately again agreement. Because there's joint responsibility over here. You can't point the finger at one particular individual. And even if Sarah says no. If they go ahead and they do it together, ultimately again really popular. But Zach, one another, the last why? One thing is he's the one who actively hastened the death of Google. Again, in Halacha, there is culpability for hastening death. Hastening death is tantamount to bloodshed itself. So therefore, the last guy he's going to be chayiv for going ahead and already open them. It's very interesting. Understanding both with Kama and Elizabeth Sera, Darshan the same concept. This is fascinating. This is the ish ki yakek kol nefesh al. This is fascinating. So the pasuk is if a person, listen to the lashon, the ish a man, ki yakek kol. I will say that kol needs to be a little bit extreme. So if a person will kill the entirety of an animal. So what does that mean? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Sadri call that fish as you could call that fish. There's only responsibility if what? If you took the entire life. In order for that to be responsibility, one person has to take the entire life. So in this case over here, where you have 10 people involved, one person is not taking the entire life, therefore there can't be responsibility. But the Sarah says, Kol Nefesh, Kol Nefesh. Meaning the Sarah says, no, Kol Nefesh means any amount of Nefesh. If you take any of Nefesh, there's responsibility. So we'll say Nefesh, say, Kol Nefesh means only Chayiv, if you totality, but if you're only one many, you're not Chayiv. That you do Kol Nefesh, even any amount of nefesh you take, you are responsible for. Incredible. Amar Rabbi says, "Komodim before he gets a trait." This is very interesting. Hakomodim before he gets a trait. Well, shupat. Rabbi says, "Let's talk about our terms over here." Everyone agrees. Kill a treifa, you're potter. You kill a treifa, you're potter. Now, again, who's a treifa? Now, if you look at Rashi just a moment, Rashi says over here. Almost keep going. Yaka Habeshet or Karos Hamor. Say, faithful is someone who has some type of fatal internal or some type of internal injury from which he will eventually die. Okay, very, very. We're going to come up with different terms. That's a trade box. So Rashi's example is, his esophagus or his windpipe is cut. Or he has some type of hole in the brain. Some type of fatal injury from which he's imminently going to die. Listen to this. So now if you kill a trait for your potter, and let's say, why are you potter for the right? Because in halacha, a treifa is considered to be as if he is dead already. That's halacha of the treifa. Say for you kill a treifa, there's no so say then we have a goal. Now, what's a goal? What's a ghost? A ghost is someone who is dying. Very interestingly enough, ghosts that someone has an internal injury. Ghosts now someone is very old, very ill, just dying. Sometimes die at old age. So the person is dying. That's called the process Bidei Shammai. Right? Remember, there's no. That's why I want to define our terms. Often people kind of lump trace and treifa together because they're both imminently dying. Very different reasons. Treifa has some type of internal injury which is 1000% fatal. A ghost says it's just someone who's dying. There may be some earth. There's not an injury, could just be old age, could be just some type of illness, something else. But a trait injury. So you go ahead and everyone agrees that if you kill a ghost, it's your chayiv. Why? Because a treifa is halachically considered to be dead. A ghost is alive. That's why these are major topics in end of life issues. So if you go ahead and you make end of life decisions that actively accelerate death of ghosts, one could be lying. So the Gemara says, so what's the point of contention over here? Go says BD other. Go says BD other. Rashi says over here. Goes that Shekarov Lomos Mars Hamakos Elaloa so how you show him treifa. So let's say go Adam is someone again who let's say was injured, has an injury, but not a treifa injury. But nevertheless, is dying as a result of those injuries. So, what is that person's status? So, the Gemara says, down in the treifa, down in the ghost. One opinion says, a ghost is bide Adam is like a father, and one says, no, a ghost is bide Adam is like a ghost is bide Shemayim. So, we go, my treifa, what is that a ghost is bide Adam is like a treifa, my time, what's the reason? My time, I'm a down in the ghost is bide Shemayim. Why Ghost is Bidei Shemayim? Ghost is Bidei Shemayim. I'm a bit nicer. Because the Ghost is Bidei Shemayim, both sides. Nothing happens to the Ghost is Bidei Shemayim. There's no traumatic event. There's no injury. No one's did anything to the person. That's the definition of a Ghost is. The Gemara says, hi, it's Bidei Shemayim. But that Ghost is Bidei Adam, something happened to him. Someone did something to him. The one who compares a ghost is bidei Adam to a ghost is bidei Shemayim might come to the treifa. But why is he not compared to a treifa? Treifa is siman. We'll say treifa is someone very specific. Someone who's injured in a fatal way. Something happened to this man, happened to this individual. There's a very specific injury that has occurred, and that's why again there's liability. So the Tana ultimately again, we talk about our ish. A person will before. Person will go ahead and literally strike another nefesh adam. The havi hamake es haviro ein fo kidei lahamis upo achar behemi so shulchay. So they'll say this is very interesting. Reuven goes ahead and hits Shimon. Reuven hits Shimon. He hits him in a non-fatal way. And then what happens? Someone else comes along. Let's say then Mickey comes along and hits Shimon and kills him. That ultimately again maybe is chayiv. Reuven's spot. What's the issue here? In Mocha de Lahamas Pshita. Obviously, let's say if Reuven delivers a non-fatal blow to Shimon, and Ladies comes along and then delivers a fatal blow to Shimon, of course, what's the issue here? So, what are you talking about? Very interesting. Let's say Reuven delivers a fatal blow to Shimon. But Shimon didn't die yet. And and delivers another fatal blow to Shimon. That's what ladies hide and Ruben is not. His opinion is this: Ustama, Rabbi Yehuda ben Sela. Like you know, so what Rabbi Yehuda ben Sela, all right, Rabbi Yehuda ben Sela, the secret is called that. What's called that? In order to be high in the life, you have to have performed the totality of the act. If you do not first totality of the act, only part of it, ultimately, again, you are not going to be high. Incredible. Remember, I'm hard against a treifa potter who's just like the potter. If you kill a treifa, your potter. So it's like, this is pretty amazing. A treifa is considered to be halal. And therefore, if you go ahead and kill him, there is not liability for that. Treifa shot with me, show if they base the potter. Oh, we'll say, watch this. What happens if a treifa kills someone? See, if you kill a treifa, your potter, fine. What happens if a treifa kills someone? What's the law? It depends. If the treifa killed someone in the presence of Beis-Din, put him to death. If he didn't kill in the presence of Beis-Din, the treifa will be potter. Shot. If they Beis-Din, my time it will be artar on the kibbutz. So also listen to this. If the treifa kills in the presence of Beis-Din, how can Beis-Din not act? How can they not? It has to be something like Beis-Din saw Reuben kill Shimon. Reuben's the treifa. He's dead. He's dead. Beis-Din not act when they go ahead and they see someone doing something terrible. On the other hand, Shalom if maybe. How do they eat the six shit? What's about 40 glasses? What do you see from this? When you see something wrong, you have to act. You have to act. Sometimes we see wrong. When I see something wrong, it could be I see someone doing something wrong, or I see something that is broken, or I see someone that needs help. And sometimes you see ourselves, you know what? Not my problem. Not my problem. If you see it, it is your problem. If you have to try to do something about it. If you see someone doing something terrible, guys, at trace. So he's a lot we put as dead. It's almost like see something, do something. Not just say something. If you see something, do something. I'll show you about what it says. That everything that we see in this world, we only see it because of the powerful wanted to see it. If you want me to see it, it's because he wants me to do something about it. Now, I can't think this is a problem. But I can somehow be involved in some way. See it, or if you hear it, you want to do something like Beis-Din. You saw this guy Ruben, who's a trade, bad if he's a trade fall. You still have to try to do something incredible. But listen to this. Shalom with me. Outside of Beis-Din. So now what happens? They bring Reuven the trade fall. Reuven the trade for the Beis-Din. So what's the halacha? Reuven is really potter. But you know why he's potter? Listen to this. It's an Eidos Shat HaYachal Lazima. Remember again, in order for witnesses to be believed, you have to have the ability to be able to so now what happens ultimately? It's not going to work out here. Why? Because you're testifying about a man who's going to death. Because you're testifying about a dead man, therefore, again, the witnesses themselves are not subject to assumption. Well, any testimony that is not subject to assumption, by definition, is never believed. Fascinating. So there's often an effect on mentality. If one sodomizes, you sodomize, treifa shirava b'fnei and chayshel b'fnei butter. But if a treifa himself finds someone else, then what's halacha? If he does it, the baby will be chayv. Now that the presence is a basin, he's caught the first part of the Bible say, b'fnei basin chayv. That's all. The presence of basin is going to be chayv. How can basin not take action if they see something so terrible happen in their presence? Shalom b'fnei basin butter, but not in the presence of basin. Their butter, I should say, the tree butter. Why? Same thing. Witnesses are not going to be believed to testify vis-a-vis Ruvain. Why not? Because it's a testimony that is not subject to Azama. Why not? Why not? Because you're testifying about a dead man. Because it's about a dead man, therefore, again, there's no Hazam possibility. Therefore, I'm not going to listen. Immersion, 1 second. Hasulam, why do you need both the case of sodomizing, right, and the case of murder? Same so. Versus Hanuach. However, that's a trade case. You're right. The Kiddush case, so I will say, is actually one who sodomizes the truth. That's the Kiddush over here. The Gemara says why? It's Richale. But how do you command the Mishnah Mishma's Philip Potter? I read a book that sodomizing is like sodomizing a corpse. What's the halacha when you sodomize a corpse? Right? So if you don't know, it's okay, right? I'm actually happy with it, right? So like, what is the halacha if you sodomize a corpse? Ultimately, potter. Not good. Not good. Right. But for myself, there's no liability for that. So I would have thought that sodomizing a trefa is like sodomizing a corpse. And therefore, again, again, there's no fear there. I know who, but it's the I know. Doesn't know that as much as trefa is dead, technically speaking, it is still considered to be relations with a human being, and therefore, again, there's liability for that case. Rabbi says follows. So witnesses testify about it and were then made into Eidim Zomim, not put to death, which is what we just said before. The trefa was so witnesses testify about a trefa and then are found out to be liars and not put to death because again testifying about a dead man. But witnesses themselves are treifas who testify and are then found to be liars, even Zolomon, can be. Rashi says no. I think the treifa shows what in there. The fish she'iner b'Zolomon Zolomon. No, even witnesses are going to say right. Sorry, even witnesses who are treifas cannot be made into Eidim Zomim. Why? Because in order to be made into Eden Zolin, the witnesses who made you into Zolin themselves had to be into Zolin. Remember again, how do you become Eden Zolin? Right, witnesses show up, they testify about something. Then what happens? A second set of witnesses say, you've seen that because you were with us at the time. Well, in order for witnesses to make into Zolin, the witnesses who make them into Zolin almost have to be able to make it into Zolin. But the Zolin, this is about witnesses who are traitors came into Zolin. Why? Because the witnesses that decide about themselves are considered dead. So because the Mazinim, the witnesses who make them into Zolin cannot themselves make into Zolin, therefore on a technicality they can't be put in. Okay, incredible. Rabbi, short trace of shard chayim. Listen to this. What happens if Reuben has a shard, and Reuben's shard is a treifa? It's a treifa, right? Ultimately, again, Reuben's treifa shard. What's that law? It's chayim. Shard shard treifa shard pater. But if the owner treifa, then ultimately, again, the owner is not liable. If the shard is a treifa, the owner is liable. If the owner is a treifa and the shard kills somebody's father, which again, both say, my time was the reason. Amrikra Hashari Kel the Gamba Allah. The Pasuk says, Shar will be stoned and also his owner will be put to death. Kolecha the Karina Baby Gamba Allah, you must Karina Be Hashari Yisakel. Kolecha look Karina Be Gamba Allah, you must look Karina Be Hashari Yisakel. So essentially, it's a wherever the owner could be put to death, that's when the shard can be executed. But if the owner can't be put to death, then the shard is not executed. And therefore, in this case, if the owner is a treifa, the owner can't be put to death. So because the owner can't be put to death, the shard can't be put to death. Rashi says, shard treifa nami shard pater. Even if the owner is totally fine, but the shard is a treifa. You also can't put the shard to death. Why not? My time, even the violent of the TV, shard nami pater, because essentially Rabbi is going to say like this. In case is the owner himself to be pater, right? The shard will be pater under similar circumstances. So since the owner would be pater if he is a the owner will also be sorry. Since if the owner will be pater, so too if the shard is a treifa, the shard will also be pater. Okay, incredible. She's about to tell it. So remember again back in the Mishnah, what happened in the Mishnah? We had an interesting case of what happens if Ruben takes a snake. He holds the snake's mouth open and he takes the snake off. So in that case, again, it's as follows: that in a snake, the poison, Ruben is directly putting shit by inserting the fang of the snake into the shimon's head. And therefore, again, Gish B'Sayif, ultimately, again, Ruben is going to be right, liable to death by beheading. The Nachash Pater, again, it's Pater. Don't do anything to the Nachash. Why? Because the Nachash is like a sword. The Nachash didn't do anything because the venom is just already right there. It's already present. It's already present. The difference from the Nachash. I mean, all that's Nachash. No, that's true. A snake decides to produce its own venom. And therefore, though Ruben taking the teeth of the snake and plunging it into the hands of Shimon, it's the snake that's producing the venom. And therefore, it's the snake that's killing Shimon, not Ruben. And therefore, again, halacha l'sar. Therefore, Gemara says, the aras nachash matzmo l'maki lefichach nachash tilo b'makish pater. Therefore, halacha l'sar, again, the snake is going to be executed. But also, again, Ruben. ultimately like the Chachamim, that we don't view that as being there on the tips fangs of the snake. And therefore, we view this case, even though Ruvain himself is taking the snake, putting it into the hand of Shimon, we view that as a snake killing Shimon. And therefore, technically speaking, the snake is liable, but Shimon is not. And therefore, Shimon may not be executed again. It's up on a technicality. You know, I'll say, obviously very bad. Obviously very bad. But when I say again, that's the halacha. Mishnah. Hamakis Chavero. Bein be'even, bein be'egros, v'amdu. Ruvain is right with either with a stone or with his fist. Now what happens? Shimon doesn't die immediately. Okay. Ruvain definitely delivered a death. In other words, he definitely injured him enough that he's going to die as a result of this injury. Okay. Then what happens? The Hekel Menashe. What occurred? Then Shimon Baruch Hashem had a shtickle recovery. Right, he got a little bit better. And ultimately he succumbed to his wounds. So what's in this case? So again, Ruvain injured Shimon, and Beis Din saw, okay, this was an injury that definitely could result in what ends up happening. Right, Shimon has a shtickle of Rothschild, right? But then ultimately he dies. So what's the halacha? Now when we say he dies, nothing he gets hit by a bus, right? In other words, he died like literally as a result ultimately of these injuries. But again, in the middle there was this little bit of a flaw. So what's that? Rabbi Yehuda says, Chayiv. Tanakama says ultimately again, Ruvain is going to be Chayiv for killing Shimon. Rabbi Nechemia Omer Patra Shaglai Davar. And Nechemia says, no, in this part of why never means there's some proof. Some proof that maybe Shimon's death wasn't solely the result of the injury he sustained from Ruvain, since he did have a little bit of this before. Okay, so that's Tanabana. As you dash, Rabbi Nechemia, in Yaakov, this Alex of course, Mishantel says, Ruvain injured Shimon, and then what happens? Shimon goes ahead, gets back up, he walks Amish Antel. And the Gemara says that Amish Antel means of his own strength. So what's that? 78 days, and you can't that. Therefore, again, Ruvain does not have life. But if he's a bank card, Shazema Alif. So we'll say, this is the right to tell you that if halacha remains so Shimon recovered, that Ruvain is not killed. Isn't that obvious? If Ruvain injured Shimon, Shimon is very badly injured. Then Baruch Hashem, Shimon goes ahead and he's up and down to walk from the marketplace on his own volition. So notice, okay, we don't execute Ruvain. If Shimon is there walking around the marketplace, of course you don't execute Ruvain. What's going on? So here we go. Hello. The heck of the Masha. ולאחר כך הפריד בני שהוא Other was what the Gemara said was as follows. That if Ruvain injured Shimon, and Beis Din says this was an injury that could have caused Shimon's death, but then Shimon has a shtickle before, and as a result of that, what happens? Shimon has a little bit before, and then afterwards it comes to his injury. that Reuven is part. The Reuven is part. Essentially, what the pasuk is speaking is that after the issue is a shtickle refuah, there's no other issue. Even if subsequently succumbs to his injury, Reuven is going to be part. Rabbanan, I've been now knocking my darshan days. What did Rabbanan do with this drug? Rabbi Shechoshin. He's very interesting. No, what is like this? I will say in any case of injury, right? The Reuven injured him. And now, again, we're not sure what's going to happen. The guy's in the cover. Beis Din incarcerates Reuven until we see what happens. Right? That's not what happens. They incarcerate Reuven until we see what's going to happen. But in the Kenya, Chavisha Minale, we just let me know incarceration. We've had this many times before. There is no concept of incarceration. There's no jail. There's no jail. Why? Chazal understood. Chazal understood a long time ago. Punishments are meant to be rehabilitated. That's the goal, right? Either rehabilitated or they provide a tool. Either they allow you to come back and function a member of society, or ultimately you can't come back to society. Will execute you, but the punishment atones for your sin. So in that light, locking someone up in a cell and keeping them for prolonged amounts of has zero rehabilitative effect. Right? This is not incarceration. The only time we find incarceration is when you don't know what to do with that person. So, for example, let's just moving into shipment. Is the injury going to result in death or not? We got to hold them. We got to hold them to figure out what to do. Kenya, we should no, in the coach. He's the coach. Like the coach is the guy who gets the order, chop wood on Shabbos. Chop wood on Shabbos. He publicly desecrated Shabbos. Remember again, the Bible says by the they incarcerated him. They didn't know how. They didn't know what to do.
Yo, how are you?
Koshish was different. The reason they incarcerated Koshish is they knew that they were going to execute him. What didn't they know? What didn't they know? To execute him. Last night, the lawyer in this case, we're living interested in. We don't know what to do. Right? He's living a murderer.
Yo, how are you?
We'll pick up. We're going to pick up again with this suit of incarceration tomorrow. Interesting. Was an excellent job. Excellent job. Just remember, sometimes it's not about where you end, but it's about where you begin. Right? So look at where we began.
Yo, Amaron, how are you?
Tremendous accomplishment. Everyone.
I'm doing good, bro.
Same dog, every day's a holiday, every meet's what's good in your neck of the woods. One. 100%. Well, I'm here. in the flesh, as you may have expected. How have things been for you recently? Yeah, I heard you saying that. I heard you saying that.
Nigerian person, these people are coming to us, he puts his hand so we can get on his butt, and he starts dish out the money and ask. And until she asked us, he wasn't paying. It was me $100. There's other projects that's in my inbox. It's like, I'm glad you did that. He just got me on those. He got over on me. So, but yeah, she came to me that day after it happened. It was like, I don't like how you did that. I'm like, what? I didn't know that Mr. Castro was going to do it that bad. But at the end of the day, she's thieving with family. Yeah, but that money's been paid back to the people. Like, yeah, after Carl Hudson, that he was scared that instead of black. And he still owes me money. He still owes Chibo. I end up paying another Nigerian. They act like I am not for them and talking to taking advantage of everything else that exists. And then the free time, you think that's really still. So, you know, bend over backwards and going and, you know, this course. Just put them like it, bro. Just so hard. Last 2 days, man. Really good today.
All right. Well, I'll put a smile on your face. Okay. So you said Boy got nailed in this as well.
Yeah. I paid him. You know, for like I had all the messages. Man, I had to kind of put the captive, whatever. So he knew it was real before he did it. So, I got the message.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's the phrase "time heals all wounds," and if you give it a month, there's hopefully those people who perhaps rejected you from the community will let you back. But that's okay. You don't need them. There are so many fish in the sea, as they say, and there are many opportunities, certainly on Twitter Spaces, for you to be successful. So I wouldn't sweat it too much. All right. So I know that you are a Spaces host and connections. If I may ask, do you have a link tree?
No, that was I was doing the business. I got that. Navigate through the Web3. Everybody's inbox talking about, hey, I'm this, I'm that, I'm around. Like, people don't like that. It's like, they need that say out loud. People talk to say, hey, I can do this, hey, I can do that. So you gotta take me in front. You need to now. Right? So it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, that's garbage.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Like any good people, and I was saying that I had to get back to American grounds a little bit, so like understanding situation. You know, they have their own way of things going, and they think that sometimes people are coming for them. And I was like, bro, because I called out one of the persons from Nigeria, or Nigeria, that's why they're all bad. They're like, yeah, so you called him that, you made us all bad. What? Not that. Not even sense. Like, how do you all look bad? Because he got called out. No, he's getting called out for being who he is. You guys are scared to step up and let me look crazy. You guys are the ones that are the victims, just like I am. You know what I mean? Like that whole time, the people was necessarily like inside of the season group. Yeah, he was messaging me the whole time. There's Nigerians that can't look there. I'm like, bro, that thing you're texting me right now, he's like taking me his room, family, like, bro, you see this? What you like? Here, this is him getting over somebody else, a big scam nation. I just tried to expose that, but it got that.
Okay, Amaran, what's the name of the scammer?
Fortune Cook.
Okay, I know a Fortune, but I don't know if it's the same one. Okay, yeah, I do know him. All right, so he's got a little blue pill.
Yep, little pill on his face. He looks angry right now.
Yes, sir. All right, so that's the guy to look out for.
Yep.
Okay.
I got messages from I don't know from after like this is between me and us. It seems like I got some records but yeah, they messaged me and said, bro, I was really about to come in there and come up and call it out. He said it right as I was coming up, based in this.
Okay.
Like right before, he said 2 weeks before he got me. I was like, damn, are you serious? No much y'all knew this going in. So there would have been one extra bill to the fire. Like, do you not think this is going to go amongst these American people? A good guy, first off. So you don't think that he's going to associate with other people and just let them know that, hey, person got me on. He's going to message me talking about, thanks to you, great God, let me go. Like, you mean thanks to me? You mean thanks to me?
I've got you. I don't know if you're aware. Your reverse. You're good. Okay, it's off now. No big deal. But I just there you go. Okay. No, you're good. Now it's reverse. There. Okay, it's still reversed. Do you know your camera's? You know your camera's reversed.
Is it better? It's not showing me myself. I don't know why.
Oh, okay, no big deal. Okay, so you, I mean, I feel you probably did the right thing, making the community aware what happened, and Fortune's got a strong account, and he's made a lot of connections, and was able to basically get people on his side. But it's not that big of a deal. I mean, again, give it a month, and nobody's going to remember any of this. You know how short a memory people on crypto Twitter many times have. So, if I were you, I mean, you have a very strong American community, and you have a very strong account. So,
No, I actually don't.
hold on.
That's
Let
why I'm
me
saying
see.
I'm trying to get back there. I got a recovery point. What's the recovery point?
What?
I created a tantrum. She was a Nigerian dude. I didn't know that's so I created the tantrum, and yeah, she added them in, but like I put out a like other kids remove another ad.
Okay.
I created the
So, Project Pitch Room, you created that?
yes.
And kicked you out?
Yeah.
No way. Who kicked you out? No way. Okay. Well, I mean, you do have a pretty strong account. It's 2,500 followers. All right. Let me see, Lala. All right.
Her name is moving good in Nigeria because a lot of stuff all the time.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong with anyway stuff like that. But he really has so everything went down. It's like we was mainly focused on not mainly focused, but the people who were going to stay for months and need more help. I thought he should give they are moving against it.
Sure. If I may ask, what makes you think you don't have a strong X account? Okay. I mean,
They might still be following me, but it's only probably just because they're watching. Following around.
okay. But, I mean, you're a well-known co-host at Spaces. I mean, that's how I got to know you. And you've always been, I think, a good leader in the community. For the people who are abandoning you or blocking you out, there's nothing you can really do about that. I wasn't aware that you could kick out an admin if they started their own group chat or whatever either. So that's a surprise to some extent. But all right. So if you're just I mean, I appreciate you sharing that. A lot of really good information, but you still have really great connections, like you were saying, Lazy Poss and some other people. Like you're still connected to some devs, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so like a few Nigerians, not like everybody in Nigeria, but like a few Nigerians are upset.
Not everybody. Not everybody. The one who making money from
Right. How much did you lose from him? How much did you lose from him?
$100 for me. I gave him 50 in cash and $50 in my token that I had. That's how I really got connected with all our first co-hosts. Yeah. And then when I he turned around and asked me for it. Like, bro, I give you $100. You go up to since you want money, but he asked her for the game when I came to her and hey, this is how we move through this stuff. He's like, what are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe not trying to, you know, put him out there or whatever, but he was like, that's how me and her. But he not over me. I let her go because I felt like it was more, you know, he can get over on America, cool. But then it started coming, people from Nigeria started coming from us like, hey, Fortune didn't pay this, Fortune didn't do this, Fortune didn't do that. He was like, hey, yo, people, man, like, I understand me in a sense. Like, yo, people, bro.
Right. Okay. So what did you what is your goal in Web3 aside from as much money as possible? Do you want to be a what do you want?
So making money through Web3 is my goal. Being monetized and making about it can be alright, but I ain't gonna have enough time in my days you know, I'm here all day long, you know, make money or do anything like that. I mean, I am almost monetized. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna be my. Because like I said, I was doing some rotating off on days. So, but I'll still be throughout, you know, probably tapping in on spaces throughout, being able to be a space host.
Absolutely, totally under that. With your landscaping business, do you have social media for it? I'm not asking for it. I'm just you do. Okay, excellent. So that's YouTube, YouTube.
Yeah, not on YouTube as much because it's so hard to upload video footage.
Yeah, what are you talking about? You could have excellent content before and after, just short videos of what you've done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do that. On like yeah, I haven't used YouTube like that.
All right, but I mean, can't you just?
I've been a business for about 5 years.
Okay, can't you just take the video that you upload to TikTok and Instagram and just upload it to YouTube Shorts?
Yeah.
All right. I mean, I'm just saying it has the most amount of eyeballs on it than any website, Instagram. Absolutely, it's true. Your Gemini's your business. Does it populate? Does it show?
No.
Okay, so we need to change that. When somebody looks up your business, it should say this is Amarian's Lawn Care or Amarian's Landscaping Services or whatever. It's been in business since 2020. Has a
Well, I mean, on Google, you done Google Ads for.
No, not Google Ads. No, I'm saying if somebody looks you up on AI, does AI know about your business? And you're saying no. Like if I grab, if I grab your business right now, and you can change that, then you can make it more successful, so that basically is working in your favor. When people are looking for lawn care near me, and Google.
Actually, type it up. I guess you might be able to type it up. It's Your Way Lawn and Landscape.
Okay, just one moment. Okay, what's it called?
Your Way Lawn and Landscape.
YOUR space WAY.
The N symbol looks like an 8.
And yes.
Well, lawn before that though. LAWN.
Sure. And landscaping. Okay, so it's thinking. There are several businesses, several landscaping lawn care businesses with names similar to Your Way Lawn and Landscaping across the U.S. All right, is yours in Michigan, New Jersey, North Carolina?
No, Kentucky.
Okay, I found it. Okay, specializes in lawn maintenance, landscape design, and installation for residential and commercial property. So AI already knows about you. You just want to make sure that it says positive things about you. That's really important. Okay, but I mean, with that being said, that's your business. For you, look, this is just advice that I have for you. Take it. It's free, but I say this to everybody. It really helps them. So, say the same thing for you. You have a small but moving towards a medium-sized Twitter account. More importantly, though, you have a great personality, you have great charisma, and you're well known in the Twitter space world. If I were you, I would create my link tree. First thing that I would do for myself. And then what I would do is I would populate it with the 30 top social media platforms in the world that are all free to you. Now you're right, that's a lot of social media. I don't know if I need all that. And you have your business, so but if you want to ensure that when people Google your username or find out information about you, you want to make sure that you dominate search engines, you dominate social media, and you dominate AI. And so things like just even having your YouTube account created, having an Instagram created, having a TikTok created, having a Snapchat created, having a Reddit created, and an Imager and a LinkedIn. And all of these others are going to make you a powerhouse in terms of social media marketing. And when you go into a Twitter space, and you get somebody who comes up there and they're going to look you up. You're going to get positive information about what you are, who you are, what you do, and what your goals are. Now, you may say, all right, so what do I do? Just create the social media accounts? Well, essentially, you're not a social media marketer per se, but in your own way you are. And I want you to get more well known. If you lost your Twitter account today, people still be able to connect with you one way or another. And it's nice to have redundant connection that, okay, like if I lost my account today, it's not that big of a deal. I've lost 2,000 X accounts. I have more X accounts than any person ever. Why is it not that big of a deal to me? Because I have the 20 or whatever people in here who I really connect with more than just on X. So I have like backups, and I want you to have the same thing. So what is the strategy? It's really first is give you 30 different places for you to be able to promote yourself. The second is it gives you 30 different places to promote your clients. Now I understand you've got a full-time business, so it's not as important, but it really, you should be using this for your business as well. Thirdly, it gives people more opportunities to be able to connect with you, open up communication channels for you to get future business. Fourthly, it allows you to dominate social media. It allows you to dominate search engines. It allows you to dominate AI. And then finally, it's going to make it really difficult to be able to impersonate you so that people don't get scammed and that you keep a good reputation. Whether it's your account on X or your business account, you don't want people to steal that name from you, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Exactly. So then what you do, at least we'll talk about, I mean, really, I'd be doing this for your business because you always need more customers generally. But I can say this for your personal social media. We'll talk about that first. So what you do then, once you create all the accounts, you connect them to your link tree. You're going to be really proud of that link tree. Anytime anybody wants to look anything up about you, they don't have to go to, well, I'm Amarian123 on YouTube, and I don't have a Snapchat account, and I'm the Amarian574 on Instagram. They don't have to go to a whole bunch. You just say, go to my link tree. You'll see all of my different media. It will be all
Cameron. I just took the A off of it just so, because,
Cameron. Okay.
People be so my name's Cameron, so I just took this.
Excellent. So it's pronounced Amarin. Well, I'll call you Cameron. Okay, excellent. So then you won't have all the different like configurations. You'll have everything streamlined. Okay, once you do that, then you're like, okay, Rabbi, I've got them. They're connected. It's free. Now what do I do? Well, then what we do is we go to Grok, the Imagine function, and we put some content on your social media. Now, I understand you've got the lawn care, the landscape business, that's separate. This is just for you to be as strong of a social media entity as possible. We put some simple videos up there, like 5-10 seconds, that just say, hi, I'm Amarin. I am a Web3 marketer. I'd love to help you to promote your project. And I'm also a Web3 host. Connect with me. I'd love to start a partnership, or whatever you want to say. I mean, we'll work on the semantics, but you put these videos you create and you put them on Instagram, you put them on TikTok, you put them on YouTube Shorts, so you start to dominate. And when somebody starts to look you up or Google you, because they will, you're gonna have dominated all of the results. You won't have any competition in there, and you won't have anybody who is perhaps impersonating you. Like they'll know that it's you. Then what we do, we make sure that we optimize the descriptions for your accounts. We optimize the titles for your videos, the hashtags, the descriptions for your videos, and profile pictures optimized. Then what do? I mean, you already know a lot of this. I teach this to a lot of people just who are starting out, but you join different, which you've already started, so I know you know how to do that. Also, Discord, Telegram, Facebook, to ensure that you have the largest network it's possible, because you know your network is your net worth. And then from there, I usually help people to either get a Fiverr account. You don't really need this because you've already got a business, but it allows people to do gigs anywhere from $5 to $500, and someone like you, it might be an extra here or there if you're interested in it. But again, you've got a business, so it's not as relevant. And then I help people to be able to pitch themselves. And you already have a great personality. You already have a great personality. You're absolutely, so you don't really have that. But what this is going to do for you is make it so that somebody who is
I've had a bad, not a bad thought, but it's just like they act like they don't understand when you give them something that they're supposed to do. And then sometimes I let my emotions at that time got to me, because it's like I gave you guys 5-6 hours in my time. Y'all literally keep walking around asking you, and you just mama la, just like she's got all of them like wrapped around her finger. It's like I'm teaching you guys how to better yourself in real life. Are you worried about free giveaways from her?
Oh yeah, and that's going to happen. You know, the power of women, and especially the power of women in a Web3 space. One woman to every 50 men, it seems like. So of course they're going to bend over backwards for her. And that's not.
Were you coming to my space? I was about to start right now. I thought I'd pop in on you because you know, like real life. You know what I'm saying? I always tell people from kick you out.
Space right. I'll join your space right now.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. I don't believe or anything.
Okay. Totally understand. When you started, I'll join it right now. Keep an eye out for the link. Let me ask you. No, you're good.
I'm gonna we're doing a couple of giveaways. People like this. I still want to be a good guy. I'm not trying to, they all think like, oh, what he said to quarantine. I'm just like, oh, came at me sideways. I was like, bro, you don't think he's not. One thing I said bad. I'm mad at myself for it. I said, you don't think he's. I said, it's Christmas time. And I didn't mean that as in,
right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you get shut down by mass reporting, bro.
Motivated.
Like, I would pay them if I had to get you mad at them. at the time when I was talking, I'm a tourist, so I'm talking, my thumbs weren't working correctly. I think I'm also ADHD. Sometimes things come out in form, but it's not like, should have worded it like that. I could have did it like this. They're like, well, why say something? And then come back and say, so somebody is a person, and somebody can also realize when they went wrong. Like, just because it's not right at all the time or right, whatever, it's good for a person to write their own. Somebody else to be like, hey, well, you were wrong here. You need to apologize. No, if somebody can come up and like, hey, I acknowledge that I did this. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I did wrong with that about the community. But I didn't mean no ill will against them.
Yeah, you meant hungry and motivated. That's understandable.
That's what I meant. And told them like, so the next day when I got on, they all started telling me, "Hey, man, you think you built us? We was doing way better before you came, and we do graphics. You think I never said I built you? That's the reason why I wanted to help. Never go to sleep. You're always here. So why not teach you some better skills to do or anything? You know what I'm saying? Make it seem like I feel like I made them, because I showed them how to pump graphics through a chat GPT. I said no, but y'all wouldn't be doing it as good as you are if it wasn't correct or incorrect. So yeah, with all of that, and so it's not that I didn't give y'all my time. It's that you're just lashing out because I did not take it easy on Fortnite. And we didn't allow him to go through every space, and all the devs don't know about this. No, we're not going to keep this in the background. They want us to keep it in. They said we should have did this in our Discord. Why? Then who else would know about it besides us?
Exactly.
It's been going on for months.
Exactly.
It's been going on for months.
Well,
so what do I got? What can I do at the end of the day? Trying to be a good person in space. I could have went about it probably differently. She was like, you need to have a purple pill. I said, what are you talking about? You sent me these messages to send to this guy to put him on blast. I'm trying to figure out, like, what is your explanation of putting somebody on blast? Because you can't put them on blast without receipts.
And you had the receipts, and you were promoting, or you were publicizing. I get it.
She sent me. Her ex sent me. The two women. They both sent me the receipts to send to the guy. And I even answered before I sent them. I said, if you're not cool with this, I'll back it. She sent them anyway. So I feel like I'm broke. At the end of the day, I feel set up. So it's just hurtful for real.
All right. Well, I can tell you, if you host spaces with any regularity for the next month, you'll have a whole new group of people who want to connect with you. You won't have to worry about these people, and they're going to forget about it. I'm going to join your space in a moment. Before you start it, though, would you please look at the top of this Discord? Is a red circle that says 24/7 live YouTube streams.
Yeah.
Would you please look at that link? And the reason why I want you to do this is because I want you to see how many live streams I have going. You hear me talk about it, but until you how many live streams I have going, it doesn't really click with people.
Yeah, I see you got 5 of them right now.
I'll have more than
four.
Hold on. I should have more than 5. I'm going to.
You said 5 members in here. Was it me?
No. No. Oh, yeah. No, that's different. Apologies. I'm glad you said that. Okay, at the very top of the Discord, you see browse channels, shalom, welcome, rule, announcements, and then there's a red circle that says 24/7 live YouTube streams. You scroll all the way, scroll up to the top, not of, but all the way to the top of the.
Okay, I see it now.
Okay, you see. Yeah. Okay, I'll show you just like what happens when you click it. It just goes to opens up YouTube. I want you to open up YouTube. I want you to see how many live streams I have going simultaneously. Unlike anything you've ever seen before, but unless you see it, really know like, oh wow, this person is live on a bunch of different accounts.
So yeah, you got the Rothschild. Well, you put a Rabbi.
Scroll down and look how many live streams I have going.
Oh.
So when I say like I'm live streaming, you can watch my life in 360 degrees, and I've been doing this for 4 years. It's like it's a lot of data. Exactly. That's what I wanted you to see. So when I'm talking about like I'm building a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. You can go back to any moment of any day, essentially for the last 4 years, and not just know what was going on in my life, but what was going on in world history. I'm building something really, really big here, and if you don't actually see with your own eyes, like wow, this person has more live streams going than anybody I've ever seen. I mean, you don't know anybody who streams on more than one stream simultaneously, let alone 10 or 15.
Yeah, they're time lapping.
So essentially, that's what I want you to see. Okay.
Yeah, they're time lapping. Like I was hearing what you were saying. Like, but on this topic now.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. They're about 30. There's about a 30-second that YouTube builds for whatever reason, and it's got to go through their servers and everything. But yeah, usually that's because they're running through like music filters and movie filters, so that you're not showing anything that is copyrighted. But then once, yeah, no, I'm not saying it's the most updated, meaning like yeah, there's a little bit of a delay, but once it's on the internet, you can go back to my life for the last 4 years and see every moment of every day, essentially. And so when people, I come out of the room every day. I've streamed it. Yeah, well, so I have so many different devices that I don't take them all with me. But I've streamed as far north to Santa Barbara, as far south to San Diego, as far west of the Pacific Ocean, as far east as a desert and mountain. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, at Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California. 100% based out of Irvine. 100%. So now you know what I do. On top of that, so I've been doing the YouTube live streams for 4 years. I've been doing Twitter Spaces, video Twitter Spaces, for more than a year. Basically, you could go. I have one account that's been doing them for 1 year, 24/7. So there's like an entire year of my life on YouTube, on Twitter as well, on video, which I think is really, really cool. Nobody else does 24/7 Twitter Spaces for that long. So I have like more Twitter space data than I think that's pretty baller. Amaran, do you use an Android device or an iOS device? Okay, do you ever consider doing a video Twitter Space? Have you ever done?
That's where we're gonna start doing like training that massive people come in. Have like an actual I was going to like a show or let them see how they prompt. From there, that's how I was going to drive the traffic.
Okay, that makes sense. When you host your space, if you want more people to come in, obviously more attractive than just a regular space, but that's up to you. All right, I'm ready when you are for this space. I appreciate you checking out certainly checking out my YouTube streams, and I'm here for you if you ever need a sounding board. So have a nice.
I'll be back here after I get done, bro. Because like I said, I'm just trying to be around like-minded individuals who's trying to grow, trying to move forward. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody's holding on. Like that's the way they handle that. Yes, it's very disrespectful to me. I was like, my feelings are more precious than anything. The people that you they just want to keep asking that money.
Yeah, nobody wants that. If I may ask, what is the topic of your Twitter space going to be? How are you going to label it?
The topic is it's just like shows. I think shows of Xmas, giveaways. I didn't want it to be too complex. I usually do like involved study sessions, like where I have questions, teaching and try to like people out of their comfort zones, out of their what put them what read their reply. How many replies you doing? How many accounts have you went through? How many that? But ever since the day, I don't really know how many people are going to attend that, but I just got to. Sorry, but today is going to be a giveaway. 3 days.
Excellent. The fact that you have the word chill in there will get people in, just people who want to promote their own project. So when I'm gonna go to your account right now on X and watch for it to start up, and then I'll join your space. Okay? Excellent. Pleasure to meet you. Absolutely, my friend.
created an animal to be drawn on a bomb when it was still permissible to read a carbon on the bomb. But this carbon lived around until after this resurrection. Rabbi, he put on the bomb to shine his Rabbi. After this resurrection, there are Kabbalah that they go to Shabbos, and the Lord says, for the conference of God, which I already previously, it's as if he's reading the carpet of the Zara. Now, when the Pasuk says, Rabbi, and the Hashem Shamlan, but you go to the page. You have a mitzvah outside of the Rabbi, to the carpet into the Mishkan, and mitzvah close outside of the mitzvah to all the Sikhayim. So now, the Gemara says, you have to hate on the cars. You might think to the person, you have an ownership car, they bring this person another one. This unique case, where a person is not physically concentrated as a car wants to run a bomber, and at the time they did it was permissible. Why was it permissible? Because we shot at their bombers. There was a kind of permissibility to be a car bomber in the part of the business. But that animal moved out to the commission was erected, and then some of these water, no more bombers. Now, how do you know it's lost? When a person brings that particular car bomb on a bomb, that there's not going to be cars. You have to lay on the cars. You think the person gets cars for that. Some of them have the violation of the mitzvah say, and the law say, well, cars have going to get cars. In other words, what was the point of giving this whole rights? The point of giving this whole rights is to show you that the possibility that gives with the old as the fan, Rabbi, is not talking about a person swallowing a carbon to Marcus. It's talking about a person swallowing the carbon on a privately say when that carbon was concentrated when it became hectic, when it became dedicated as a carbon, shot that carbon. Again, not a Sylvia, but ultimately we learn from some kind of use as possible, or use it for others who came last year and teach you that the first step of carbon next to the says the Rabbi parties they will use the food, parties they will both. The Pasuk did not need to say will use the food. The Pasuk did say will hear it. Person should not say. Why does it say oh? The oh uses you both. Number one, the person sets the carbon. Person sets the carbon. On a bomb. The shot Israel. But that animal was dedicated to the carbon on the shot set. Vamos, and this is going to be not saying, but what's I say? But no, as well, the word oh it teaches you that there's a problem of trusting an animal. This is literally what earlier today. Let's the person has a type of Marculus on the head of Marculus. We described yesterday this is top rock was its head. So most of the Rothschild, you find on the head of the Marculus, Mars, Swift clothing, Caleb, we the those things are part of the rather a person that for some reason or another, not exactly sure why. If the answer is great, a powerful power is slow around. And you have these units flying, oil, process and flowers, all the rest of the other power that is that anything is similar to being one of that also those things are also now out of benefit of those once it's not even. When we see what this phenomenon really means, I think we get into it. If I figured out what Mark to go into it. But ultimately what happens here is we're saying if anything is not if you can utilize the Avodah that becomes also. It's just there for another reason. Everyone can not even how do I go? I'm going to see it. I'm going to say, I'm going to go to it. That's the same word about you. There's one part where it says, but here she could say, Sora, there, she could say, it's the despisable thing that you despisable is what was it? It was 8 wood, the evidence stone, Kesef silver, resolve, and Ashtar Moab. Moab, that was his root. Yeah. Because of that, but on the bottom, because it says, when Sack was cast herself, the person not desire the silver and gold, I would lay that. But from top of that, we have a hand in one puzzle, and I lay hand in another puzzle. So what is it? Is it one hand? Or is it a layup? Look at Rothschild. I started in my hand the first rock you have to Mishnah. 8 whatever is up. I started in my hand. Imayam Mashma Shahayim leaving 8 whatever the cats have dissolved. So see the Imayam is something to use as a hakra. But a lamb, next shot he says, because I will eat the ever system. It's ever that possible. Okay, so lamb. About which is used as part of the Avodah to see what's on top of it. Not a lamb, stuff like when it's talking about things that are on top of it, double the also, if it's things used by the Avodah to be forbidden. It is not there to be used. Yeah. Anything that's used in the service of the Zara, also for the some of the big to the beautiful that's not something that makes it look nice. It's not therefore, when it comes to our Mishnah of money or clothing, we're going to have Moses So Caleb, you have money, you have clothing, or you have these Caleb, those are not going to make it nice, and therefore those are going to do some. In other words, we got to this. You want to say, hold on. Why are you learning this in a weird way? They might lay up to the opposites. Not just like when it comes to Komashi no limitations of which type of articles can use to serve the Zara. Similarly, anything which is on top of them, anything, no exclusions. You can put a hat on its head, and that's going to be a problem. Okay, well, you're not laying. That's the point. Is don't say it. First, the fact that there's something about it, which is an illusion, which is ultimately to say that that's the similar to mind doing the land, and which is done. We're just challenging the premise. Money, everyone's so money. Say guys. Beautiful. What's wrong with that? What's the yeah, man. Not talking about lots of points. It's a little bad. With money hanging around its neck, that's not very nice. Okay, beautiful compliments of us are. It's very different than a question of Dory. We're burning a bizarre clothing. Kind of wrapping a scarf around the snowman. It's not that really. Dump something on top of his head. That doesn't look nice. Which is okay. Clean. Don't ever sell no. Clean, doesn't matter. Okay. Also, anytime you can make it look nice. Or says no. I'm going to this away my skill power. My skill power. So what do my skill power around? I don't know but basically so that some type it's not something which can be viewed as a hat or a complete off. It's a long type of vessel. This is at the end wash the hand. So it's very, very nice. And that's what they put on top of his head. That's why it was. Okay, anything which is inside the person of the person of the Rothschild for the night, not possible. The word killing is a play on words from I didn't even say what to be back to the gun. So apparently a random what is that this curtain. Anything which is in that curtain, whether it's water or salt, whether it's bath, also puts the curtain. After this curtain lower, so now you also put something which is beautiful can be prohibited. And you shall know if it's not beautiful lumber to be punished. Marcus and Paul at the Lamai. Regard to us, what's new, even inside, is left outside. The showering is permissible, more than the cafe. Actually, the story of fire kind of people who live inside the apartments of what Zara. I don't know. You know, like something. So, in other words, we've got upping the habits of what Zara, that people could be created by bringing water and salt into small little service. Come on, people, actually, dedicated for the Zara. So there's going to be no limit to that. Again, the idea of Pa'ar is no limit. You don't put a curtain around the no limit. Ella, the things on the outside, the inside, the person serves Pa'ar, and outside is limit. Sorry, like, it's also. The last stop, what Zara has, the or garden or marathon bathhouse, never we had to solo. You could benefit from this garden, from this bathhouse, Rothschild. Rothschild is without paying them, not necessarily financially, monetarily, you could be paying them this. They never can, because you cannot benefit from them. How Shalom if the bathhouse, the garden is owned, is joint ownership by the Zara and by someone else. I want to never the act, let him over based whether it's with payments, without payment, to other, sell over to other. We're going today. I will just this is made by an action. A surah miyad becomes also right away, even before serving it. So Israel is honest to what Zara. Surah is not the most still able to actually serve. The Torah is the Torah called. Whatever means giving thanks for giving payment to the priests. Shlomo told us that said without giving thanks, if without giving payment, without giving thanks was payment to the priests. Roughly, what is this exclude? Told us of that. You could pay the compliment to those who serve them. Zara, most cases the shard has to be permissible. Because the law says, some say this is referring to the same code, which is as follows. This is higher for the hair. If this bathhouse or this home jointly by the Zara by others, then it says higher for the never be happy to benefit from it. So long. The Shlomo Torah. Rabbi is that the Torah, when it says the Shlomo had a benefit from it, the Torah Sacher. Just things for payment to other. The Torah is full of those problems, cannot go ahead and give thanks to the priests. So, marriage is not safe for them. The safe for the generation. Certainly in the first case. Mathematical ratio, those who are going to ratio of safer, even if you can't hear about all, because it's still not capital. You might say, when it comes to the end, I'm giving to the other side. In other words, even to the government, because I'm not paying any dues or any deficit. Where goes on? When it actually makes the because the surah, by the way, Versus shall destroy all the places where destroy all the places where they serve the brother Zara. The Caleb should stop plus become a custom dabber, plus he's talking about things that we use for a Yafa, I would take off some of the Lord Gavron, or Gavron, and then we're going to stop to the end. I would think all these cases where they were made, but they weren't finished, they were fixed, they were actually brought, or they were brought, they were, I would think Yafa was the risk. I would think that they also in this case as well. Remember, no, it has to be on the Zara was actually served by the Zara. However, Sheina Surim, the cover of here we learn that what the Zara is made by an aqua, Surah and Chetina. It's not going to be offered until it's not like that. Yes, so Surah makes you right away. Didn't Rabbi Shmuel, didn't Rabbi Shmuel. He argues and says, kill the girl. Flip it around. Other could come in as to the yard. Why not? So immediately, as soon as he finishes making it, it comes up to the Zara, and it's done even if he doesn't serve it. So, if they give it to the Zara, then after they not going to be also unless he serves with someone serves, that gets become also. So clearly it's using the kiva is the orthodox Mishnah, not like the Mishnah. It's not here for today. Everyone has a day that one will push out. All right, Mosai, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin at Gotavach. Baruch Hashem. To begin, journey up to Pesach, Hashem, Abba Aleinu L'Tovo, Daf, Hashem, beautiful daf, really. Actually, I want to come attractions this week. Ridiculous. It's too good. So good it should be. That's how good it is. Baruch Hashem. I just want to say, so we begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tavshin Hey, the Tilson Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos as a zechus for Bisaros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Cohen, Zvi Hirsch, Ben Isaac Cohen, and the Ziv Levin and Berman families of memory of Mr. Williams, Ziv, Zeb Shmuel Ben Yisrael, from the Rafa. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama the families in the Chamo, all of those who need refuah, having to the cold Choli Israel, bring home all of our hostages, our holy soldiers to be successful. Let's do that. Let us begin. Today's daf is pay test 89. We are picking up at the Mishnah on pay test. The Mishnah says as follows. Aim, yeah, hope you did your homework. Rabbi assigned some homework last night at the end of Shir. If I don't start on the right stuff on Sunday, There's absolutely no chance. And plus, if you look ahead, we have some incredible Agadata ahead of us this week, but some very long back ahead of us as well. So, got to give myself a fighting chance. Says the Mishnah on page 89a. Remember again, we are still on the incredible figure of Mamre. Same Amisis. So, Loba Bezin should be Loba Bezin should be Yahweh. So remember again, when we've learned already the halachas concerning when a zaken mamre is put to death, what type of machloks and really make the mitzvah of zaken mamre. Now it comes to the actual execution of zaken mamre. So the Mishnah says we do not execute him in the Beis Din in his city, nor do we execute him in the Beis Din in Yavne. Now, by the way, what's the Beis Din in Yavne? So look at Rashi. Rashi is about 2 lines down from the top. Initial the Shabbalishkas Hagozis. V'amru lahem v'chazru le'iro v'shay yamim ad shegalsa sanhedrin gidolo liyavne v'adayin habayim kayum yachid b'tchilo inu nisnos of Yavne. So remember again, Yavne was one of the locations that the Beis Hamikdash was exiled to. So what the initial thing is like this: in order to go ahead and execute the second Monday, the Sanhedrin has to be situated in the Lishkas Hagozis, in the chamber of human stone, based on the English compound. So if it is not sitting in its place, rightful place, even if the Beis Hamikdash is still standing, you can't execute the second Monday. Malin also a base of the Shalayim. We take the zaken mamre up to the base of the go to the high court in Shalayim. Umishamrin also ad harayel. Umimisin also beregel. So what we do is we incarcerate him, put him in a holding cell until the next upcoming Yom. So the next upcoming Yom, one of the regalim, based on Shavuos Sukkos. I just want to point out how it goes. Remember again, this is the first daf, really the first post-Purim daf to make reference to the regalim. The regalim, right? Everyone's on a journey. Everyone manish is like we're always journeying to something else. Before it's the beauty of the Yid, right? The Yid never stationary. It's never like okay, let's sit back, reflect. That's it. We're always traveling towards the next thing. So Purim is now behind us. It's again, we had the privilege to be residents of Yerushalayim. So again, for the rest of Klal Yisrael, Purim's a little bit behind us, but now. Again, Baruch Hashem, it's okay. When something's behind us, there's always something new right in front of us. Pesach is next. So again, according to the first in the mission, we'll see, we keep the Zaken Mamre in a holding cell up until the next regal, up until the next hit. When we miss regal, we execute him on Yom Tov, which really, which is fascinating. Now, why? Why Shne'emar V'chala'am Yishmu V'yirau V'lo Yizidu Al Rabbi Akiva. Because the pasuk says literally, the entire nation will hear, they will fear, and essentially they will not follow in the footsteps. These words Rabbi Akiva. So once I said what Rabbi Akiva says is like this: we gotta make spectacle out of this. People people have to see. People have to see this. People have to understand this. There has to be a public this, so that again, unfortunately, people see this kind of thing. See this by social also. People see certain things. It has a Rothschild. So the Kiva says, "We don't execute until the regalim says should become a public spectacle." The Buddha says no. Ima anis dino shal said. So Rabbi Yehuda says no. We do not delay judgment. In other words, there's absolutely no need to. So what we do is we execute immediately, because then the shulchan shluchim b'chol makolos. And what do we do? So here's everyone agrees that midoraisa is some element of publicity of this. So according to Rabbi Akiva, the publicity component is established by holding him until the regalim and executing again on the regal. But this is no, we don't do that. We'll say we do not corrupt judgment. Somebody's liable to death penalty. You execute him. In other words, we're not going to go ahead and hold him potentially months at a time. Rather, go ahead and execute him. And what we'll do is we'll send out letters. We'll send out letters to all the communities to say when we go ahead and also so we don't execute the Zakin Mamre in his local base. But Loba based in Shabi Yavne, not even in the base Yavne. Once again, based in Yavne is where the Sanhedrin itself was exiled to. Also the base in Yerushalayim. Rather, again, what are we doing? The Zakin Mamre up to the high court in Yerushalayim. Mishamrin also ad haregel, and we wait. We hold him, right? We hold him in the holding cell up until Yom Tiv. Umemisin also beregel, and we execute him on the Yom Tiv. Nemar b'chala yishmu v'iro divrei Rabbi Akiva. The pasuk says everyone will hear and they will fear. They will fear. These are the words of Rabbi Akiva. So again, remember, Rabbi Akiva is dashing the Chol Ha'am. When are you going to have time when everybody can hear about this? When Klal Yisrael is assembled in Yerushalayim for the regal, Amar Rabbi Yehuda, V'chi Ne'emar Yiru V'yiro. Does the pasuk say that they should fear and they should see? In other words, Rabbi Akiva is making this about that people should see the Zakin Mamre executed. Rabbi Yehuda says, does the pasuk say that they should fear and they should see? All it says is that they and they should fear. Gemara says, so essentially again, Rabbi Yehuda says, as long as people hear it, they don't need to see it. They don't need to see it. As long as they hear it, that's more than enough. Furthermore, again, why go ahead and delay his judgment? It's interesting that Rabbi understands this to be like an Inuit, Inuit means like corruption of the din. It's an interesting so life. We know life is I had like a little bit of an ongoing joke. Okay, I'll call it a joke. Like every child has stuff that their parents will always say over and over and over. So my parents like a joke, like for lunch. I always try to tell my kids is whatever is going on in life, lean into it. Just lean into it. Again, we spend so much time getting upset about things that don't go our way, or lamenting things that don't go our way, or trying to pretend like they're not. Just lean into it. Sometimes in life is so much about taking whatever the current circumstances is, just lean into it and just go. You're going to be great. You're going to be fine. You're going to figure it out. So it's interesting. Sometimes the greatest anxiety in life is when you know that something negative happened, but it's not happening now. I'm like waiting for this. I know it's gonna happen. I know it's gonna happen. It's not. Sometimes I'm like, you don't know how things are gonna turn out. That's one level of anxiety. But I know what is going to happen. So it's almost gonna be. This is why don't you do this to this person? I got it. He's gonna be executed. He's Zakin Mamre. So you gotta definitely execute him. But why would you delay it? What's the point? Also, we've seen this motif before, that even when you have to execute someone, you have to do it with Rachmanis. Now, to the world, that might sound like a little bit of a contradiction, but the Jew understands that sometimes you have to do difficult things, have to be done with Rachmanis as well. So there's like Mamre, okay, he bought his ticket, that's it, he's going to be executed. But why delay it? Just get it over with, and that's it. So and again, so how do we fulfill the publicity piece? Write letters, send out the letters to all the different Jewish communities. So as a Zakin member. So we'll say, so this is the fundamental machloket. Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yehuda, how we execute the Zakin member. Okay, incredible. Tanabanon. Supposed to ask Gavayta. Tanabanon. Now, it's interesting, because clearly, what you see with the Zakin Mamre is, it's not just that we execute it, but there is this din of this publicity to it, that people have to see, people have to know what it is that's happening. So the Gemara says, by the way, there are 3 situations, or 4 situations, where in general, it's not just enough to execute, but a public announcement has to be made. Number 1, Hamesis, Ramesis. Ramesis is the one who goes out and incites others to worship Avodah. Ben Sorer Umora, Zakin Mamre, and Aiden Zomim. Interesting. All of these 4 need hachraza, so they need announcements. Rashi says over here, hachraza, Ploni makes the base of other abilities. They live those as hachir. Literally, these will announce so and so is executed. There you go. All of this is done in order to create the public example, like position policy. So ultimately, again, I'm sorry, so like all of these situations, the entire nation will see. Interesting enough, the Chayes of Aiden Zomim, the locally Amar Chazlis Dasa. Sahad Sorry. What's interesting zone is the Russian is back and it's far left over. Right? Those who are why doesn't it use the same expensive Russian also with the again as Kola what's the reason? Because by English not everyone is fit for it. Avis. Avis is only why? Because they said there's certain limitations. The person gambles. They can't go ahead and do Avis, right? Because it's not there. They can't, or certain Avis can't do Avis. So because Avis itself is not public, therefore again the public admonition also doesn't have to be, or is not as sweeping as the other circumstances. Okay, that was like beautiful. Mishnah. Only 8:12 on Sunday. We've already done a whole Mishnah. Gemara. Great. Mishnah. Navi Ashag. Next guy is Chaim. Navi Ashag. False prophet. Okay. So what is he? It's nothing. Mashalo Shama. Mashalo Nemo. So what's the Navi Ashag? So again, there are a couple different examples. Number one could be a person who's prophesied something that you not hear. Okay. Or something that was not said to him. That was an interesting so let's say again, I'm standing around with my friend at Kiddush. A lot of stuff's happened at Kiddush, right? So what happens? My friend gets the Kiddush. By the way, many people right? Especially by your third Kiddush. Suddenly in the practice, right? So again, so what happens? I'm standing next to Ruben. Ruben gets an Nevuah. Now it happens to be, it's a legitimate Nevuah, right? Case number one is, I prophesy something that was not said. Case number two, the emotion gave my friend the Nevuah. I heard, right? I heard the Nevuah, and I say it over. That's not my prophecy to give. That's not my prophecy to give. That also falls under the category, under the umbrella of Navi Sheker. In these cases, Misasa B'Adam. So these individuals, like the Navi Sheker, is executed by court. So let's say Kovish is also someone who receives Nevuah or refuses to share. So receive Nevuah and refuse to share it. Or one who goes ahead and disregards the word of another. Who receives Nevuah violates the only word that he received. So all these cases, these individuals again get into death at the hands of incredible. Anochi at Rosh. I'm establishing all this stuff. I'm going to into all these cases. If somebody prophesies in the name of an apple, and what happens? And again, it says literally again, listen to what the apple said. Even if what he's saying is factually correct. Because let's say a person comes along and says, I hereby say in the name of Sarah that one is supposed to, avoid kindling the fire on Shabbos. Okay, right? So in other words, the Mishnah says even though he's not saying anything wrong, and what he's saying is actually in line with what we believe as well, the fact that he's giving it over in the name of an Avodah Torah by definition makes him wild. Habal, ish, a person who is adultery, Kevin Shinik, the Solid Shasa, Balance, Abish, so again, if a man has a relationship with a married woman, even if this married woman has not yet lived with her husband, and Irusin, and not Nisun, or they just come out and Nisun, but again, they did not get how well the adulterer is punished by there's someone made best point of all remember a bas when you commit adultery, what's your din straight up. Remember again that's a unique din for her because not applied to her adulterer, nor does it apply to so many like meaning witnesses testify falsely about her. Shekal Muslim Makdimim La'osim. He's supposed to be the best coin about it. Because in general, again, they work so it takes way more exception to this is even by a coin, she gets straight off, but they, as well as the adulterer, forget. Okay, incredible. Says, so let's analyze. Says the UR. There are three all categories of false prophets. Three of them ultimately are killed by a court, and three of them edition and it's not a Mashalo Shama, Umashalo Nemarabon. She was this ultimate again, person goes ahead and something, or I should say, that was a prophecy that was not said. Essentially, they're inventing prophecy. Now, again, this is prophecy in the name of right? So, a person is inventing prophecy, or they go ahead and they convey prophecy that was said to someone else. Or, and it's not the shame of all this stuff happening. Right? It's not the shame of all this stuff happening. Or a person goes ahead and prophesies the name of Avodah, right? As we said before. Even if what this thing is factually correct, the halacha is Misasan Bidei Adam. All three of these individuals are executed by a human person. It was first, and that he will receive his work. But does not share it. And the back of the video, somebody disregards the words of the Rabbi. The Navi shop or Navi disregards his own prophecy. Misasa Bidei ultimately, again, death is at the hands of heaven. We'll say it's interesting to note this idea. I understand why if somebody prophesies, the person says, I received the word from the I understand what this is. Right? It makes sense. It makes sense. Inventing prophecy. Now, let's say, but if I go ahead and I hear a prophecy given to someone else and I give it her, I understand that it's not good. Why is it if he is me so? Like, what's that? I'm not making up new information. information is factual, the information is correct. But now again, we'll see the puzzle, we'll see why these rebels are like the shkatik. What's wrong with it? Say the worst available a person could commit in life is trying to be someone else. At the end of the day, the avodah in life is never to be someone else. The goal is to become the best version of you. So when a person has a prophecy that was given to someone else, that prophecy was given to Ruvain. It's not mine. It's not mine. When I take the prophecy and I now make it mine, that's me trying to become Ruvain. The avodah trying to become someone else in life. That's such a tachlis. You know, such an interesting thing because we often spend so much time trying to become other people. We see other people who kind of represent a model of success. Then I want to be that guy. Now, again, there's something to learn from that. As easy as come on, I can learn from every person. But my goal is never to become someone else. So this notion when you take the nevuah that was given to someone else and you make it your own, that is the highest fundamental level of personalistic application. That again, my avoda is to me and to be the best person. You take someone else's nevuah and you make it your own. What are you doing? That's not a life. Because you know, if you fall into that trap, always trying to become someone else. Like, you know, because there's always someone better. There's always someone more successful. There's always someone this. Don't spend your life trying to be like other people. Rather spend your life trying to become the best version of you. Incredible. All right, let's go back. It says Gemara. Good. So where do you know all this from? Says, so I'll say so ultimately again, the Navi who will intentionally try to say something over in my name. That who's that? Therefore, Navi who invented a prophecy is giving over something that was not given. Okay, next. Vasher lo tzivisi. I did not command it to him. But that first that I did command it to Navi. So what is that referring to? That refers ultimately again to a prophet over something that and he will go ahead and say something over the name of God. That first that someone prophesies in the name of idolatry. Again, what's the concept of that? The concept of that is what? Even if informationally what you are saying is correct, the fact that it's being over the name of the Zara makes it liable to death. And in all of these cases, what does the pasuk say? This prophet will be put to death. First time, I will say again, whenever the Torah says the death penalty, it doesn't identify which death penalty the default is. kind of good. Most of the COVID is not so. I'm about to give it. I'll give it. Mommy says we should mind. Also, what about the next? This is someone who prophesizes, but again, holds back his prophecy. She doesn't share. The Vater disregards of the Navi. Or number 3, Navi who violates his own Navi. All these people have put to death the Ishmael. It's from Siv Va'ish Asher Lomah. So what's it? Says the person will not, the Navi will not listen. Kari Bay Lo Yashmiya. So we learn that not only Lo Yishma, but what Lo Yashmiya will not make it be heard. Means what? He's holding back his own prophecy. The Kari Bay, Kari Bay Lo Yashmiya, the Kari Bay Lo Yishma. See, Anochi Adrosh Emo Idish. So again, in that one pasuk is someone who disregards this. Someone hears his own prophecy, disregards, and somebody else who hears the words from Navi, and the Navi ultimately again was Kovish as who also does not share his name. And it's not a matter of Shama. I think about you some. Also, okay, fine. We'll stand on later. I'm standing. So you might use an example of it. Don't sit here and sit here and who's here and save Bayan, sit here and carnate part of itself. So this is interesting, by the way. So this is the story in Nabi of where Aram was attacking Israel. And the alliance, remember again, is a system of Malchus Israel and Malchus Israel. Malchus Israel is now by the name of Achov, king over Malchus, who was another name of Shaphat. The Shaphat is like this. Achov, unfortunately, was righteously challenged, and but they used an alliance in order to combat that. So your Shaphat, like, I'll go with you, but prophecy to back yourself, because it's like a shtickle unholy alliance. Sometimes you need to unholy alliance from unholy objectives. So I so Shaphat's like, so
Yo, what up, Benedict?
Achon's got no shortage. You think there's enough money? You can find.
How are you, big dog?
That's right. So in other words, so Achon's producing and still your Shaphat is not exactly convinced. So there was this guy Ben Kinano. What does this guy Ben Kinano do? He fakes iron horns. And it was supposed to symbolize the fact that Israel was going to pour around. They were going to be successful. Okay. So the Gemara says as follows. So my habit, so again, so now what I want to point out. Sidkia really received the promise.
Live in camp.
Was a shtickle.
Man, I'm chilling, man.
Hope you're doing well. How has Twitter been for you?
My habit showed what the city had decomposition. His spirit remember, Levels had a beautiful so that the
Did you create your link tree?
Essentially levels up.
Yeah. I did. I just created the link tree. You asked me to like videos.
Of novels came back and kind of appeared to Scythia. It was actually myself. Who was willing to go I will go and
Well, you got to do that. I know when you have. My friend, I am in the middle of a Twitter space right now. You can feel free to join it. I would love to talk to you more when it's done, Benedict. Apologies, I wish I could focus on you right now, but I'm currently a speaker. So come to the Twitter space, okay?
Why not?
Excellent, my man. Absolutely. Thank you for coming by.
And something that is not MS cannot write inside of the confines of the Ribono Shel Olam celestial sphere. Really. So ultimately, again, it was the spirit of Nabos Israeli Shana. I thought Cynthia should have been a little bit more. Signal effort all the community. It's not in the signal effort. That's interesting enough. You can have many prophets that have this same prophetic message, but each of them get it to a different way. It's actually really fascinating. The prophecy, you have multiple prophets who the same message, but no two prophets receive, for that matter, the word about the Baruch in the same way. It was like a bad job. Zodon Bibacha his Yirmia Amar, Kiflatsaska his Oscar, Zodon Bibacha. The Hassan examples of being conveying the same general concept, but each of them receiving it, conveying it in a slightly different way. Those things, it's actually a very beautiful idea. Because if you think about it, what's the Nevuah? Nevuah represents almost like the highest level of relationship with HaKadosh. So what is the Gemara saying? No two people can have the same relationship. Two people can receive basically the same message. The way that message is received and the way that message is conveyed varies from person to person. A really profound use, so which of course is not like but like every relationship with two Jews same vision as well. At the same time, like we told the same halachos, the same shul. But at the end of the day, the way we relate to God, the way we interact with God relationship, how would that Baruch Hu varies, maybe even slightly, but nevertheless there's a variance between one Jew and the next. It's incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says, good. So ultimately, yes, it's Sidkia should have realized. Now, what should Sidkia realize? Today, what is the process that we're saying the same thing? When you have people saying the same thing, that's a red flag. That's exactly the same. That's a prophetic red flag. It's Sidkia should have realized there's something going on over there. The Gemara says, so 1 second. Maybe Sidkia didn't know the same as the reason. Maybe Sidkia didn't know didn't know this halacha. To which the Gemara says, Yo, Shafat was there. And Shafat, even though I'm of these hundreds of years, Shafat said, there's something wrong over here. There's something wrong over here. Everyone is saying the same thing. So I just want to point out how profound this is. So not only is it an incredible lesson in terms of like our relationship with powerful, that all of us interact and relate, have a different relationship with Hashem. Sometimes we think like, what's the utopian view of Chazal? Can you imagine hundreds of Jews sitting together and saying the same exact thing? That's what's happening over here. First thing says, that's terrible. That's terrible. I don't want hundreds of Jews saying the same thing. You know what I want? I want hundreds of Jews saying different things, and yet all of us are sitting in the same room together and being mad and being loved. That's Achdus. That's Achdus. So we have this very skewed view of Achdus. That Achdus means like unanimity. You know, everyone's on the same page. So, yeah. A million times. What does Rashi say about Har Sinai? Har Sinai, people with one heart. Now they always say, never says Ishach. It doesn't say one people with one opinion. People with one heart. So I say so. Somebody's going to do it. And just kind of and member of my family who's a little bit more right. So he was started going on about Hashem, there should be a world in which yeshiva students are entrusted. And he went on and literally, everyone, my wife looked at me. She said, "Don't say anything." You know, it was one of those looks. Okay, so I held it together, and they jumped on this particular member of my family, and it was like it. And then what was so beautiful is that right afterwards, Baruch Hashem, like this went on for about, it felt like about 3 hours, but it was important time. So it might have been like 30 seconds, you know, but whatever, like everything was slower. But also, you know what the most beautiful thing was? That at the end, like the way it ended, I don't know how, like, I don't remember all the events. Somehow it started like that, and then about 3 seconds, 3 minutes, whatever it was just a circle of grown men holding each other. Like I said, I don't know exactly what happened, right? But what Maisa was like, isn't that what it's about? It's about the ability to help people, even if we vehemently disagree with them. It's about the ability to love people, even though you think they're absolutely unequivocally wrong and miss the mark every single step of the way. That you think that what they are saying is the most uninformed, unintelligent, incorrect thing in the world. But I love you. But so when you see hundreds of people, the same thing about saying, no, we like ourselves, right? People would say the same thing. It's so boring. It's so boring. People live like in an echo chamber. Echo chamber. That's not life, and it's certainly not cloudy stuff. The beauty of this is a lot of Jews with a lot of other things, and yes, a lot of them are uninformed, and a lot of them are incorrect, and a lot of them are just wrong. You see me after this year for all the correct opinions, right? Shitas and positions in life. I'm happy it's going to be free, right? And I'll say, but the Maisa. So what happens when you see hundreds of people all saying the same thing? That's not something's off there. You're in a room with a bunch of people and they're all saying different stuff. That's close. And Achdus is that moment when you can embrace, even after that vociferous argument. All right, good night then. So the goes right there. So what happens? So Yoshaphat says, I need someone to be in. So Achaz says, why do you want to be in? Look at all these hundreds of guys that are here. So the Gemara said, like, so my father signaled all of the ancient Nevi'im is not going to signal that. Yeah, so what I learned is this. You could have prophets all espousing the same message, but they'll be about 5 lines up at the bottom, right? But they go, but none of them give it over in the same way. Right? They all give the same message, but don't give it over. So the fact that Shepard is sitting there and hundreds of prophets who I just want to point out, these were not for earth. Prophets were actually receiving a message. But remember, the whole thing was skewed because he wanted Achab to go out to work to fall in battle. I was like, what? You got the same exact thing. That doesn't make any sense. So therefore, again, Yoshafat needs unity. Okay. So the Gemara goes like that. So Masha, good. It's not a national. What's the example of the Nabi who gives over something that was not so? Go, Kananya and Azur, so it's like Kananya and Azur. What happened to Kananya and Azur? Yirmiyahu was standing in the upper market. The Amar, Koamar, Shem Savakos, Hinini Shover as Keshes. So Yirmiyahu is giving a prophecy. Right? And Yirmiyahu says that who's to go ahead and break the bow of evil. I'm going to break the bow in order to defeat evil. Okay, so what happens? No Hananya Kabbalah the Atzmo. So Hananya hears this prophecy of Yirmiyahu and he makes Kabbalah. What's the Kabbalah? Might you know Shalopa El Lazarus Babel. So Elam, they came to Elbel. And the prophet was going to say, we're going to break the bow of you, we're going to defeat them. Now, Achaz come become a constant petzline. What's something like all time? So, Babel. So he's going to go out and he prophesies this. When Amar, Koamar, Shem spells is a new prophecy. Only one issue. And Babel gives it over. Hanan made this up. He made this up. Because he's the Kabbalah, you are treat this like a case, give it over to you. Okay, and the Stein of all this Kohabim was an example of one who prophesied his Diabal. According to Diabal, Baal was an apple bizarre. Like he had his own Nevi'im, incredible. What's an example of who's holding your own prophecy? You know, when it gets a prophecy, what does it do? It just makes so many of us are over on that. Be great. You can accomplish great things. Prophecy. And I hear this gospel, and what do I do with it? It become great. And if we suppress it, and we go, who's the one? What's an example of going in and disregarding the words of another? We'll say, I was there. No, that's who's prophesizing that day about Apple. Went over to a guy and saying to Aram, but that Achim is going to use the it, Michael. The Nabi Shafan. The guy was consumed by a lion. Okay, part of that story, but it's a different time. The Nabi Shafan, I'll give it Atzmo, and Nabi. What's what happened with Edo? The Siv, he came ahead. This was the story of Edo. Was the first king over the split mouth. Let's remember again. He started out as a good man. What ends up happening to good people? Power has no privilege. Everybody has to be overled. If that's the case, your Rabbi said people are going to be served. He built 2 golden calves. Now, in the beginning, he said, it's not a whole desire. Just to serve Hashem, serve here. But what offering is Kavaros by the shriveled up. Shriveled up. So Ego was that Nabi. The Prophet commanded Ego, eat, don't do anything, nothing. Be laser focused on your mission. Okay. So Nabi come off. So ultimately, again, what happens on the way back? They're found on a mission. You guys, you're not going to believe. You're a prophet. I'm a prophet. Listen to this guy's house and eats. That's when you see what happens when Ego left after his meal. It wasn't the prophet telling Ego. If you want to accomplish, he says, what's Zrizos? He says, why do you need Zrizos? Zrizos, everyone here in there, okay, I'll tell you why. Because so they're like, oh, you said it done. Don't get distracted, because the moment you get distracted, the metaphor process is so bad, because you have a mission point. And metaphorically, what that means is, once you get you've lost the momentum. This is what I said, for example, by learning. Right? By learning, there's this soul of learning. There's some people like that's I told you system are so low. From the people inside of the basket, the answer is nothing. So it's an expression. So you must remind master today. Who's giving you master all? I'm not giving to more than one person. Again, each person gets it differently, and each person conveys it differently. But it's even possible to sometimes change the business. And if you were to do that in large, you would inform Jewish theologians, no. Yona made Kara, Ninde Napachas. Turns over just meant in 40 days from now, So in Yonah's words, Evil Yada, Evil Tova, those kinds of metaphors and metaphors that our life is like this. It's what you make of it. As much as Rabbi knows what we're going to do, how we're going to
Hosting a wonderful space. So congratulations to you.
Bad?
Everyone follow each other. Make sure to repost the room, like the room, tag. Life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king," and stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want YouTube streams. I'm live on simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can find all my other YouTube link my profile. Additionally, in my pinned post, you'll also get that link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. We have over 2,700 community and invite you to join. In addition to making it through the use of technology, so hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an LRA raider. If you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a reply guy or a shiller, and you want a free, both personally and professionally, optimistic view on the future and hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
This is beautiful, except there's one thing. Right? So what's happening over there? So how? And then we'll say, what do you see from here? The Gemara says, what's the Gemara says? You know what the post is, right? It reduces in the statement. I must say, I can post them. This passage also saying that has Sinai. And what happened? How many missiles were fired from Iran? Like, how many missiles were fired from Iran? Miracles don't work. Miracles are good. Miracles like fireworks. You know what? That was my fault. There you go. Right? You see all the videos from the missiles from Iran. Change comes from Avoda. Change comes ultimately again from putting in the effort. That change comes from the unglory. And she pushes this up in his 9:30. But I time. Versus Vayecha, so now, by the way, now they mentioned Avram in the Gary. What's that? Avram. After what? The boy got up and he was mean. He grew up and he was mean. And very good. He published all of them. Sucking that. So the turtle dove, nothing. Little bird, nothing. Has been solved. The Fanai Yad Avram to sacrifice his son. Sucking, saying, "Give me." But ask Avram to give me his own understanding. The genesis of the Akidah was this conversation. Take your son, he's fucking over him off. I'm going to be shimmin Abba. Aim is going to be correct. This could be correct for a human being who way too many words. Like the guy, like the one valiant warrior who was like you get me, please. I'm more legal of stand victories. But it's stand from the most intense of that now, and it cements everything that's been before. I've had a powerful argument, and you've been successful in all of them. Let's say that there is no merit to the previous test. They will say, so this fails someone. Generally, the human nature is just what we remember the fail. What's the problem? So there's a beautiful idea of the Sasana. Skabra al-Tevlam Yisrael. With every single one of Amnon has that he succeeded in, every Messiah that he overcame, the Ruba Shamasilas Nefesh. It represented the ability and the willingness to give anything and everything for the people. It's not for you. That's not for you. But if you this koach with the ritual DNA of Klal, if you go to Har Moriah and you take your son, embed within Klal Yisrael is the koach and the ability to give any. But if you fail, then the truth is you know, and the intent is enough. Heroism. Right? Also, did you see one of the most striking pick every single bracha in Shemaim I've never actually shown told us. Why? What is she? This koach of Emunah. This koach, where does that come from? Where that koach comes from? Willingness to do the same. And if this baruch is kachno, peace. My own, it is the strength that is going to become part of the spiritual being. He gave us the koach to be in our nisyonos. That's why. I will say, tremendous together of us. I'll review this morning begin by thanking our sponsors for this morning's share today. Our annual Keelan Rabbi Grace in honor of their parents, Israel Grace in Zina Grace from the Rabbi, nation that have written many of their fathers that America by time was all the traditional the families in the from the east side of Dallas, really incredible job ahead of us today. So again, Rav Nachman, Ula, Abinu, our properties, Yasser, Abiyah, our Rishba, the Yayinesa, Mas. What is the halacha? It's a mash loose barrels of Yayin. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, and am I allowed to keep those proceeds? Like the existence of the INS. Now, why do I want the existence of the INS? Because I want to do that in the Bible in Rashi. The Israel Zerlot the Kibbutz Shafar on Tashi Shavu the Toscaras. So do resistance. I don't want it to break down. So therefore, Shafar. On the hand, this is a good thing. But again, ultimately, again, should be fascinating shadow. Yeah, you have the opportunity to go and do that. Plants kilayim, right? Kilayim is forbidden in school. So if an Ovid Kocham is planting kilayim behind the Jew, you can't do that. Top of Sanach Dalet, 64a. I'm not allowed to do it. Get Rashi about Ogrin. I am allowed to do that even though I'm going to get paid for working. I use out of my parnasa. So the Gemara says, financially fund a forbidden item when that definition wants the continued existence of the prohibited. Savua, second line from the top 64a. Savua Hamani, not only is there a prohibition to and facilitate things. So for example, Rashi points right Akuman Klai and the Akul. And the Akiva says also. Why? Because the act of to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is not based on the topic. I look at and give out respect because again, that's kind of in the planting of the Akiva says even if you do any sustaining, for example, the fence around the Kilayim will be problematic as well. So when you come across such Kilayim, Pasuk says the Kilayim in the field. In the Elazarea, I only know the prohibition of planting itself, like even like putting up the fence. Hamalomar, low words, words. So again, Gemara is actually able to the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly. Gemara says, "V'ilu l'nu'ute tifla shari." But ultimately, the concern that sustains the. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the Kilayim? It doesn't have to be that in the Rabbi, rather Haman. Who said this? Rabbanon. It's Rabbanon. Even only Rabbi Akiva, Rabbanon actively do something that facilitates like putting up a fence, they hold mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for it, so I'm sure that's not going to be a problem. For which the Gemara says, I'm uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do that. Ultimately, Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion, right, doesn't mean to compliment them, don't give them, still can't do it. So which the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda, Nishma Asina. You came to a favor for us, but to do something to Abu Dhabi Zara, keep on the kind of line look at Tifla Shakir. Even like they're not only can you not plant it, you not seeing the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Prohibited is absolutely permitted, and you can, which the Gemara says, is so low that there's nothing else. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss about. An apple wants to break his barrels of gas. So remember, on one hand, you could say no, because I'm just trying to hold this up. Rav Nachman said, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the idea of these activities, get paid for them and keep the proceeds, because the destruction. I will say it really is such an interesting idea. In greater society, we should take an approach of living. Yes, you know what? It's not gravel. Shouldn't be allowed to take root. It's immoral. And you're saying that it's evil. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, it become incredibly bloody. That's what it's not going to use the question of. Yes, destroy the guy. That's like trouble on you. Again, it's hard. There's often no chance. He says, Yishvar, sometimes you have to identify the side of the process. That's what it's like. Does that money in the hand of the Akum, the idolatry? So it's very interesting. So ultimately, it's not really idolatrous entity, but rather that money is just what? Zilu Zivino Daba Barahira. and they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, then and Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, my time off, it's in the customer, the level of student that they got that button. A lot of people so like after that, the Gemara says, the son tried to make it over the phone. So what happened? So the Akron went and sold his egg. So what's that? What was? The Gemara says, being actually and for a whole lot of fun. Yain Nesek, but he would have to go to one woman, someone Yain Nesek, and you got to go. In that case, sells his eye, goes well, sells gives me the proceeds, he's back to the thing, I lent him $1,000, he says, I want to pay you back, give me a couple of hours, but how do you make the worship? I want to continue existence of the one because I want to pay. The existence of that idol until the apple sells it, so I want the money. I want to continue the existence of the Yainesa because I want the money. In the state is idolatry and Yainesa, and let's say limited items. So Ger has not yet actively taken possession of Yainesa or once the Jew already owns it, there are really very limited options. Possession that is also. So we'll say, so ultimately, again, what do you see from there? That hello things, and therefore, again, it's mutter. What's the case over here? And brother Ger doesn't actually, even if it breaks, who cares? That works fine. Apparently, Rashi points out that here, Adrian water and we plants and that is also brother Ger was extinguished by the one second. Even care about the fact that it's great, right? But he does care about that. You shall here come out. No, you're bringing a lie, you're bringing a in the case of rabbis were making by the Yusha. Or Chazal were making by actually taking possession of the Yainesa or the idols. This act. Why? Why would they make by a year? That people are money. Why? In order to buy money, and again, not because of the gift, because it's unique. It's going to have a state that's comprised of many items. And when is this so? You're the piece of the Yusha that they would not have normally allowed to work this in order to be air in this precarious. How do you guys find that? Remember again, all this is the same people. Right now, she back for our so let's say this is very important. He said that Chazal will make go back to make us the Ribono Shel Olam probably would pay for us to mess up and smack us down. That's a key for us. The Ribono Shel wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal will have success, not just smack us down. When we want, we need to be successful. And when we need to relax, when success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, Chazal constantly can go ahead and follow Apple has the ability to initially become its status of the relaxation. So your question was, what is it? But again, it's like everything else, except it doesn't worship. Mission idolatry, to negate idolatry. Where it says, on one hand, the thoughts of I found it. And then you got to say like this. Anyone who's what we call a barney you must only rule out nothing. So I'm going to also nothing. Therefore, be careful that doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. That's in the marketplace. What's up? I will see now. If I look at it, I can call over an apple. Remember, I say, call over an apple. And see the apple. And you can negate that. I've always got from Shalom, the Shachadeh. No recoja un árbol, the decommission is on a bodhidara, so the fly that an árbol has the ability to relax the decommission. That means an actual árbol. Gertosha, both an actual árbol and a Gertosha, which none of the logically deconditioned is incredible, which the word says, no, natural. Rather, it could very well be the only person I've been to Kamret, I knew Shalom Shacham. said already said that R is yet the Zelaman. Ray is teaching me like this. You have two apples, right? And both work. Even if he doesn't work. So you have a number one, the apple being gate is only idolatry can change. זה כל שקיבלנו מציאות חיים שלא לעבוד עבודות חמורים. It says idolatry, that's a Gertosha. That's a Gertosha. Gentile was accepted upon himself the 7 Noahide. I didn't say actually, that's not neither of these definitions. Satisfactory, not okay for the was, but he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvahs except for all of the mitzvahs. He's not incredible.
First and foremost, follow me. I will follow you back. I am the best follow back. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. I'm in the time capsule of human. In the 1990s, Bill phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum, and I want to make you, your friends, your family, that you have generational wealth if you know organizations of your one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous available in the purple pill. You can view all my YouTube link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social. We invite you to join our community. We have over 2,700 people and such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, as we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the salination technology where we pump it onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider, or if you back, send me a DM. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
So now we just got finished. In this respect, you gotta get no shot. Which the Gemara says, no, not raised up low. Like you know, essentially, they join together, and that he can yield his rights to the other members of the house. If there is his rights for you.
And that happens to get back because I knew I had 2 projects after that.
He's not right. As long as he essentially yields his rights to someone else in the process.
Yeah, man. But anyway, I represent the WCCO community, and our WCCO
even if he's a strong woman, as long as publicly a woman is treated like a full circle, once I say they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again. Fantastic, it's beautiful, it's incredible. Mishnah days on the dollar. For today. That was a mistake that they made. You go to a whole new ship. Human infallibility. Let me see. Right there. We're over again. Rashi's example. Is water. Or blood. What are you talking about a case where they did also carbon katos moving?
Which part of Thailand you're in?
Why doesn't moving have to be the katos?
That's what I'm saying. Like if you're in hybrid community, is also growing over time because like network is expanding every time I go to one of these events like World Economic Forum on this planet.
Obviously.
It's on the stage.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for every one of the big June 5th, 2026 event. So, as I understand, Jimmy, that's when billions of trees are going to be planted. Is that a billion trees? We might have a billion and one. So, we can say more. My best to follow everyone in here. I'd appreciate if you follow me back if you can. I will. I shoot my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 360. I'm a king and everything in between. This is a real life Big Brother. This is making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global ever, which is making me very influential. All financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational one YouTube stream or two YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. You'll also find in my pin post a link to my link tree. I also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. Through the use of technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater, we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the land. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, a raider, or a shiller, or you both personally and professionally, I'm here to be a positive person and to share.
Your extended bio.
100%. You can have 50,000, and I use just about every single one of them.
Ask questions. What weird food combinations do you really enjoy?
Children's book. There's a book covered pickles, and we had a librarian when I was a kid who started that kind of hit the spot.
But this is what we pushed through. We found a way to keep making it. We were speaking with this financial institution that's a banking for Brazil. Credit projects, like the whole trees. He was like, so then we get here, that's like the project gives up. And I was like, whoa, make it all the way to the end of the process. I'm like, what? Don't do that. All right? Breathe. That is the vibe. And she was like, oh, wow, we're doing something.
I was a child since this librarian read this book to me, so perhaps who's familiar with the children's book will and who think that this is a but it is something a little different that I recall from childhood that you try it.
How is it, bro? Did you try it? Free purchase of the sauce. Booglehead is buying $5 worth of TGN. It is apparently one of the most, if not the most delicious sauce. So don't knock it till you try. Everyone should try it if you can. It makes an impact, and it's apparently a very delicious sauce. You said $5. That is over the 30%.
Just remember again, why is this important for us? Our whole
30%. More than 30%. Guys, that's what I mean by we are making businesses social enterprise that otherwise would not have even done that. I mean, Boomhead's a great guy. He has actually done a wine that helps like an animal shelter, so it's not too far from his imagination. What's it called? Barn Club.
And I buy you just in this place.
Helps animal shelters, so he's a great guy.
It's going to be nothing. Like I said, great.
But now, this is a sauce that funds the tree economy. Remember, anyone who plants any tree will get a video NFT, and in order to purchase that video NFT and support the tree planters, TGN is the currency. So there's going to be a buy pressure on TGN, and then people get the TGN from planting trees. So even if they sell it, it's still net good.
Of course we know each other. What's your name?
Potentially buy pressure, but we also are stacking all of these social enterprise partnerships. So as you stake Solani, for example, with Glean, you're automatically making impact with their trees, and we're launching merch, partnering with a luxury fashion brand, and they're all going to be making impact. So this is how we can scale. We don't have to beg for donations. We can partner, and we can add value, and we can scale with these amazing social enterprises. We're at bit advantage.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, how do we go about planting a tree? Do we just plant it anywhere, or do we need to go to a special location?
What?
That's a good question. So I would So you plant
I
any
was
tree
not going to
anywhere.
say first. He said, I just want to go on that guy. Hey, so nice, you shouldn't do that, Rabbi. So again, wasn't I
Probably
watching?
ask your favorite LLM, like, hey, this is the area, what are the native tree species? Or you could go, so like, depending where you are, like, you're in Australia,
I was
or
going
even Google, like, nursery near me, you'll probably find, like, a tree nursery where you can
There's
buy
like
the
other
seeds
men.
and, like, they'll advise you on which ones to be planting where, and then you can see what's like the thing. Another thing, like,
What occurred?
I mean,
Guess who came back?
some people want to plant in the backyard,
Right?
like, that could totally work. I know some people who, like,
Oh, yeah. Oh.
everyone here eats fruit, right? So
what's that, huh? Chayeves the carbon. Ultimately,
you germinate the seeds, and then you can plant that.
she is Chayeves. Now, again,
Backyard, next thing you know, you got like an apple tree. So like that could totally work. Or it's
now
through,
why
like,
wasn't
community
watch
gardens,
this?
like, you don't have like a backyard, like
No.
community garden. These exist in a bunch of places. Or if you like by the nursery, you could also pay where my plants, or you can connect with a local nonprofit. One thing that we're also partnering on is a platform that connects all of the tree planting nonprofits, community-based organizations, government-led planting, and the people who want to volunteers want to plant trees.
What isn't formulated beside? He says ultimately again,
where people are planting it, if they have certain areas where they want those trees
nothing.
planted, and we have permission to do so. That's a really good connection point. And so leading up to this Gobian tree day, you want to be the hub for people to know where they can plant, the everyday citizen, right? Because we're going to be having some really influential people who are going to be mobilizing their following to plant trees, and people got to know where they can do that. So connecting with nonprofits, I think, is a great step. Or sometimes if there are government-led programs, they can also map out all the different locations. And it's about just letting them know where they can work. You still got your hand up there, good advantage.
Yeah, that was great.
Right across the
Very
mountain, you're
insightful.
right.
So, another question. So, with the NFTs that you get
Awesome.
for planting a tree, is there like a limit to how many you can get? And is there a limit to
This is all Rabbi is bringing all this. So back up a Diddy's version that gives a was a rough. You might have said, what is it? Karim Atem Lasos. Shmuel will say now again, exactly the same. Shmuel says that the formulation of the base is all base needs to. One who says, and the
Where's this?
that's the end.
I live in the countryside.
I would prefer the countryside.
We had that little fight.
On the previous version of thy but again, we'll I'm gonna be out of all those man. Basically saying that something is telling you, oh, both versions. Place to the wicked is like your theme. And therefore, again, just to understand the way that and give it that if someone Moses, remember again, what happened is just now I have part one. Is went ahead and amazing. So both sides, so now PM. Father, which How based on Shekhem the water? Get ready. Okay. Caleb the Shuman. Now we'll say, now watch this. So get ready for this. Daisy, part one of the story. Daisy went ahead and said that. One is Caleb, one is Shuman. Shuman is free. The intention is to eat and he eats the so Ruben, exactly.
These Nigerian, all of these bloggers and all of this. I just don't on their notification. Once they post like this, once ASAP. And some of the times, if they even post like this and I'm going to already, I don't see like already 10 comments already. I'll be like, are they bots or something? But then again, they are human beings like us. They are human beings like me. So that's just this that.
So this is very interesting. So essentially, according to Rabbi, the Mishnah, also skip.
like,
So again, there's two versions of Rabbi over here. So the Gemara says, you know, so the Pshita of the Rabbi,
and I got a job as a community manager, if you mean so. To be paid $100 a week. And
so basically,
after getting my tag, I worked for 3 days, and the dad was like, yo, something came up and all that, and blah, 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 blah. I needed to change my community manager. And I was like, yo, I've not actually completed the weekend. Is there anything wrong? He was like, no, I'm doing a great job, but he actually saw somebody that had been begging him to receive cheaper
went ahead and accidentally the date
which was
you
about
must have shown it up here in Rabbi. So Rabbi said, why do you need that lesson of showing out here? Just say, yeah, okay.
I was supposed to collect, and he was like, yo, I can collect $30 for
But
this job, and this person is trying to repeat, blah, 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 blah. So, I did not start begging them that, you know, we can actually negotiate. All I said was, alright, it's fine.
One second.
Since I've not worked for a long period of time, alright. So I just had to like end the day, and bro, I told you, he confirmed, when he paid the $30, and the guy just ran off with the money. Not that he ran off, he was like, not showing up in the community again. So if you just remind him, we'll be like, he's so sorry, he has this, his phone has blah blah blah. Giving excuses that will actually make it them sending funds to fix his problems and all of that. So I was like, oh yo, you know, most of these people don't actually know the words of what they have because we see some people coming in cheap and all of that. But that's cool, but blah 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 blah. I know
Maybe not. Maybe
has Casca and I really want to give you guys should be on for a couple of times. Rabbi talk because I actually got a quick alpha and it's so fast in what it does. You know, not taking the time. So Rabbi, what's the problem?
Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. Anyone, if you're hearing my voice, I've done my best to follow all of you, and I appreciate the follow back. I am the easiest follow back in the world. I follow everyone back. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Big Brother. This is a real life Truman Show. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you're interested in looking at my YouTube streams, they're available in a link in my profile. Additionally, they're in my pinned post. You will also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I'm an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Good metric for a
That's
contest.
fire, bro. I hope you heard from Rabbi and Rabbi, sorry, and we all can do to even asking questions if you want to asking questions and yeah, join his Discord because I'm actually in this Discord community and guys actually building something great and bro, you only need to stay fucking locked in and connect with great
Take a personal bring the cover podcast.
Rabbi, I really appreciate you for that 100%. Small design. I see you in
Most
some
absolute is excluded. Or it's excluded. Come over.
So I mean,
They told us to get carbon off.
okay, yeah. So the reason why I'm raising my hand for you right now is I want to like you from anyone that I followed her or you haven't really told you for us. I really like you. Feel like just learn from you. You mentioned in there that you just through what you need to do and stuff like that. Okay, so I'm like get to you and learn some stuff from you. So just thank you. I really appreciate it. You will stop for the then welcome you with your DM. Thank you. So we know the story of what's your experience in 2025. Actually, I enjoy this story, particularly like depending on that is over this. You have this like experience, so I enjoy that. That's okay.
Taylor. So what?
You talking to me, bro? Yes, like I said, I don't have any story based on the web TV. Like I don't have like the experience of this normal life accident. I don't know that's yeah, it matters, bro. Give us your idea, bro. Person gets no best time, bro. Okay, thank you. So 25 hours asking a really tough, like I'm saying. Yeah, actually I'm not just like anymore. I can't do that steroid. So this year it's like things that I actually wanted to focus more on my business, offline business actually. I'm selling laptops. So what unfortunately for me because I have the willingness to work, I have the intention and the mindset to do more, to do something good and to do more. I fucked up. I didn't have a plan, and that's really affected me a lot because the big business I've been doing.
That is total.
I used to say this, visibility is not this.
51.
So there are things like if you do behind the scene, like you do indoor stuff like this, do it without like zero noise. And with time, you keep growing with it, and before you know it, if you come out of the space with something relevant, like something is sustainable, people will follow you, and you definitely will get the visibility ASAP. That is how we did it. Luckily, before I took the behavior and until I get into it, I realized that there are two different modes in the space. There are some that are keen for something to end. So this is how I used to be able to say this. I said, there are a lot of opportunities in the space. I said, opportunities are like a flag. You get it? So if you have a butterfly, like if you like chasing a butterfly, there are two things involved. Is either the butterfly should die or the butterfly should break a wing. If the butterfly breaks a wing, which means the butterfly will definitely die because it's already busy in Babylon. That's how opportunity is. Opportunity does not last. You get it? So instead of using alternative butterfly, you can't use butterfly. That means you not just have the butterfly. You have butterflies. Now it's all depends on the seeds of you get it. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So that is just like it's just very simple. You can do anything to make to get it because it's very, very simple. So let me just give you today about this how to get it to this level of person. So let's take for instance the ingredients actually. Ingredient is called cheese. So you're not like so how collective is like the ecosystem is small cheese. It's a new ecosystem. So and so like you now build for inside your important you now build around cheese. So cheese is selling eagle. That is what it sells. But you now come up like okay, instead of me flying like an eagle, like cheese, like you get it. Or probably you start building something around cheese. Maybe taking pictures of eagles, doing these things and that, making designs and stuff like that. Everybody now know you as Mr. Cheese. Do you get it? So once the ecosystem grows, you grow with it. Everybody already knows you. So that this is what this man does. He is a cheese guy. So immediately the cheese ecosystem grows, you grow with it. And that is how you how most people get big plants here in this place. That's what actually gets most. So that is just what I want to add to that. Yeah, thank you very much, Levi. Thank you very much, Levi. You know, another good example, let me just tip this in. Another good example is imagine your Facebook account that you've been using since 2000 and whatever, and your pictures are there, everything is on there. Maybe you even created a folder somewhere, like your Google Drive and all that kind of stuff. You have everything there. Web3 is this place whereby you can put that data on blockchain. And anybody that requires anything that you have in that data, because it's on blockchain and they want to purchase it, you get an incentive, you get paid. Not just giving the data to Facebook and Facebook is using the data to make your money while you are there clicking and liking and commenting and being the product for Facebook. So Web3 takes that away from those giant companies and gives it to individuals who knows how to navigate and mostly put their products on blockchain technology. For instance, I've been privileged to join a project called Ondo, like Ondo State. Project is online. What they do is they digitize properties, land, houses, anything that has to do with physical products. They digitize it, they tokenize it. The amount that product is on blockchain. So instead of me buying a whole house, you can have like 10 people buy a token of that house, and whatever, because it is on blockchain, whoever is renting the house or whoever is buying the house, when we get the money, we get equal amount of that investment. That is what that particular token. So that is Web3 in the short term. Rabbi, your answer was so
Thank you so much. When possible, may I please share my project with everyone?
Yeah, you can do that.
Thank you so much. First and foremost, I have followed everybody in this space. I'd appreciate if you would follow me back. I'm the easiest follow back in the game. I follow everyone back. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friend, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these YouTube links, they're available in my profile. Additionally, they're in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. I also have a link to my Discord, discord.me/Rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I am here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. Yo, what up, Pilly? I'll be there in a second.
Right, that's beautiful. Like, that's beautiful. You obviously, like, and the way you actually speak like this, you've been this for years, and it's just amazing. So, like, this is like, I want to ask, like, what exactly is the discussion of your podcast, of your live stream and all that? Like, what exactly do you talk much about? I know you are into supporting, helping people and all that, but what do you preach? You get it?
Absolutely. No, this is a wonderful question. I appreciate it, Levi. So I'm a futurist. I like to talk about the future. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication. Things like artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. Things like space tourism, space elevators, terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel. I like to talk about things like invisibility cloaks and Santa Claus machines, replicators, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They have made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I think this is a mind-blowing goal, and I'm excited for the world to learn about it. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think will be really exciting for the world to be able to perhaps perceive and for me to be able to archive. Other things that I talk about are things like life extension technology. When you were all born, the average life expectancy for you was maybe about 50, 60, maybe 70 years old if you're fortunate. And I want to increase that. I want to give you the resources if you want, and with your consent, to be able to utilize types of technology like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, things like nootropics, peptides, cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, red light therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, to get you to live to be over 100 years old, 120 years old. But at that point, you may say, Rabbi, it's been a really great run. My body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And again, this is all with your consent and only if you want. I want you to be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, whatever you want to be, an ethereal being. What I want you to know, though, is that this may be an option for generations of the future. And if it is, and you want to take advantage of it, I want to give you the opportunity to do so. This is essentially an idea of digital immortality. And if that's a possibility, which it may be in the future, I want to have that discussion. So these are the things that I like to discuss in addition to saving the world and helping people to be able to ensure that they have future opportunities through cryptocurrency and quantum computing. Certainly things like ending world hunger, world thirst, and certainly world peace. Those are some of the major topics that I discuss.
Yeah. In other words, we say you're discussing love, equity, and equality and all that. That is amazing. And we all know the future will be very like being. We've heard a whole lot about the future, and we all know that now the future is here. Like we are right here in the future. Because we've now been discussing AI, discussing a whole lot having a whole lot of discussions that we have never actually envisioned before that we will be having, but now we are in the world of AI and all that. So it's amazing. So I would like to say much. I believe one of us are here like want to ask questions and stuff like that. But what I'm going to say before this is that we'd love to have you here. We'd love to have you here. We'd love to always want you to share your knowledge and all that. Probably we also get give time to come to your live streams and it's to also like personally I love innovations. I love learning new things and all that. I really want to learn new things. So I wanted to go to your live stream whenever I get the chance to. We also want to be able to also to give us notifications and really appreciate that. So
Thank you for your kind words, Levi. I'd love to. I followed everybody in here, so especially when you host spaces, I'd love to attend when I can, and I'd love to share alpha. I certainly have more practical knowledge than things like anti-gravity and antimatter and all those things about which I discuss. I want to help people. I've helped more than 50 people in the last 50 days to really change their social media marketing strategies. For those of you who are interested, I can just give you a quick overview of how I help people. Many people, I really ask them to come to my Discord because I'm live in my Discord 24 hours a day. That's something that makes me different than anybody else you're going to find on the internet. Everybody else goes offline. So long as I'm awake, will answer any question that you have. I'll help you through any issue that you have. I will talk to you. I'll be your friend. I'll be your mentor. I'll be your coach. I'll do whatever it is to make you successful. First thing I ask everybody who comes in is, do you have a link tree? Many people do. Many people don't. Some people don't even know what it is. I recommend everybody have a link tree. A link tree is one link. It's free. And everything I tell you is free, by the way. It's one link where you can connect all your social media to it. And I recommend that you get the top 30 different social media accounts that are available to you. They're all free. So you may already have a YouTube account, a Facebook account, an Instagram account, a TikTok account. And that's great. I want to make sure that you have some of the other major ones like Reddit, Pinterest. People don't know Pinterest is actually a bigger website than X. X is the 16th biggest social media platform in the world. Pinterest is number 15. I want to make sure that you have Imager and certainly things like Grok and Sora and some of the other newer types of innovations that are available. Once you get all those, this is the strategy. This is why we do it. It's fivefold. So the first reason I want you to have all this social media is so that it gives you 30 places for you to be able to promote yourself. The second reason is it gives you 30 different places to promote your clients. The third reason is because it gives you 30 new communication channels for you to be able to get new clients, to get new business, to connect with new individuals, increase your network. Additionally, the fourth reason is it allows you to dominate search engines, social media, and AI. When somebody Googles you, what are they going to find? Are you just going to have one entry in there? Or are you going to dominate all 10 entries? It's up to you. If you are a marketer or you have a project, I want to ensure you're as successful as possible. And the final reason that I give for this strategy is it makes it difficult to impersonate you. Believe it or not, if you get popular on one of these social media platforms, somebody's just going to take your username and open up an account on YouTube or on Instagram or on TikTok and take your picture, your profile picture, and put that as theirs, and your description of yourself, your profile description, and put that in for themselves, and they're going to start getting business on your behalf, and they're going to ruin your good reputation. The way that you can protect yourself is by, while you're still relatively small, to ensure that you have all of this social media. And then what you do is you have all of the accounts send notifications to your email so you don't get overwhelmed with the different apps that are out there. Then what I have people do is we ensure that you have quality content on your different social media platforms. I help people using Grok's Imagine function. We create great 10-second videos that basically say, hi, I'm XYZ. I'm a Web3 marketer. I would love to help you to be able to promote your project on all my social media. If this is of interest to you, send me a DM. I'd love to connect. We create about 10 of those videos for Instagram Reels and YouTube Shorts, and certainly things like TikTok algorithm, so that you, when your clients look at your accounts, it's not just a skeleton. You have some robust content there. I also help people to then be able to maximize their descriptions, their titles, their hashtags that they're using, their profile pictures. I ensure that they know that how to create a Fiverr account. Fiverr, if you're not aware, is a third-party marketplace where you can do gig jobs anywhere from $5 to $500 or anywhere in between, so that you're able to get a little bit of an influx of finances into your account whenever you're in need. Additionally, I help people to join different communities, not just on X, not just on Discord, not just on Telegram, not just on Facebook. We want to increase your network in all of these different social media platforms, because your network is your net worth. If you lost your X account today, would people still be able to get a hold of you? Well, they would be if they were following you on the other social media platforms as well, and you could communicate to them. So it's better. It's never too late, and the best day to start doing this is today, if possible. And you should know, once we get all that arranged with people, in addition to teaching people how to make memes and market themselves with memes, and also how to clip spaces just like this one and tag the host, the co-host, and ensure that their alpha is shared to other people on the platform. I teach people how to shill themselves, how to pitch themselves, so they have a nice 30-second, 60-second, and 3-minute pitch, so they don't go into a space saying, GM to the host, GM to the co-host, GM to the speakers, GM to the audience. I don't really know what to do. I'm just here. I need a job. Send me a job. Give me a job. That's great. At least they're trying. I want people to come in and I teach people. It's not hard. I write it down for them. All they have to do is do what I say and then read what I write for them. And they come into a space and they say, GM, everyone, my name is XYZ and I'm a Web3 marketer. I would love to promote your project on my 30 different social media platforms. What this is going to do for you is it's going to help you to get more DMs. It's going to have more people buying your NFT, more people interested in your crypto. It's going to get you more impressions. You're going to rank higher on search engines. You're going to rank higher on social media. You're going to have positive effect from AI by utilizing this strategy. If this is of interest to you, send me a DM. I'd love to connect. We are changing lives by just giving people a little bit of assistance in how to market themselves. So those are some things that I'd love to share with people. If anybody's interested in what I just said, feel free to send me a DM. I'll send it to you in a message if you want, and I'll be your coach, mentor, and assistant, and anything that you need to make you successful. So I do talk about other things that are different than just some of the science fiction things that I talk about. I talk about real practical advice to help you to become more successful in whatever it is you are passionate. I'll be there in a second, Pilly.
Yeah, Rabbi, thank you for that. I really enjoyed everything that you did. I've actually checked Linktree, and I see that it's the longest Linktree I've ever seen in my life. In fact, mine only has the link, looking at yours, and it's kind of like almost 50 links here. You're doing a good job, and personally, I really appreciate you when you talk about
Yo,
futuristic stuff.
what up, blood? Levi, I'll be with you in a second. I know you.
I've been interested in knowing more about AGI for a very long time, and I'm going to be DMing you. I'll send you a message concerning list of stuff that I'd like to get done in this arena, because I see you for a lot of stuff in here. So thank you for dropping by. If you guys want to add it,
Levi, I'll be with you in just a second.
like seriously, I actually don't like. I'm looking at the Rabbi right now.
Yo, baby.
It's just so crazy. Like, it's just like, it's amazing. It's amazing. So, you're really gonna get like, I'm on DM right now. There's a lot of to go, and also this community is all that we want to know, the role of movement, and we will actually get to set up this things where you can actually get some control for it, and obviously going to teach us some things about life, also about being, also about the technology world. You get to talk about.
My pleasure. I look forward to it. And for anyone who's wondering where Levi is viewing me, he's viewing me in my Discord. So, yes, I'm live 24/7. I stand by what I do. You can watch my entire life if you want in my Discord. I have people who live in here with me and people who come in and just sleep in here with me. Whenever you need to speak with anybody, I'm here for you. I'm here to support you. To all of you, I'll read your names: Fash, Peter, Tamori, Levi, of course, Caesar, only one, Chase. I want to see you all become very successful. Not only would I like my data one day to be able to be monetized so that I'm worth a lot more money than I currently am and I'm able to make all your dreams come true. But in the meantime, I want you to be successful on your own. And together, we will ensure that everything that you ever dreamed when you were a child or a young adult or as an adult come true. And not just for you, but for your friends, for your family, everyone you encounter. I want you to be able to give the same gifts that I'm giving to people to those around you. So thank you.
No, thank you so much. Thanks so much. Thanks so much. And we're going to send you a DM, and we're going to fix a date so that you come to Spain and give us some education. So that's beautiful. So, as the video, now let's see. We must see. We pass with this all, man. I beg. Mr. Fash, you with your mic. You want to say something?
Levi, I'm sending you a message right now.
Well, actually, I was, multitasking. Yeah, thank you, everybody, for everything, for coming to stop your prayer. So, I'll be coming to your DM. There's a lot of things I want to learn and know. So, talk more your DM. So, thank you very much for, coming on to share us what you know and making us know that you can easily come.
Levi, if you can, read your DMs I just sent you on X.
So you cannot swear. I don't know if it's possible for you to talk about it. So you can be coming and you can be with us and also it's that they are free and just be part of the community for it. Right? Yeah. Thank you very much, Rabbi. I appreciate your presence here. It's actually a privilege having you. Ever you say something? No, I want to say you lose your voice. Yeah, you lose your voice. No, Rabbi, I'm totally multitasking. We do some other things. So I've been listening to everything you guys are saying, everything, everything. Yeah. Okay, so now, before Rabbi Rudy, so I want to ask question. So now, let's imagine each and every one of us here, yes, each and every one of us here, no, we have never been told about Web3 world. We know nothing about Web3 world. We have never heard about it. Now somebody can just tell us about Web3 for the very first time. And I'm curious to know what is it basically is, it's a bit complex. So, can you please tell us how we can get to make these sustainable and the generational wealth in the Web3 space?
Absolutely, Levi. 100%. All right. So first, let's talk about what Web3 is. A lot of people are going to say they're Web3 gurus, but they don't really know what Web3 means. So in order to understand what Web3 is, let's talk about what Web1 is and the timeline. So I want you to imagine a timeline going back to the late 1980s or so into the 1990s when websites were first started, when the internet was just emerging. Web 1.0, Web 1, is essentially early websites that people would have. That might be a diary, they might be a blog, they might be selling something small, but not yet into social media, which is Web 2. So into the early 21st century, so around the year 2005, in fact, if you want the exact date, when Facebook at least launched, it was February 2nd, 2005. That's when really many people consider one of the starts of Web 2.0. There were certainly social media platforms before then, but Facebook was really a game changer in these terms, and it's really one of the few ones that is still continuing with a very large audience. But before then, we had MySpace, and there was certainly AOL and some other places where people would connect. So we have Web 2, which is really social media. That's everything from Facebook to TikTok to Twitter, what we're using currently, or X. It's certainly everything from Reddit to Imgur to LinkedIn, all of the things that we think of in terms of social media. That's Web 2.0. And then there's Web 3, which is where we currently stand. And this is really the blockchain. And what this is you're going to hear are things like decentralization. You're going to hear other terms like cryptocurrency and NFTs. The first cryptocurrency that really has become mainstream is Bitcoin, allegedly started by Satoshi Nakamoto. Now, no one knows who this person really is. Anybody who says they know a lot about them is not telling you the truth, to be honest with you. There's a very high chance that Satoshi Nakamoto may be a pseudonym of somebody. We don't know too much about him, but what we do know is that his white paper around the year 2009 changed the game for everyone and really brought many of us into what's known as Web3. Now, for anyone out there, if you're listening and you may know much of what I'm going to tell you, but for those of you who don't, this is just what I feel is good advice for anyone who's a newbie in Web3. So the first thing, even if you are not into Web3 or you don't know anything about it, you want to make sure that you have a crypto wallet. If you don't know what a crypto wallet is, it's essentially a digital bank account that you will be able to store multiple things, including cryptocurrencies and NFTs. When I say cryptocurrencies, that's an overarching umbrella term for things like Bitcoin, which many of you have heard of, I'm sure, things like Ethereum, Solana, XRP, and then also things that we call sometimes in the world of meme coins, things coins that maybe aren't as valuable but are still considered cryptocurrencies. Then another arch of this under this type of Web3 world is something called the NFT, which stands for non fungible token. What these are basically like digital art that have as much value as a community wants to give them. They can be worth at times millions of dollars and at other times less than a penny, just depending. And when we have something, whether it's a cryptocurrency or an NFT, and it gets to be worthless or very, very small amounts of worth, we call this rugging. And the phrase rugging comes from the idea of having the rug pulled out from under your feet. So you might hear of someone who references a project as a rug pull. That means usually when you hear that, it's going to be a project that somebody's launching with the intent of it not to have long term value. They want to just make a quick buck, essentially. And so you'll hear many projects having the term being a rug pull. Now, I recommend everybody have a crypto wallet. If you don't know how to get one, you can get one on the major stores out there, the App Store for iOS devices, Google Play for Android devices, and you may need a different kind of crypto wallet depending on the type of cryptocurrency in which you have interest. But some of the crypto wallets allow you to have different types of cryptocurrency. Some of the major ones that you're going to hear are ones like MetaMask or Uniswap, certainly are two of the major ones, but there are many others out there. The key is when you go to get a crypto wallet, do not click a link that is sent from a friend saying, hey, this is the link that you need. Go right to the store. And the reason why we say that is because it's very easy for someone to become a middleman and to essentially have access to your crypto, your NFTs. And we don't want to give anybody any type of access. We're still in the early ages of Web3, and there aren't very many security measures for you to be able to protect yourself. So you want to be very careful on the links in which are that are sent to you. You want to be very careful on the people who you're connecting with. Someone who you may think is a friend isn't a friend, and then there may be people out there, bad actors, who are impersonating your friends, who take their profile picture and take their username and change one or two characters, and then may trick you into giving up your cryptocurrency. It can happen to the best of us. So whatever you do, you want to be very diligent. All right, but once you get your wallets, there are three kinds of wallets that you kind of really can get. Not three companies like MetaMask or Uniswap, but three different kinds. One is called a hot wallet, one is called a warm wallet, one is called a cold wallet. The hot wallet is always connected to the internet and has very few, if not any, security protocols. Basically, if somebody gets their hand on your phone and they're able to log into your MetaMask or your Uniswap or whatever wallet that you're using, they may be able to make purchases with that. They may be able to perhaps drain your wallet if they need. Additionally, there's what's known as a warm wallet, which usually has some type of two-factor authentication, but it's still connected to the internet at all times. And the two-factor authentication may be some type of email that you may get. It may be some type of biometric, like your fingerprint or something like that, that you may need to go through to be able to get into the warm wallet to make a purchase or to transfer funds. And then the final kind, the cold wallet, is not generally not connected to the internet and is the highest form of security that you can have. So what many people do, and a good advice I can give you, is if you create these types of wallets, you have very few assets or not a lot of money in your hot wallet. And whenever you start to get a lot of money in your hot wallet, you start transferring that into your cold wallet. And I should say, you shouldn't really even be using hot wallets that much. It should be warm wallets. So I should have said into your warm wallet. Those, for if you have like maybe $10 in a hot wallet, that's not that big of a deal. But once you start accruing some serious funds in the hundreds of dollars, you want to make sure that's at least in a warm wallet, and then eventually you want to make sure it gets into your cold wallet. And it is a good idea to have multiple cold wallets. Now you may say, why do I need multiple cold wallets? Well, if somebody gets into your cold wallet, you don't want them to be able to drain everything all at once. So if you break it up into a few different cold wallets, God forbid somebody gets into one of them, they're not going to be able to steal everything from you. These are just some general security practices. Now, what you're going to also want to be aware of when you create your wallet, no matter if it's a cold wallet, a warm wallet, or a hot wallet, you're going to get something called a seed phrase, SEED space PHRASE. This is essentially the keys to the castle of your crypto wallet. And it's very important that you write this down when you're creating the wallet and you store it in a safe place. I'm going to ask everybody in here, if you had a fire, God forbid, at your home or wherever you live, would you be able to get to your seed phrase? Is it in a fireproof box? Is it in a safe? Is it in some type of lockbox? If it's not, well, you're at risk perhaps on losing access to your seed phrase. So keep that in mind. A major piece of advice anybody's going to give you when you're getting involved in Web3 is never keep your seed phrase on a digital device only. Really, you don't want to keep it on a digital device, because if somebody gets into your phone or into your computer, they're going to be able to drain you, and you don't want to give them that access. You want to keep your seed phrases safe. They are essentially your gold card to be able to get into your crypto wallets. And additionally, you don't want to give your seed phrase to anyone at any time. It's something that you always want to keep private, and ensure that you don't even give it to a community member, even a friend. This is one of the closest guarded secrets that you can keep. So once you do that, and you've got everything properly stored, then the world of cryptocurrency is open to you. And if you really want to make money on cryptocurrencies, there are people who are going to tell you, oh, I've got the best NFT in the world for you. You want to buy my NFT? It's going to be worth so much. Don't listen to those people. You're going to get other people who say, I've got the best meme coin. It's the best meme coin in the world. We help to rebuild the dams of the world and the trees of the world and the flowers of the world. And that's great. And these meme coins do a lot. But if you really want to make money on it, and you always really want to be winning, really probably two of the best ways to do it is, one, to get airdrops when these cryptocurrencies launch. They many times need crypto holders, so they'll give a little bit away, and you get into airdrop groups. If you don't know how to get into an airdrop groups, you can do it on X. X has airdrop groups. It's called free airdrop groups. Just type airdrop into the X communities in the menu on the left side of X, and join the airdrop groups, and they will make you aware of whenever there's a free airdrop, and you go in there and you can start getting some free money. And believe it or not, these cryptocurrencies, because you're so early in them, will start to have some value. They'll go from being worth 0.0001 penny into sometimes hundreds, if not thousands of dollars if you hold on to them, and it's all free. All they wanted was your support at the beginning of the launch of the coin, so that's something that's very important. The other way you can make a lot of money is doing rug pulls. And it's not something that I necessarily advise you to do, especially if you're new, but it is a way that people do it. So what they'll do is they'll get a bunch of people who are very excited to make money, and they will start a coin, and they will market that coin to many different people. And very early on, you will buy a little bit of the coin or perhaps a lot of the coin and then sell it right away when it's already going up. And so you may be able to you're going to hear this in the Web3 world, X's. That means multiples of whatever it is. So you're going to be able to go maybe 2x your money, 4x your money, 10x your money, 100x your money, whatever it is. The longer you wait, though, the more opportunity, more risk you're going to be taking on. And so you will perhaps want to get out as soon as you can and then just go back into another one. One of the great platforms that you're going to find for this, I don't know if I even should use the word great, but it's one of the most common places for this, is a place known as Pump Fund. It's pump.fun. And many people are starting coins, thousands of coins every minute. And you could go in there and buy coins really early and then sell. And you're going to get a 2x, a 3x, a 4x. And you need to be satisfied with that. And you keep doing that. And you may perhaps find a lot of success with it. But if you mess up one time, you perhaps may lose all of your investment as well. Whenever we talk about Web3 assets, whether they're NFTs or whether it's perhaps cryptocurrency, there's something that you're going to hear, DYOR, do your own research. And there's no one in the world who can do the research on your behalf. So whatever it is that you're thinking of in which you're going to invest, you have to understand that this is gambling, essentially legalized gambling. You're going to be taking risks. So do your own research. Never trust anyone, not even yourselves. Do your best to ensure you do your due diligence. And if you do, there's a lot of money to be made in this. And I don't want to take up any more time of the room, but I did want to be able to at least give you an overview of what I tell anyone who's new to Web3, how they can be successful. Thank you.
That's amazing. That is beautiful. Enjoy somebody that has something about. I wish this place is now recorded. So you actually get this transcription of this big time there. Okay. It's just amazing. It's happening here. You know, like deep understanding of how to actually get to make money in this space. The thing is that I want to ask a question. I know I'm actually taking your time now, but this is what you do. This way, you are learning this, they're learning this, and I'm enjoying this as well. So, this is what I want to. How do we make a sustainable growth? Like a sustainable income, something sustainable, something that I would say, yes, this is what I do. Airdrop is not sustainable. For instance, in the past years, airdrop are actually giving out numbers of money to people and all that. And this year has been different. The other documents are happening comes out, and you probably add audio version of info file. So we add all the documents and all that, and it has actually restricted this. It has actually lost the airdrop narrative somehow because people don't get now something that I can do, and people don't get this money and I do and stuff like that. Now we're getting to saturation in the computer space. Of course, we are looking to make sure that everyone because they got it for everybody. And whether they like it or not, everybody will pay them for sure. It's certain. What I'm asking right now, because I believe we are part of the 5% people who are in the right now. Because I believe 95% of people all in that world are yet not into the computer space. So, like the 5% who are already here, what can we do that is sustainable? That can keep us on the long run before the remaining 95% of people will not be in the space. I believe that I can invest in So how do we do it? What do we do?
Excellent question. Well, the easiest way to do this is to have a source of income. So you'll find many people are already employed and they use Web3 as a way for investment. If you don't have a job, I can help you to get a job, and it could be doing something Web3 related, or perhaps you have a talent or some type of passion. So, how do you get a job? Really, firstly, you need a resume or a CV. Also, it's Latin for curriculum vitae. This is your life's work. Essentially, what it is your contact information, your uh, education history, your employment history, and what kind of job that you want. And if you don't have a resume, you don't have a CV, you need one. And if you want one, go to ChatGPT, give it your contact information, give it your employment history, give it your education history, and say what kind of job that you want. And it will make you the best resume that you've ever seen within 1 second. You take that resume and you save it. You're going to need that resume for Web3 jobs or whatever kind of jobs that it is that you may want. Then, what I advise people to do is start connecting yourself with recruiters. So let's say you're a graphic designer or a community manager, or you could even be just a social media marketer, or whatever it is that you do. You could be a creative writer, you could be a video editor, whatever it is. It helps to have somebody working on your behalf finding you a job. In addition to you finding a job, recruiters get paid to get you paid. So what you do, and I have a list of specifically Nigerian recruiters who I've been able to help people with him to connect to be able to promote themselves. I will send that list to you. Essentially, what you do is you email them your resume. They'll take a look at it. If they have anything that matches your skill set, they'll ensure that they help you to be able to interview for that job and eventually get hired for that job. Other places that you can get jobs certainly are some job boards that are available, at least in the United States and in Europe and some places in other areas of the world. Things like LinkedIn I can tell you, LinkedIn alone, I've made hundreds of thousands of dollars from jobs just in LinkedIn. There's uncapped potential just with LinkedIn. So it's really good to have a strong LinkedIn profile. But additionally, places like ZipRecruiter, Indeed, Career Builder, Monster.com, these are all job finding, job location websites. And the reason why I'm talking about getting a job first is because I want you to be able to have the funds to be able to make these investments. But I'll talk to you about how to get a job in Web3 as well. But these are places that you want to exhaust because they pay the most amount of money. So there are some job boards specifically to Africa. Jobberman is one of them. There are some others, Africa Jobs, that are going to have opportunities for you. But let's say you try all of those and they're all exhausted. Nobody wants to hire you. That's okay. No need to fret. If you use the strategy that I talked about earlier, where you create your link tree and you have all the social media that I talked about, you're going to be able to do jobs for people and you're going to be able to do them regularly for people. Now, these are still gigs. And I want you to be able to get something where you have a weekly salary. You're getting a paycheck, and we'll get to that. But basically, what you want to do is make people aware of what your skills are. And you'll go to these spaces just like we're in right now, perhaps larger spaces, perhaps even smaller spaces. And you'll go in and you'll show yourself and you'll come in and say, "Hi, everyone. My name is XYZ. I'm a Web3 marketer. I would love to be able to promote your project on my 30 different social media platforms. This is going to get you more DMs. It's going to help people to find your project on social media, on AI, on search engines. It's going to ensure that more people are buying your cryptocurrency and your NFTs. If this sounds of interest to you, let me know." You will get people who DM you and say, "Yeah, I saw your link tree. It's really impressive. I have the opportunity for you to be able to promote my project. Is this something in which you're interested?" Absolutely. And I give people a rundown. Basically, for $5, you'll post on 5 of your different platforms. For $10, you'll post on 10 of them, and for $20, you'll post on all of them for you. If they like what you do, they're going to invite you into their project and either pay you in crypto or pay you in USD or pounds or euros or whatever way you want to get paid. And they may say to you, "How would you like to be a community manager? How would you like to be a moderator?" And you say to them, "Okay, this is of interest to me. What is the pay rate, and they're going to say to you, for you, you name your price. You tell them what with that which you're comfortable, and then you're going to have a regular gig as a community manager, as a moderator, as perhaps a promoter of a project. Many people are paid not just per gig, but regularly each week by connecting with these different projects. But no one's ever going to know about them if they aren't in the trenches every single day, every single week, and every single month, making sure people know what their skill sets are. They're increasing their social media following, they're increasing their network. And when you start to do that, you're going to have more opportunities for people to be able to connect with you, to not just give you gig jobs, which are great, but real full-time roles. And so if you want a basic breakdown of what I advise, make sure that you have a resume. If you don't have one, I'll help you with yours. I really will. Just come to my Discord. I'll help you right after this call. You want to take that resume, send it to different recruiters. You want to, and then ensure that your social media is is professional and reflects who you are and what you do. And then you're going to get people, when you shill in spaces, who want to connect with you. They're going to ask you for your resume or your CV. So you want to have these things available. Also, I talked about a little earlier the joining of different communities, different X communities, different Discord communities, different Telegram communities. There are open job opportunities there. I know of some. So anyone who's interested, you can submit your curriculum vitae, your resume into these job applications, and people will review it. And if they think that you're a good fit, you're going to get a job as a community manager. You may make $100 a week, $150 a week, just perhaps replying to people, just perhaps shilling the project, promoting the project. The way that you do this, though, is by networking. And in order to be a successful networker, you need to have the profiles to be able to network. So I say, first and foremost, it starts with your resume. We build your resume into your social media platform, your social media profiles, and then we start networking, and then we have you show yourself. And if you do this enough, I'll tell you this, if you shield yourself enough, in 50 days, I got 3,000 followers on X, and this is not the only thing that I do. But if you were to say to yourself, okay, if I'm going to do that for the whole year, you're going to have 10,000 followers. Once you have an account that's a 10,000 follower account, that's a medium-sized account. People will just come to you and pay you to repost their content or to like their content or to perhaps quote repost their content. You're going to get to the point where you're going to become financially independent simply by the strength of your social media. But nobody's going to be able to follow you on social media if you don't have the account. So for anyone out there who thinks that there is a shortcut to success, it does take a lot of hard work, but it's not that hard. We're not talking about digging for minerals. We're not talking about being a farmer in the hot sun. We're not talking about some of the more difficult positions that are out there. We're talking about being diligent on your phone, staying connected, speaking clearly, networking. And with that advice, I'd say that anybody can be successful. I hope that makes sense to you.
Thanks so much for that. Thanks so much for that. Like, so much appreciated. And PUG, what you actually talking about is like
Good morning, us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. We thank our annual Carnival sponsor, Itel Sinish Bachar, dedicating all the children's sponsors this year. In the schools, this was so much to this year. Our Carnival sponsors in month, Stephen Abali, Milishova, Stephen Tarizin, Loving Area, Steve's mother, Lawrence Azim, Laura Bassett, so yours for the Raha, and inclusion for Tips, York, Tokyo, and America, all the Ministers of Love, families in the Kama, all those new reports together.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Bring our hostages home before we call us to allow our holy soldiers to be successful. The call of Nasi, David, shall share the say, protection and providence of our brothers and sisters here itself, and in result of America Hashem to a week of the struggles and decisive.
Thank you so much for your kind words. Absolutely. And to anyone who's hearing my voice, send me a DM. I'll send you the same message that I sent to Levi, and it's going to have everything that you need, including the 30 social media platforms that I think you need. And really, no one else is going to walk you through like a teacher and ensure that you have all of your social media connected. I'll look at it all. I'll make sure it's spelled correctly. I'll make sure there are no grammatical errors. You're a reflection of me at this point. I'm going to help be your mentor, and you're going to be a protege, and I want you all to be successful. The big question that I get from a lot of people is, all right, what's the catch, Rabbi? We're going to do all this, and then you're going to ask us for money. No, 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 no. I want you to keep your money. I'm never going to ask you for any money. You have my as much of my word on that as possible. I am live on 20 different YouTube streams and another 33 different platforms. I don't want your money. I want you to keep your money. I want you to be able to invest it for yourselves long term. Ideally, what I want from you is to do what I say, be successful with it, and then when other people come to you and ask how you are able to do it, you teach them the same strategies that I teach you. And notice all of the strategies that I mentioned, they're all free. Nothing that I talked about today costs you a single cent. And that's the way that I want to keep it. I don't like when people essentially gatekeep knowledge. I am a teacher at heart. I've worked as a teacher for much of my life. The term rabbi is Hebrew for teacher. I'm also a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play with much success. I've marketed technology with much success in major markets around the world to tens of millions of people, including the major cities throughout the United States. So I do have a proven track record of success. I've had major contracts with Fortune 100 companies around the world. I've launched projects in Oceania, Europe, Asia, Middle East, in Africa, in Latin America, South America, and the United States and Canada. So I have a lot of knowledge, and I feel it's not right for me to gatekeep it. I want to share it. So for anyone out there who wants this knowledge, send me a DM. I will send you the message, same message that I sent to Levi, and you can get started. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. Thank you all for being so kind to me. I really mean that. Many times people, they aren't always that nice to me. So I sincerely appreciate how kind you all have been. Thank you.
So what do you see from here? So again, the same way that if you touch someone that's oily, you become oily. If you touch something that's great, you also become great. So the Euphrates itself is not what this means. It's a big river. The Euphrates is actually a fairly large water source. But Mesa, compared to the other ones, it's not as big. But since it touches the water sources which touch Eretz Yisrael, therefore it's called Nahal HaKotel. It's called the large river.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your kind words. And I will say, many times people, when I start to speak, I have my pitch, and I've done it for 4 years, and they think it's a recording, so, or they think that I'm AI. So generally, once people recognize that I'm a real breathing person, they usually give me the benefit of the doubt, and they'll listen to everything that I have to say. But yes, if you think I'm a robot or something like that, which I get accused of almost on a daily basis, that's going to throw you off, and then you're not going to be as nice to me. But generally, I have to say, people on X have been extremely kind to me, and just I really appreciate you guys giving me the floor and the microphone to be able to share some of my knowledge. And to the people who said, "Hey, we'd like you to speak in the future," absolutely. This is not a friendship that I want for a month or a year. I want to meet you all in real life, either wherever you are, or I'll go to you, or you come to me someday. This is a lifelong partnership. I want to see success out of all of you. So thank you for the opportunity. Yo, I'll be there in just a second, guys. I'm just going to finish up in this call.
So just to point out a really beautiful word you are saying, you know what makes you great? Attachment to the land makes you great. And here by the Euphrates is if you're attached to a water source that's attached to Eretz Yisrael, that makes you great. That makes you great. Although again, the Euphrates happens to bump up against the actual physical borders of Eretz Yisrael itself. Now when you look at the map, so the Euphrates doesn't really connect to Eretz Yisrael, but physical Eretz Yisrael, the Euphrates comes next to Eretz Yisrael, not to Eretz Yisrael, but next to Eretz Yisrael. So amazingly enough, what you see from here, the kedusha of the land is such that just by touching the land, and this is what it is, where it says, Avira Da'aret Yisrael Machki. The air of Eretz Yisrael makes you smart. Makes you smart. And listen, by the way, again, all right, we spoke about already a lot, but it was really clear something. When you look at what the Mossad and the army pulled off in Iraq, and extent. Like smuggling drug pieces in like Disney bags, you know, whatever, you know, like it doesn't, like, I don't know, Thomas, you know, whatever, you know, like it doesn't, like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's a country that is less than a century
To the people in my Discord right now, I will be with you in just a moment. I just want to respond to the people who have sent me messages.
The Arab Israel the air of Eretz Yisrael gives you wisdom. See, our whole lives we thought that just meant Torah. It is definitely Torah, but it's not just Torah. It's wisdom. It's wisdom. It's the ability to think out of the box. It's the ability to think differently than the rest of the world thinks. Because you have to think differently than the rest of humanity thinks. Because your survival hinges on it. The land of Eretz Yisrael changes you. The air of Eretz Yisrael changes you. And that's why you don't know it, and we've all experienced it. You step foot in the Holy Spirit of Eretz Yisrael, and how do you feel? How do you feel? It's so different. It's just so different. What is it? What is it? I don't know what it is. But it's the Kedusha of the land.
All right, friends. Thank you so much for your patience. If you can hear me. Hey, Pilly, I know you. All right, Pilly was here first. Pilly, my man, what's up?
I'm fine, Rabbi. It's been a while. How you doing?
Oh, I'm lovely. Thank you so much for your patience. How can I help you, my man?
Because you'll become greater.
Last discussion, they asked me to create an account on some particular websites like Jobberman and etc. So I'm done with those. But the thing is that the accounts are on my personal computer. So when I'm done, when I charge it, I'm gonna show you everything I've done with the account. So I just want to ask if there is something else I can do to that.
Yeah, definitely. I will send you a list of recruiters in Nigeria specifically, and you're going to want to email your resume to them when you have the opportunity, and email it to them individually. Don't send it to them all in one message. So like you send one to one person, one to another person, one to another person, not one email to 10 different people, because that's not going to work out.
I understand you.
Excellent. So I just sent that to you on X. Take a look at it. And you know, I'm gonna see if I can help you as well with your I see you did exactly what I asked you to do with your profile picture. I want to make it a little bigger, and I'm gonna do it for you. Yours is fine; it's absolutely fine with what it is. But I'm going to take it. Let's see. Do you have the file that you have the on Pilly, your profile picture?
Profile, not really. I did as a picture.
I understand. I mean, do you have the picture? Can you send me the picture on X, please?
Okay, no problem. I'll do that right away.
Excellent. Okay, great.
In reality, the workers and the shopkeeper are both going to swear. But we're going to make the workers.
Shout out to my man Levi if you're there. I appreciate all your kind words. I'm here to help you.
We want to kind of put that claim to the test. We'll say, Halacha always assumes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, it's a pretty safe assumption. Right?
Yeah. Like, I would say I appreciate you what you actually did out. Just amazing.
Absolutely.
Add people to their time without actually getting anything in return. Yet you got this teach out knowledge this way, and it's just amazing. You don't have their time to give people knowledge. I believe knowledge is power, and knowledge and like right information is like information
obviously we actually need that information. So this is what I'm actually a community builder.
Excellent.
I'm a community builder, and also I believe Web3 is actually coming like it's coming massively to Africa, and a whole lot of people just think that we do not add any economic value to their project. They think that we get to take from them from project without actually adding value because of the years and stuff like that. So which is what I personally I actually kick against that. They actually got values. It's not as if we don't have values. We do have values. And we're not just here to take from any other project, but we do want to add what we know we can. And there's one thing I believe we actually got, which is our voice. We get to amplify projects and just actually get to bring them out of project also in order for the right eyes to get to them. And I'm talking about that. So this is how I take it to myself to get to educate people about what the field is all about, and that is what I've been doing right for 1 year now. I've been doing that for 1 year now. I've organized one event, and actually, like, I've been caught up in the moment, like, caught up with so many things whereby sometimes I find it difficult to just have a focus on my own growth personally, and and mostly people have to look at results. What have you achieved from this stuff? Though I'm surviving with this, but what have you actually achieved without people just want to see results from you. What have you bought? Are you financially free and stuff like that? Or people just African mentality has just right different, and that is like you literally right now you said a whole lot of what you end working from home and on links and all that. So and I'm actually still waiting for my own kind of this is what I've achieved so far, which people will get to look at and be like, yeah, I want to be part of this and all that. So that is what I'm actually looking at, educating people and bring them up to the space for them to have the same understanding, not actually giving that knowledge and thinking like, okay, this is just for me and all that. Just giving it out for you to get to understand. Even though I literally don't do it for free. I take something for that. Why? Because a lot of people don't take what they get for free seriously. So that is why I get now I just take only 2 tokens in order for them to be like, yes, I want to learn this and I'm putting my money on this because I want to learn it. So whenever they put their money on it, they get to take it serious more. They take it more serious. So that is just what I was. How do I get make this something like something about this, educating people and also getting them informed about what it is all about.
Absolutely. Do you have a resume or a CV, curriculum vitae?
Yes, I can create. No, I literally don't have the right now, but I can create it.
Okay, that's absolutely fine. So I'm gonna send you what you want to do. Just one moment, I'll send it to you. Please use ChatGPT and insert your contact information, comma, your education history, comma, your work history if you have any, comma, and that you want a job as a community builder.
They cancel each other out. Pretty much it's as if it never happened, and therefore Allah Subhanahu so they both fit. But Christa, no, someone's a liar over here, and therefore again both.
No, I'm talking into a computer. Just one moment, not right now. Apologies, Levi. I'll talk to you in just a second. I'm sending you a message. Please use your to create resume. Okay, so Levi, what I just did is I sent you a list of recruiters in your area, but also the last message I sent you, it says, please use ChatGPT to create a resume and insert your contact information, your education history, and work history if you have any, and that you want a job as a community builder. So what I want you to do is take that information, add your contact information, your education history, the type of job that you want as a community builder. Put that into ChatGPT right now and let me know what you get. and I'll wait for you. And then you're going to have a resume. You're going to have a resume in the next 5 minutes.
It's not going to be exact, right? No two people are going to see, especially remember again.
Okay, I'm going to do that right away.
Excellent, and I'll await you. Pilly, my man, thank you so much for sending me that picture. So just bear with me, Pilly, and I'm going to see if I can put a little
Make it bigger, right?
exactly, but I'm gonna see if I can do it on your behalf. Please take the Pilly photo and expand the text.
Ultimately, that's not mistalib.
So
That doesn't work.
that
Why?
it
Because the
looks
discrepancy is too much. But yet, interesting
the
enough,
text
what does the
around
Gemara say?
photo.
They can become part of another testimony. Now the Gemara says, what does that mean? My love la'edus mammon. Now what that sounds like
I can see as being
so
very
this testimony is not going to accept them.
Oh, thank you so much, my friend.
Testimony in another case, right? In edus mammon, another unrelated monetary case. Which the Gemara says that's not what it means. I'm a rabbi. Uva acher, they start from la'edus acheres shalosh chodesh. You know what it means is he or one of those witnesses and another could ultimately again be mitzaref for another edus. Like let's say, for example, let's say again, first witnesses 1 and 2 come and say that the moon was 3 goes above the horizon. Witnesses 3 and 4 come along and say that it was 5. So obviously, I will say in that case over here, I'm sorry, so let me say that differently. One says it was right. Witness 1 says it was 3 goes. Witness 2 says it was 5 goes. So obviously they're not mitzaref. But either one of those witnesses, let's say now witness number 3 comes along, and witness number 3 says, I saw it and it was 3 goes above the horizon. So now both say follow this. Witness 1 and witness 3 can combine to form a testimonial unit for Kiddush HaChodesh. That's what it means. Why? Because now effectively,
How much do you do with
combined,
data
1 and 3 combined. And again, that's
How much data do I go through in a month?
right? Because witness number 2 was the one who said that it is
Yeah.
5.
Well, in the United States, we don't really pay per amount of data. It's just unlimited. And generally, it's something like
the novelty over there, by the way, is that
for all of the devices that I use, it's like $300 a month. But just for one phone, it might be like $50 a month.
In order to form a testimonial unit,
Wow.
usually you have to be able to see an event together. That Makis days,
That's cool.
days. That Makis days, right? But now instead of Kiddush HaChodesh, we allow them to combine. Good. So let's say, how do we pass him? So that one passing is like Rafuna. That when you have testimonial units which cancel each other out because of contradictory testimony, that does not go ahead and take away their ability to testify in future cases.
So, Pilly, we are just waiting. I'm asking ChatGPT to make these changes, and I know it's not going to be. I know it's not going to be perfect right off the bat, so we'll have to make some other changes, but it's going to be good. I've helped some other people do this, and it does a really nice job. Once we get it the way that we want.
To give testimony in other areas.
All
So
right.
again, group 1 says Reuben killed Shimon. Group 2 says Reuben didn't kill Shimon. Like Salach said, they cancel each other out, but both we're passing like Rafuna. Both are still kosher to give testimony in other areas. Incredible. Let's go. Says the Gemara. Sorry. So I says, remember again, this was the next case. I go over to the shopkeeper. I say to the shopkeeper, give me a dinar, ultimately again, of peros, of produce. And what happens? He gives it to me. I say that he says to me, okay, give me my money. I say, I gave you your money and you put it in your money pouch. What's the halacha? I have to swear that I paid him the money. I have to swear that I paid him the money. So says the Gemara, do I have to swear? It's not
Says-
Merry Christmas and
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate your kind words, certainly. I hope that you have a wonderful holiday if you celebrate a holiday. And
Yes, for sure.
excellent. I hope
I'm
you.
going.
What are your plans?
I already have the produce.
I'm going home for holidays tomorrow, so I'm going to see my family tomorrow. I'm still at my school. Yeah. So I'll be planning on going home tomorrow for the holiday.
I put it in my little
So
cart. Right? So
Thank you very much.
again, so
Absolutely.
then in that case, it's a Motzi Mechaber Lavaraya. In that case, since I already have possession of the fruit, again, then
Please,
the,
can I
the
talk to
reality is
Mr. Levy for a
possession is
while?
9 tenths. And,
Can
and
you talk to
therefore,
who?
if the shopkeeper wants to say that I didn't pay, ultimately the
Mr.
obligation
Levy,
is so
I
that's
think
a
he's
very
from my
important piece of
country.
halacha.
Yeah, he
So
is. Yeah,
when
go
we say
for it.
that I, the purchaser, am obligated to take a shvur that I swore, that's
Hello,
right.
Mr.
Did not
Levy.
take possession of the
Yo,
produce.
bro, what's
If
up?
I already took possession of the produce,
In fact,
then
it's
the
where you from?
obligation of the burden of proof shifts to
Yeah, I'm
the
from the
native
east.
shopkeeper. And if he wants to claim that
Oh,
I did not
I'm
pay
also
him,
from
the burden of
Lagos.
proof
I'm
is
from
upon him.
Lagos.
Excellent. Next.
Oh, you're from Lagos? Which side in Lagos?
Again, remember, he had virtually the same
Ikorodu.
exact case with the money changer. Right?
Which side? Side in
was the money
Ikorodu?
changer? The money changer was, I go to the money changer, I say, give me change.
I'm not really an
He gives it
outside
to me.
person
He
because
says
I
to me,
school at
"Take now,
Loud
give me
Tech,
the
Loud
peanut." I
University
say,
of
I gave
Technology.
it to you, and you
So
put
I
the
only
money
go
down.
once in a
Like he
while.
says, no, you didn't. What's
This
the halacha? I
part
have to
in
swear
Ikorodu,
that I paid him. So says the Gemara. I understand the Sukkah will say it's the same case. It's the same case. Right? Pretty much, again, the money
I
changer
can't really
case
recall
and
the
the
area
family
because
case is
I've
the same
not
case. By
been
the
home
way,
this
I'll tell you
year.
why.
I've been in school,
myself.
so and it's not easy. But I basically stay at school
I
because
schooled in Lagos State. I schooled in Lagos State Polytechnic.
The first case by
So,
produce.
wow,
I said like
last
this.
week.
I could
love
see
it,
that there
yeah.
would be a case of produce where
So,
the
and,
shopkeeper would be willing
I-
to physically give it over before receiving
Yeah.
payment. Why? Which is
I
fascinating.
schooled in Lagos State Polytechnic and also
Produce rots. When you're a vendor, you're a shopkeeper, what do you want to do faster than anything?
It's nice
Also,
meeting you, Mr. Levy.
How do you cement the sale?
yeah.
Right?
It's
And
like
then also
really,
give over
yeah.
the produce
Yes.
ultimately again to the purchaser. He does have ultimately
Me
again
to
it's
have
given
my
so
my brother, yeah.
So therefore I could see the case of
Yeah,
produce. I could have a case of where produce was given
exactly.
over even if payment wasn't yet tendered. I could see that.
I'm almost through though. Like I'm almost through though. Just trying to set up some stuff.
Excellent. Take your time. Pilly, will you look on X? I just sent you a version. Tell me what you think of it.
Okay, let me go check right away. I'm not going to be leaving your life.
Excellent. That's great.
The second case, in the first case, came modulated Rabban. I perhaps would agree with Rabban, and therefore it's Yuchak. Okay, we'll say, so because the cases really are dissimilar, therefore both are necessary. Next, okay, we'll say now we're going to come to a suggestion to take us to the rest of the morning, which is 11 minutes. Okay, let's say, so again, that's all right. That's okay. Let's say, so remember again, so the halacha is, the Mishnah spoke about this idea, that Yisomim don't pay except without a shvua. Now, we already saw this reference in yesterday's daf a little bit. This idea that Yisomim ultimately, again, don't pay without a shvua. So the Gemara says, what are we talking about? Yeah, again, let's say that Russian of Yisomim not pay. Like, in other words, the concept that we've seen over and over is what? If you want to extract from Yisomim, you absolutely require a shvua. But the Russian here, the Yisomim only pay. What does this mean? The Gemara says, who are they collecting? Who are the Yisomim collecting payment from that they need to take a shvua? So if you want to say that, we'll say maybe the case is like this: that right, Father Yaakov died. He left behind sons, Reuben and Shimon. Now Yaakov had lent money to Zvulun. So now again, when Yaakov dies, Reuben and Shimon, his sons, want to collect money from Zvulun. So that we're talking about, they need a shvua. Avun shakabalo shvua, they need a shvua. So I don't understand. If Yaakov was alive, Yaakov couldn't collect from Zvulun without a shvua. Why? Because what does Yaakov have? What does Yaakov have? A shtar. So if Yaakov could collect without a shvua, so why should Reuben and Shimon, the kids, why should they require a shvua? That's what it means to say. The Chini is so many, is so many. Lo yifra b'shvua. So it seems like yesterday's that. But says, oh no, what are we talking about over here? We're talking about over here Yisomim who want to collect from Yisomim. So this is orphans collecting from orphans. So the halacha is you can only collect with a shvua. So what are we talking about over here? So let's say, so now this is a little bit of a repeat from what we saw in yesterday's class. So Rabbi Shmuel David Tabai is very important.
Rabbi, this actually makes sense.
It's good, isn't it?
Collect from Abi Yershin.
Yeah, it makes sense. I love it.
I love it too. So just download it and then make that your picture and make it that on all of your different social media.
Right, so Father Yaakov
All right.
is the lender. Yaakov lent money to Zvulun.
Rabbi,
Yes,
I
sir.
just sent you
now go ahead and
I just sent you the what the challenge created.
Okay, I'm
after
looking at it
Yaakov
right
died,
now.
after Yaakov died, Zvulun died. So now Yaakov's kids are coming to collect from Zvulun's kids. Okay, so what's the halacha? The halacha is that Yaakov's kids can only collect the shvua from Zvulun's kids. And now again, now the novelty over here is even though again, what do Yaakov's kids have? What do they have? They have the shtar. But remember again, I will say this is all embedded in the idea or in the concern that you.
Did you put your education history in it?
In the affairs of their father. So therefore, the shvua is kind of
Yes,
like
yes, I did.
fail-safe to ensure
Okay.
that this loan wasn't collected beforehand. Okay, so it's like that's halacha. So again, so the concept of essentially the assuming of the malda of the lender, collecting from the assuming.
Okay, so I see
is when
community builder, Web3 and crypto communities. I see your location. I see professional summary. I see skills. I see work experience. Where's education history?
Down.
If the borrower predeceased the lender,
Yeah,
and
down.
it's like
Okay, are you sure it's in the message that you sent? Oh, yeah, are you sure it's in the message you sent me?
So now what happens? And Yaakov's
Yes, exactly. It's at the bottom.
Okay, the last thing I see is Web3 and crypto projects remote 2024 to present.
What does that mean? A shvua, because remember you can only collect.
No, it's a mix. I can see it here.
With a shvua. So ultimately,
The last thing on it was is like the projects and achievements.
Okay, I'm not seeing that.
Before,
Can you copy the bottom half?
the project and achievement.
Okay, can you copy the everything from work experience down and send that in a different message?
This is fascinating. This is fascinating, right? So
Okay.
since already, when Yaakov was alive, if Yaakov wanted to collect the debt from Zvulun, when Yaakov dies, shvua is not an inheritable right. And therefore, again, interestingly enough, because there was already a pre-existing obligation of shvua, or the collection of this debt, when Yaakov dies, ultimately, again, we can't pass down that obligation of shvua. In other words, his kids can't take that shvua. They can't take
Okay,
the
now
shvua
I
of
see
their
it.
father,
Okay, thank you.
therefore, effectively,
Okay, can
the
you read?
debt is uncollectible.
Okay, excellent.
Which is quite fascinating. So, just to highlight this idea as well. So, this is Rabbi Shmuel.
All right.
Right? So
Can you
again,
send everything below community outreach and onboarding lead? I think the text is just getting cut off.
Rabbi Shmuel says, what's that case?
From
That's
where?
the case of where the
From
lender
community outreach and onboarding lead. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Reuben and Shimon, Yaakov, the lender's kids, are coming to right. So Yaakov dies, the debt is inherited by his sons. They have the shtar. Then Zvulun, the borrower, dies. So now, ultimately, again, Yaakov's kids want to collect from Zvulun's kids. They can. They have a shtar, but they also need a shua. But Rabbi Shmuel say, if you have a case of where the lova, the borrower,
Okay.
Zvulun, died before.
Okay, here we go.
Yaakov. So that
Education.
means when Yaakov is alive, then
Okay.
Yaakov expected to do the shua. When Yaakov dies, that shvua.
Can you take everything from
projects
projects and achievements and send that below? Everything below projects and achievements?
Cannot bequeath a shvua to his son.
Okay.
And therefore, halacha l'maisa, the kids of Yaakov, of the lender, can't collect. We'll say, take a quick look at Rashi. Nischayiv mal b'shvua. Rashi says, shelo eskadlo klum, shanifra min yisol filu b'shtar tzarek shvua. So we'll say, so remember again, when Yaakov was alive, if Yaakov wanted to collect the debt from Zvulun's kids, Yaakov would have to show up, and Yaakov would have to swear. What would he have to swear? I swear that I never received payment from your father. Now again,
Okay, the last thing that I see is it says help grow early stage. Are you sure nothing else is getting?
Yes.
Is that the last thing?
Nothing else after that.
Okay, thank you.
All they need to do is
All right.
All you do is what? Whip out that star, and we're done. The conversation is done. Because again, whoever has that, but you sold them the halacha is Chazal legislated. If you want to collect from orphans, you have
Okay,
to
it's good.
So therefore, again, go back to
All right,
Rashi.
so then you're gonna want to.
When Yaakov showed up, you said you have to take a shvua. So shvua, the ain't other Morish
Let's see here.
Let's see, here it is. A father does not bequeath money that is bound by
On
a shvua
your
to his sons.
professional one, or I should say, like, you're gonna want to. You don't have to send this one to me, but you're gonna want to have your last name on it.
Taking to the sons of Zvul, the shvua, I swear that I never
Does that make
received
sense?
any payment from your father.
Like,
Okay. Now, when Yaakov
which
dies,
one is that?
Well, so I see at the very top, it says Levi, Community Builder, Web3 and Crypto Communities, location, your email, your phone, but I don't see your last name on it. Is your last name on here?
And no, my last name is like, no, I don't have it there.
Okay, you don't have to send that one to me. You can stay as anonymous as you want. But what I'm saying is when you send it out to professional organizations, you need to have your last name on it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense, yeah.
Excellent. So you go to ChatGPT and you download your, whenever you're finished with your last name on there, if you want, you download your resume as a PDF. Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes sense.
Excellent. Okay. And then I'll send you a draft of an email that you can send.
That's true except for the greatest shvuah of all, and that's the Shul of Har Sinai.
This is a new project, period. Can you please draft an email to potential recruiters to whom I'm going to email my resume and ask them to review it and put spots for contact information,
Okay, so okay, this is where it gets really exciting over here, right?
and that you would appreciate any connections that they may be able to provide.
Predeceased the lender, right? And then the lender dies, the debt is uncollectible. Why? Because since the only way to have already collected that debt was through a shvuah, right? Yaakov couldn't collect through shvuah, and the kids can't take that shvuah of Yaakov, therefore the debt is uncollectible. But Rothschild comes along and says, what are you guys talking about? I don't understand. There is a shvuah. Rothschild said there's what's called shvuas yarshin. What's shvuas yarshin? What's shvuas yarshin? Shvuas yarshin, we saw, is a shvuah where Yarshin said, to the best of our knowledge, our father told us that, right, that this debt was not collected. So let's say that's a shvuah. Now, in general, by the way, whenever Yarshin are going ahead and collecting from other Yarshin, that's always the old that they're taking. We'll say, let's flip this over for just a second, right? Remember again. Let's say
yes, sir.
Malva died first. Right?
I'm gonna get back to you as soon as I send my resume to the shop. The email address you sent to me.
Excellent. That's what I want you to do. And then also upload that new profile picture that we made for you on all your social media, including X and Discord.
All
right, no problem. Thank you very much, Rabbi.
You're welcome, my friend.
To the best of our knowledge,
this loan was
never
Thank you, sir. You're sweet.
So I understand. So just because Yaakov became obligated in a shvuah, I understand his kids can't take that shvuah. Let them take a typical shvuas yarshin and let them collect the debt. So let's say fundamentally what we've seen Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Lazar. Rabbi Shmuel ultimately saying that in any case where the borrower predeceases the lender, since the lender was already chayiv the shvuah when he was alive, then he died, he can't pass down that shvuah to his kids, therefore the debt is uncollectible. Rabbi Lazar says, what are you talking about? Just let the kids take, let Yaakov's kids take over. Granted, Yaakov's kids can't take his shvuah. But what? They can take their own shvuah and let them collect the debt. Shalchot b'mei Rabbi. Shalchot b'mei Rabbi Ami. So we'll say, so ultimately again, so they sent this. Shalchot b'mei Rabbi Ami. Amar kulei hai shalkilei va'azli. I'ashkichan paima milo shalkilam. So let's say, so ultimately again, this is very interesting. So they sent this question to Rabbi Ami, right? So they're trying to get Rabbi Ami ultimately again to decide. And I was saying, understand this is big stuff because this is going to render some major portion of loans uncollectible in these cases where both lender and borrower die. So they sent Rabbi Ami, right? There's Rabbi Ami, do you have any new developments? Rabbi Ami essentially says, Chevra, if I had something to share, I would share. Now you can keep asking me the same
Please create a
question,
generic email that one would send to a recruiter asking them to please consider a resume and also allow space for contact information for the sender.
Now, interesting, if you look at Rashi, Amar B'din Rashi says over here, Shehotzi shtar ze al yasmi lova, va'amalo bezin yishava v'tos. Well, so now watch this. So now the case over here is as follows. Let's say Yaakov was still alive, right? Yaakov was alive, and Yaakov came, Zvulun had died, right? And Yaakov came to go ahead and Amad B'din, excuse me, I shouldn't say that. Amad B'din, right? So again, they started the Din Torah. Rashi says, Shehotzi shtar ze al yasmi lova, va'amalo bezin yishava v'tos. So right, so again, they took out the shtar, and basically already told the lender, go ahead and swear, umes, and then the lender dies. So the lender died before the oath was ever taken. So essentially, over here, so in this case over here, Yaakov came to David to collect the debt from the sons of Zvulun, right? It was David said, okay, Yaakov swear. Yaakov died before he had the chance to take an oath. So Allah again, Yaakov's kids can't collect the money. Why? Because they can't take the oath of their father, like Rabbi Shmuel. Lo amad b'din umes yarsh umes. What happens, however, if Yaakov didn't try to collect the debt, and then he died? Yarshim nishpan shvas yarshim noken. Very interesting. So Rabbi Am wants to posit that the only time that the shua gets passed down from Yaakov to his sons, or I should say, the only time that the solim of Yaakov are unable to collect the debt is when the obligation for Yaakov's shvuah was already triggered. But if Yaakov did not trigger that shvuah, that shvuah, then ultimately again Yaakov's kids
for a potential position and leave space for
typical shvuah yarsh.
Contact information from the sender.
So I'm not going to raise the kasha. Is it the Bezdin that obligates Yaakov and the shvuah? No. No, the shua obligation was triggered when? Immediately when Zvulun died. Amrav Nachman will say first one line. Amrav Nachman, choose a team, right? Either you're holding Rabbi Shmuel, or you're right. Either you're with us or you're against.
Okay, Levi, can you hear me?
There's Rabbi Shmuel on one side, and there's a balancer on the other side. You got to choose a side. Allah, the side correct. So you see from here that Rabbi Nachman wants
Levi.
to
Excellent. Okay, so I'm about to send you an email template that you can use. You just have to
so we'll say now, interestingly enough, this is a different kind of case where
you just have to fill in the blanks.
Ultimately, again, with suspect, no one was able to take a shua. Rav Nachman said Yachloku. Now, what do you see from here? That in a case where neither party could swear, Rav Nachman says Yachloku. That's not like.
And then what you do is you attach your resume to emails, and then you send them to the list of the emails that I sent you. So just read through what I sent and make sure it makes sense to you.
This is a case of an almana, a widow, who did not collect her ksiva.
Okay, I'll fill in the spaces here, and I'll attach so I'll attach the PDF of my resume to this.
That's exactly right, yeah. And now there's no guarantee they're going to respond. There's no guarantee that you're going to get a job this way. But at least it shows you're trying. And 30 minutes ago you didn't even have a resume. So now you have a resume, and you're going to use that resume for the rest of your life, believe it or not. Like for many jobs, many opportunities. So it's the start of something really special for you. So while you are emailing them, what you can do, and I probably would depending, like if you need money like right now, like then send it out to the recruiters. But ideally you would wait a little bit and create all that social media that I told you to create, so then you can put in your letter to these guys, the email to these guys, your LinkedIn profile, and some other things. But if you don't have time to do that, I understand. Just email these recruiters. But if you do have a little time, then create the social media that I advise. It's going to take you a couple days, and we'll look it over. But then when you're done, then you're going to be able to put in your LinkedIn profile and you might even be able to put in your link tree so that they can see all your social media. It's up to you. So I don't know. Do you have a little bit of time before you need a job, or you need a job ASAP?
No, I want to learn this so I can teach others too.
Absolutely.
So I will take my time and I'll take my time so I will be able to get on the link and just get on all the platforms and all that. And I'll let you know as soon as I do that.
Excellent.
I'll start at tonight before I get to sleep.
Excellent.
I've been away throughout the day. I will start looking at that now. Just to do part of it. Once I record the morning, then I'll get back to it and make sure I do things up and get back to it as soon as possible.
Absolutely. And when you're done, come in here. We'll talk it over. So long as I'm awake. If I'm not awake, just come back and I'll be awake in a few hours or so. And then send me your link tree when you're done. I'll look it over. I'll make sure it's good. Now, here's what people do. I've done this with 50 people in the last 50 days, so I can tell you what everybody does. They get really excited to do this. They start to do it, and they send it to me, and not all the links were correct. So before you send it to me, check all the links to make sure that they're right and there aren't any broken links. Additionally, what you want to do, and I want to just make sure you're aware that you don't have to download all of these different apps. There are some apps that you may want, like the Linktree app and maybe Instagram and maybe TikTok, but you don't have to download 30 different apps. You just have to use a browser to create the account and then link the account in your Linktree. Additionally, you want to try to get as many usernames as consistent as possible. Like ideally, we'd want to get Levi72 on everything, but somebody might have already gotten Levi72. So you might have to change one or two of them up or whatever, but you want to try to get as many as you can that are as consistent as possible. Another thing is everything I tell you is free. And so if any of these websites tell you, hey, join our premium for $5 a month, we'll give you a free trial. None of that. Everything I tell you is free. So look up more on the page and you'll find the free version. Okay.
Oh yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, my friend.
I so much appreciate it. And I'll work on this, and I'll make sure I finish everything up probably before 12 p.m. EST tomorrow. Then I'm gonna get back to you and every details, everything well done.
Absolutely. And so before you go, let me give you a breakdown of what we'll do. Once your link tree is good, and just keep in mind, there's no rush. God willing, I'm not going anywhere, and neither are you. So, you don't have to kill yourself over this, so to speak. But just, do it with as much motivation as you can. Once you get all the accounts connected, you come to me, we'll look it over. If it's good, then we're going to move on to the next stage, which is going over your profile picture. Right now, your profile picture doesn't tell me anything about yourself. And I want it to. I mean, it tells you a picture that you like, and that's fine. And what we're going to do, just like with Pili, but we did a better one for Pili, and we'll do a really good one for you as well. We're going to put around the like a circle around it, and at the top of the circle, it's going to say whatever. It'll say Levi. And then the bottom of the circle will be your Linktree, linktree.com/Levi, whatever your Linktree is. And what this is going to do now, this tells a story. Every time somebody sees your picture, it tells you their name. It's going to tell you their name. It's going to tell them your name, and it's going to tell them where they can find all your social media. And believe it or not, that's a very strong thing to have. Everybody just has a normal profile picture, and that's fine. But yours is going to tell them what your name is, which is going to remind them, and they're going to be like, oh, yeah, I know this person. It's just a lot easier when you put a name with a picture and then also your social media with a picture. Then what we're going to do is and if any of this is like, I can't do that, I have to have this picture, we're going to use the picture that you have. We're just going to make it a little smaller with a circle around it with the text. But if none of this is a deal breaker, if you're absolutely sold on these things, then no worries. But what we're going to do then is we're going to make sure you have an optimized description on all your social media. So don't worry about adding your social media descriptions now. Just create the accounts, because when you're done, we're going to go through and we're going to unify them all. So if they all say the same thing, that they all are describing you the way that you want. Then what we're going to do is we're going to use Grok to create 10 short videos on you. and they are not necessarily going to, they don't have to have your face on them. They can have a version of you if you want, or they can just be random AI people, but they're going to say something along the lines of, hi, I'm Levi. I'm a Web3 marketer and community builder. I'd love to help you to promote your project. Send me a DM if you're interested. Really short, simple. We're going to create 10 of these on each one of your social media platforms. Actually, I should say, you're just going to create 10 of these, and then we're going to upload these to each of your social media platforms so you have something on your page so it's not just blank. Then what I'm going to help you to do is learn how to clip people's spaces if you don't already, but you probably already know how to do that, but then how to tag the people, how to put hashtags appropriately. I'm going to teach you what the best hashtags are for not just the videos that we create, but also when you're trying to get people's attention on X. I'm going to help you to join different spaces. You can, with a normal X account, join I should say communities, not spaces. I'm going to show you how to join people's communities. So I know you're already at least in a few communities, but you can be in up to 20 communities with a regular X account. And if you, you should be maximizing that is what I'm trying to say. Then what we're going to do is we're going to teach you how to not just make memes, but market yourself with memes. So let's say you want to get the attention of a developer. You make a nice short little meme with a meme generator, and you put your link tree in the corner, and they're going to know how to contact you, and they're going to copy that, and they're going to paste it and share it, and you're going to get credit for being the creative force behind that meme. Then I'm going to teach you how to create a Fiverr account so that you can get some gig work, because that gig work can very easily turn into a full-time job. But at the beginning, people are just going to want to try you out. And so anywhere between $5 and $500, you'll be able to do jobs for people. And then I'm sure you already know how to pitch. You're very charismatic, and you have a great personality. And what we're going to do is just write down your pitch pretty short, simple, to the point, so that you come into a space and you say, GM, everyone, my name is Levi. I am a Web3 marketer and community builder. I'd love to promote your project on my 30 different social media platforms. What this is going to do for you is it's going to allow you to get more DMs, more people interested in your NFT or your cryptocurrency or whatever your project is. I'm also going to ensure that you are able to rank higher on search engines in social media, and that AI has a positive impression of your project. If this is of interest to you, you should know my DMs are open, and I look forward to a lifetime partnership with you. Thank you. Again, my name is Levi. I'd love to work with you in the future. When people hear that, they're going to say, hey, I'll send him a DM. What's the deal? Because it's nice. You're not going in there saying, GM everyone, GM the host, GM the co-host, GM the speakers, GM the, I don't really know what to say. You know, you hear those all the time. And they're fine. At least they're trying, but you're going to be really polished. And if you do enough pitches over enough days, you're going to get people who are interested in what you do. They're going to start wanting to bring you in as a community manager, as a perhaps a moderator, or even higher, maybe even start a project with you. So, Levi, I just want to give you an idea of where we're going to go from here. Does this make sense to you?
Yeah, it makes a whole lot of sense to me. Like, I so much appreciate it.
Excellent.
This is so lovely because, I've never seen anybody that gets like what to help people. Like, we want to help people to get to the stage of what this is all about. Like, this is just amazing. I love it. I so much appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Buying this, it's always 100%.
Excellent, Levi. Okay, two things before you go. At the very top of this Discord, so you scroll all the way to the top of the Discord, and you're going to see a red circle that says 24/7 live YouTube streams. It's like one of the channels.
Yes, I'm on it.
Okay, I want you to open that up, and there's a link in there, a YouTube link. I want you to click on the YouTube link, if you would, please.
Which is actually quite striking, but quite overwhelming, because in general, when it comes to this, person is not held responsible for machshava k'maisa. Person is not held responsible for their thoughts to commit avera. Rather, we're only held responsible for our deeds. And yet here we see ready to strike someone.
So at the very top of the channels, you're going to see a red circle that says 24/7 YouTube.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, and click the link, and it should open up YouTube, or open up YouTube in a browser. Do you see that?
have a sense that
Yes, yes.
Now I want you to count how many live streams you see.
and the hold of the hands that have a sense to be able to give.
So,
When a person takes the hand, it's supposed to be used to give, and instead Chas Hashem uses it to strike. It's like a misappropriation of divine resources. You're taking something that a Kodesh Baruch Hu gave you, it's almost like you're investing it. You're taking it and you're repurposing it the most.
yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Now, I bet you've never seen somebody with more than one live YouTube stream, let alone more than a dozen, right?
Just the act of
Exactly. And I have been recording my life for more than 4 years, not just here, but I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, at Disneyland, really everywhere in Southern California. And when I go viral, I want to spread this to the world. I want to explore the world with as many different streams as possible. So if you ever want to view what I'm doing, you can always do so in YouTube. You can also always do so here on Discord. But you should also know, if you want to go back to the conversation that we just had, feel free. You can watch it there in case you missed anything, okay?
Thank you so much.
Excellent.
So I'll be getting on getting on the work right now. Then once I've chosen everything in the tax I've been given, then I'll give up to you.
Excellent, Levi. Okay, pleasure. I look forward to working with you. Take care, my friend.
All right, bless it.
Absolutely. Take care. Bye-bye.
Real estate is not for the weak. Real estate is only for those who have the stomach for it and who are ready to fight. Interesting. What does this mean ultimately? Again, that literally, the person who works in land, he will be satiated in bread. If a person makes himself like a servant to the earth, he will be satiated with bread. But if he doesn't make himself like an heaven to the earth, lo yispalach. And ultimately, again, he will not be satiated. Rashi says over so again, quite literally, more about agricultural. That farming, agriculture is one of those professions where you have to be fully committed. So if you make yourself an eved, you make yourself a slave, you make yourself a servant to your field, to your assets, to your real estate, you'll be successful. You don't make yourself an eved to it, you're not going to be successful. I will say, but what a profound Musar Haskell, not just about agriculture, but in life. What Chazal teaching us is, if you want to be successful in something in life, you have to make yourself an eved to that initiative. Meaning what? All too often in life, when we start something and either we just fall off or we don't succeed, it's very simple. It's because we lose interest. We move on to something else. We just lose our sense of commitment. And even if I don't totally fall off, I become like much more lackadaisical or laid back, or just apathetic, or just not committal to it. If you want to be successful for anything in life, you have to make yourself an eved, a slave to that initiative and to that endeavor. If I'm a slave to it, remember, an eved doesn't really have a choice. An eved's got to work for the master. Never wakes up in the morning, oh, I'm so tired, I'm going to just sleep in today. No, you're an eved. You don't have that choice. An eved doesn't feel like doing a piece of work because he thinks it's beneath him. Sorry, you're an eved. You have no choice. An eved is someone who is all in. Because I was telling us, if you want to be successful in your life endeavors, you got to be an eved to it. You have to be a slave to it. Because if you're just kind of like episodically interested, if you're just perusing whatever initiative or endeavor you have in life, you're not going to be successful. And also, we see this in our learning, right? We know this from the daf. It's always good. It's always easier to get a little bit of this from the again, person rolls into share, person comes to share, doesn't come to share. Today I'm here, tomorrow I'm here, and again, it doesn't matter whether you're virtual, you're online, whatever your previous is. Sometimes we're a little bit lackadaisical about it. Okay, so if I'm lackadaisical about it, don't be surprised if it doesn't feel fulfilling. And don't be surprised if it's not lifting your neshama up mila to the highest of the high. Because you're only going to reap the benefits of the field. You're only going to reap the benefits of the endeavor if you make yourself an eved. And an eved is on time. And an eved is punctual. And an eved is committed. And it doesn't matter what else an eved has got going on. He's there because he is enslaved to whatever the particular initiative is. I know it sounds strange. But when you enslave yourself to your dreams, your goals, your aspirations, when you enslave yourself to your avoda in life, that's when and only when you reap the benefits of your avoda. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, good. Ramesh Lakish. Oveko Cham Shishavas, very interesting case here. You know, Oveko Chavim Shishavas. Now, we when we translate this as who kept Shabbos, what it means is, Rashi points out, who didn't work. Rashi says, Omen Rolachto, Yom Shalim. You know, Oveko Chavim who stops working for an entire day. The Rashi says, Shchayim, the Gemara says, it's Chayim Nisa. Why Volkat? Now, what does this mean? Shnei Yom Lai Yishposu, V'Kadarish Lai Yishposu, Mimolocha, the idea over here is that an Ovid Kohanim has an urgency that he also has to live with. Lest you think that living with a sense of urgency is only a Jewish thing. It's not true. Even an Apple has to live with a sense of urgency, and therefore it's interesting. Ovid Kohanim Sheshavas. So an Ovid Kohanim will just takes it easy, takes a vacation in life. Incredible. All of humanity is mechuyev to be an eved to whatever initiative they undertake. Every person, Jew and non-Jew, is obligated to be enslaved to their goals, their dreams, and aspirations because that's the only way in life you actually make things happen. As Rothschild has, we saw some, and we learned also again, anything they're warned about, that by definition becomes their liability for death penalty as well for non-compliance. Even less people that it's only Shabbos. The Gemara is saying a guy is not allowed to keep Shabbos, which is true by itself also. This is true even if they're not taking off Shabbos. This is just talking about the idea of living relaxed days of home, relaxed, laid back life. That's not what Baruch Hu wants from man. It's not what he wants from Jews, and it's not even what he wants from non-Jews. He wants everyone to be plugged in. He wants everyone to be enslaved. He wants everyone to be operating on all cylinders. Incredible. The Chashva Gabi Zayin says, so why not include this in Shem's Bnei that an Nochri is not allowed to quote unquote keep Shabbos. So the Gemara says, keep a Pashev Shevi Al Tasa Kumase Lo Pashev. The Shem's Bnei only include Shevi Al Tasa, things you're not allowed to do. Doesn't include things that you have to do. Top of Nun has 59a. That's not true. The obligation to establish a judicial system, that's a kumase, that's a positive obligation. So we must put up it's included top of Nun, that's 59a, second line. Kumase b'shevi al tasis. The truth is the obligation to go ahead and establish a judicial system is both a positive commandment, right? It's a positive commandment, and it's also a prohibition. In other words, the halacha l'maisa, what's the prohibition? That don't allow injustice to go ahead and occur within your boundaries. Okay. A non-Jew who learns Torah is chayiv misa. Why? Shenamar Torah tziva lanu Moshe morasha. Morasha says morasha. Torah Moshe commanded us Torah morasha. It is an inheritance. The Gemara says lanu morasha v'lo. It's an inheritance for us and not for them. It doesn't belong to the nations of the world. Therefore, if they learn it the chayiv misa. Now, why chayiv misa? So then why not include this in Shemitah Noach? That a Ben Noach is not allowed to learn Torah. To which the Gemara says, Man Damar Morasha makes al Tagazim. It's interestingly enough, we're going to see that there are two ways to read this word. Torah Ziva Lanu Moshe, Morasha Kiyilas Yaakov. So one of the things says Morasha, which means it's an inheritance to the Jewish people. See if you hold this an inheritance, if a non-Jew learns it, he's taking it from us, and therefore it's theft. Theft is already included as one of the Sheva Mitzvos B'nei Noach. Mandar Morasha Mitzvot Tagazulei. Mandar Mi'urasa. The other thing it says, it's not Morasha Kilasaka, we're rather Mi'urasa Kilasaka. We are wed to Torah. Klal Yisrael is wed to Torah. So therefore, again, if a non-Jew goes there and learns Torah, Dino Kinara Mi'urasa B'skila. It's like adultery. Adultery, Nara Mi'urasa, which you got to remember, B'nei Noach don't have Nara Mi'urasa. And therefore, again, they're judged according to the Yisrael standards, and therefore they get skilled. Okay, so first of all, this is halachic. This is an interesting one, because in general, there's a lot of discussion about what does this apply to? Is this Torah B'Chsav? Is the 5 books of the Chumash? Is it Torah B'Chsav? According to most opinions, this prohibition is not the Torah B'Chsav. It doesn't apply to Chumash, right? Chumash Torah, but rather it's more a prohibition on Torah B'Chsav, Mishnah, Gemara, things like that. But this happens to pose a very interesting question because when people study for conversion, obviously they have to go ahead and learn Torah Shemal as well. Okay, so we'll put this on our list for fascinating Yomi topics to talk about at a different time. But just to put it on your radar. But I'll also mention, which is really quite amazing, is it tells you the beautiful relationship that we Klal Yisrael have with Torah. And it's a multifaceted relationship. On one hand, it's a Yerusha, it's an inheritance. And the interesting part about an inheritance is there's nothing per se you do to get an inheritance, right? The person has a rich parent or has a parent with assets, the parent dies, I get the inheritance. So on one hand, there's an element of Torah that's mine simply because it belonged to previous generations, and now it's passed down to me. I didn't do anything, I didn't earn anything, I just received it by dint of those who came before me. But then there's also Torah is a Nu'urasa. Nu'urasa, Eris in marriage, is a distinct and beautiful and harmonious union that is created by two people. So on the other hand, I have my own unique relationship with Torah. So on one hand, Torah is Yerusha. I have it from my family before me, from generations before me, going back to Har Sinai. I didn't do anything, it's just getting passed down to me. But then my job is to take the Yerusha and make it a Nu'urasa. My job is to take the inheritance and make it my betrothed. And create a beautiful, loving, passionate relationship with Torah. It reminds me of the beautiful bells that Rabbi mentioned many times. One of my favorite ideas. Ozzy says it, Ozzy Yoshi. We just read last week. This is my God. I'll make it great. God is my father, and I will exalt him. Bells of Rebbe says, you see from here that there are two relationships with Hashem. There's Elokei Avi, the God is my father. Unless the person thinks that they can content themselves with the relationship with God that has been passed down from previous generations, it also says, this is my God. So there's the God of my father, but now my job is to also create my own relationship. The Torah is a Yerusha, it's passed down, but my job is to take the Yerusha, the inheritance, and to make it my Nu'urasa, to make it my betrothed. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Nesvei, Hayrag Meir used to say, Minayin Shafilu Oliko Chavim Ba'osek B'Torah, Shur B'Koin Gadol. How do you know that if a coin, right, that if an Oliko Chavim learns Torah, Hakum learns Torah that he's as great as a Koin Gadol. Shneimar, Asher Yasa Osama Adam B'Chayla. So the Pasuk says, these are the words of the Torah that a person should perform, he should live by them. It doesn't say Kohanim Levim Yisrael. It doesn't say Kohanim Levim Yisrael. Ella Ha'adam. Adam is a generic term that applies to all human beings. Halamarata, what does that teach you? Shafilu Obigo Chagba Osik, the Torah Horiku Kohen Gadol. But even if an Akum, even if a Gentile goes in and learns Torah, it's mamish like a Kohen Gadol. So we'll say, so this contradicts what we just said before. Before we just said that an Akum is not allowed to learn Torah, and if he does, he's liable to death. And here we see his mamish like a Kohen Gadol. So which one is it? Where it says, no, it's not a contradiction. Hasam Shem Mitzvos Dito. So again, it is great for an akum to learn Torah. When it comes to Shem Mitzvos, all right, Ben Noach has to learn Torah that applies to him. Has to learn about his 7 mitzvahs, and if he does, when he plumbs the depths and he understands it, develops an appreciation, then mamish he becomes like a Kohen Gadol. But he doesn't need to be learning about the rest of the mitzvahs that apply to Klal, or both apply to him. That's not his. That's not his Yerusha. That's not his Ma'orasa. That belongs to us. Incredible. So let's remember again, we saw in the previous topic that different opinions added different insults onto the Shem. So the Ben Gamliel said, Ben Noach also can't eat blood from a living creature, from a living animal. So the Pasuk says that you're not allowed to eat basar b'nafsho damaloso. You can't eat meat when the life force is in it. That's a limb from a living animal. Rabbi Ben Gamliel Omer Af Hadam Minachai. Rabbi Ben Gamliel says not only are you not allowed to eat Iver Minachai, but you also can't eat Dam Minachai. You also can't eat blood from a living animal. So the Gemara says, "My time Rabbi Ben Gamliel." That's Rabbi Ben Gamliel's logic. Kari Bei Basar B'Nafsho Lo Sochal Damo B'Nafsho Lo Sochal. So Rabbi makes an interesting drush on the Pasuk. The Torah says, "Ach Basar B'Nafsho Damo Lo Sochal." Rabbi says there's two different prohibitions. There's Basar B'Nafsho. You can't eat meat from a living animal, and then there's Damo B'Nafsho. You can't eat blood from a living animal either. Quite amazing. Those of Rabbanon will say, no, that's coming through the Asal. That pasuk, that phrase is actually coming, that double is actually coming to teach me that halacha l'maisa, you're allowed to eat the limb from shvatim, pretty big plugs. You can pull off a limb, okay, if you want to. As you can pull off a limb from shvatzim and can eat that. Okay, Kyotzi B'davar Sumi again, Anta Omer, Rak Chazak V'Dotia Chalada, Kiatan One Nefesh. Pasuk says, be strong and do not eat blood, because the blood is the life force of the animal. So the Gemara Darshans, Rak Chazak V'Dotia Chalada, Ze'ir Menachai, there first, so when it says, don't eat the blood, that's Menachai, Kiatan One Nefesh, Zedam Menachai. So the Gemara is just quoting another place that supports this theory of the meal, that not only is there a prohibition to eat Ibra Menachai, a from a living animal, but you also can't eat Dam Menachai. The Rabbanan will say, Ahula Dam Hakaza, Shana Shama Yotze, Bohuda. So that's coming to prohibit after the Dam Hakaza, the lifeblood. They're allowed to take the lifeblood, but the other blood is the blood that spurts out when the animal is initially killed, but the other blood you're allowed to eat. All right. Lama li l'michta l'bnei Noach, lama li l'mishnei d'sinai. So it's interesting now. If you notice, the Gemara pointed out that the prohibition of eating a limb from a living animal is mentioned in Sefer Bereshis, right, by Adam Arishon, and it's also mentioned again in Chumash Devarim after Har Sinai. So why does it have to be repeated? So this is incredible. Rabbi Yossi ben Chanina, also this is actually very important. Rabbi Yossi ben Chanina. Rabbi Yossi ben Chanina said the following rule. Listen to how fascinating this is. Whenever you have a mitzvah that was stated in the Torah and then was repeated in Har Sinai. Now, when it was repeated in Har Sinai, what it means is it was said before Matan Torah and was repeated again in the Torah after Sinaitic revelation. Again, I will say, how incredible is it? We're learning about again Matan Torah, Erev Shabbos, Parshas Yisro, Aseres Hadibros, incredible. So whenever you see something that was mentioned to Bnei Noach before Matan Torah, and then repeated again, and then repeated again after Matan Torah, it applies both to Bnei Noach and to Jews. The Bnei Noach, the Lord Mishnah specific, if something was only said before Matan Torah to Bnei Noach and wasn't repeated by Har Sinai after Har Sinai, then the Yisrael member below the Bnei Noach. It only applies to Jews, doesn't apply to Bnei Noach. The only example of this is Gid HaNosha. Right, the prohibition of Gid HaNosha was mentioned before Sinai, right? It was mentioned by the fight between Yaakov and the Malach, where the Malach went ahead, the Esarosha Isa, right? Isa's ministering angel fought with Yaakov for all night, was unable to overtake him, but injured him in his thigh. And therefore the Torah says, Al Cain, therefore Klal Yisrael will not eat Gid HaNosha. That prohibition is never repeated again in the Torah. So the Gemara says that's an example of something that was mentioned before Matan Torah, not repeated again after Matan Torah. That only applies to Klal Yisrael and not to Bnei Noach. And this is in accordance, right? Gid HaNosha in accordance with Rabbi Yehuda. So Rashi has a whole arichos over here. Right? It's interesting. So there's an interesting focus in general about whether or not Gid HaNosha was stated after Matan Torah or not. So Rabbi Yehuda holds, and Allah said it wasn't stated. It was only stated by Yaakov Avinu. Wasn't stated again. The other opinion actually holds, interesting enough, and they say no. Gid HaNosha was actually a prohibition given to Klal Yisrael at Har Sinai. It's just that when Moshe Rabbeinu was compiling the Torah with his Rothschild, so he put the prohibition of Gid HaNosha back by the story of Yaakov Avinu, but it wasn't given there. It was actually given later on, but only put back retrospectively, placed in the story. So interesting machlokas. Okay, Omer Mar. So listen to this. So let's go through this principle. So now, what did Rabbi Yossi saying? Any mitzvah that was said before Matan Torah and was then repeated again after Matan Torah applies to both Jews and non-Jews alike. So Mar says, why? I would say just the opposite. But the fact that it was said before Har Sinai and then said again at Har Sinai, doesn't that mean that it's dafka for Yidden, it's dafka for Jews, and not for Bnei Noach? Krishna Gemara says, no, the Asni Avodos Kochavim B'Sinai, the Ashkechan, the Anish, all they Kochavim Yuliyah, we love Ashmanino, the Zel, the Zen. No, so here's the difference, because you find it by idolatry. Right? Idolatry was mentioned before Har Sinai, as we saw already before, right? It was repeated again, actually, as part of Aseres Hadibros. Speaks Persian. You can't have any other gods. And we know that Avodah Zarah applies to Jews and non-Jews. So that gives rise to the principle that any mitzvah that was recited before Matan Torah and then repeated again at Matan Torah applies to Jew and non-Jew only. Okay, let's go back here. Still analyzing the principle. Similarly, again, if you have a mitzvah that was said to the Noach before Matan Torah, was not repeated at Har Sinai, that applies to Jews and not to non-Jews. The Gemara says, I understand. Adrabah, just say just the opposite. V'lo Mishnas b'Sinai, v'nei Noach nemar v'lo Yisrael. Right? So again, I should say just the opposite. The fact that it was given to the name Noach before Matan Torah and wasn't given again at Har Sinai, doesn't that indicate that it only applies to non-Jews and not to Jews? To which the Gemara says, no, I'll tell you why. Leka, the Gemara says, Leka nedam to the Yisrael Shar Obeko Chom Pasur. Is there such a thing, something being mutter for Jews and usher for non-Jews? It doesn't make any sense. Anything that by definition is going to be usher for non-Jews, of course, is going to be usher for Jews as well. So the Gemara says, below, that's not true. What about Yifas Torah? So remember, we saw this before. Apu, right? Well, Ben Noach is not permitted in Yifas Torah. It's called Gesel. It's called theft. It's called theft. Yet a Jew is permitted in the war bride Yifas Torah. That's different. Yifas Torah is a function of a conquering army. The Torah's definition of a conquering army is a cloud spell. It's not a Ben Noach. Incredible. What about theft of less than a puta? Remembering in by Yisrael, that's not theft. By a Ben Noach, it is theft. Again, that's because Jews are capable of forgiveness. B'nei Noach are not. Therefore, again, a Yid could be local on Pachas Mishavet Puta, but a Ben Noach. We spoke about this before a couple of days ago. Ein Sham, incredible Yisrael. What it means to be a Yid. What it means to be a Yid is the ability to forgive, and where there is forgiveness, ultimately there is Mechila, and where there is Mechila, there is the ability to move forward. Otherwise, without the ability to forgive, without the ability to be mochel, every single thing in life becomes stinging, like difficulty and impossible to forge beautiful and meaningful and lasting relationships. Incredible. Sending mitzvah that was said to the Noach and was repeated Har Sinai applies to both Jews and non-Jews. Common days, I Bahari Mila. What about Bris Mila? What about Bris Mila? So remember again. So Hashem says to Avraham Avinu, this was before Matan Torah, keep the covenant of my bris. The Nishlis B'Sinai was repeated by Har Sinai. What does it say about Har Sinai? So Parshas Tazria. So it's repeated. And the Gemara says, Nemra, below the Bnei Noach. The mitzvah doesn't apply to Noach. So it doesn't go with the principle. The principle says anything said, right? Anything said ultimately again by Har Sinai. Libnei Noach, and ultimately again repeated Har Sinai applies to both. But Mila was said before Har Sinai, said again at Har Sinai, only applies to Yid. It doesn't apply to Bnei Noach. To which the Gemara says, Harul l'mishra Shabbos with us. No. The repetition actually of the mitzvah of Mila Parshas Tazria is to add a very important detail, namely that Bayom Afilu B'Shabbos. Teach us that when the 8th day falls out on Shabbos, you do Mila on Shabbos. This is important because I might have thought Mila requires the drawing of blood. Drawing of blood is Asr on Shabbos under the Malach of Shchita. So I might have thought that you can't do Mila on Shabbos. Kamash Malon, the additional mention of Mila Bayom Hashmini Afilu B'Shabbos, even on Shabbos. So actually the repetition is not coming to include anyone, right? It applies to Yidden. Repetition is coming to teach you a new halacha. I've already heard it, What about prayer of Rabbi? Mitzvah to be fruitful and multiply. Propagation. Shinemar, Noach, right? On one hand, it says to Bnei Noach, Nechsev, La'atem, Peru or Revu, right? Remember again, Adam is given prayer of Rabbi. Noach is given prayer of Rabbi. Vinishnis B'Sinai. It was said again by Har Sinai. Where was it said by Har Sinai? Lech Emor Lahem, Shuvu Lachem La'ohalech. The Baruch Hu says to Moshe Rabbeinu, go tell the people to go back to their tents. So this is incredible. Remember again, all this week's parasha. Rothschild tells Israel, prepare yourselves. Part of the preparation was husbands and wives separated from intimacy. After Kabbalah Torah, Moshe says to Klal Yisrael, go back to your tents. And Rashi understands going back to your tent is a euphemism for resumption of an intimate relationship with one spouse. So Moshe was essentially in mitzvah, which was commanded, and again regarding Periviridium. So it was said before Matan Torah, said again at Matan Torah. So the Gemara says, Libnei Yisrael Namra V'lo Libnei Noach. So again, ultimately, that was said for Klal Yisrael, not for Bnei Noach. To which the Gemara says, Hahu L'chol Davar Sheba Minyan Tzarchanim Afalat. You're right. That's actually coming to teach us a second halacha. right? The repetition there is not to go ahead and make it binding on the Noah. The repetition, interestingly enough, is there in order to teach us another principle, namely that something, a halacha that is legislated by a group, can only be repealed by a group of the same number, by another group of the same number, or greater number. So Baharaya, Moshe Rabbeinu, right, the Baruch told them, and therefore again, the Baruch tells them, Lechem or Lehem, go tell the people, Sin Chashbon told us to separate, was the same Hashem who told us to go back to our place. Okay? Yachi, Chochad Dechad Nami, Nema Mishum Nosa Isni. I'm sorry, Chochad Dechad Nema Mishum Nosa Isni. So you can say that about everything. Every
Money given a golden ticket immediately on an episode with a record, I think, 22 bucket balls. We do.
Ashara and Yehada in Nisra Bar Lama. Ultimately, again, why is there not a repeat of the punishment? There ain't one other good punishment. There's a Aliba Gadiba. And ultimately, again, all we have is a piece of good punishment. And the point of the year, he was on seeing the good punishment, but it was only repeated, it was only stated once, that's 1 month ago. I mean, what we see ultimately, again, but Mila and Shiri Bolivia also weren't repeated, right? Gemara says, I need to see this from most of them. These ultimately are going to be repeated again, as we mentioned before, because they introduce some new highlights. Paul noticed this one. With Anosha, is wasn't explicitly stated out there. But the other possibility is, Mila will probably after we become a slave. In reality, perhaps you could say that, at least by this Mila, the obligation of Mila was not given to the Mila. It was given to Adam. It's given to Adam. We become a slave. The Atra is DC Krishna. The Atra is our father, our son. Atra is our father. In the Shakir alone, second one, this is the Adam and his offspring. But just to Adam and his offspring, not to anyone else. Okay, well, if it's Adam and his offspring, and the Atra is shown how it is, so why shouldn't the son of his mother, right? So it's also son of Adam's mother. Why shouldn't he be tired of the love? Which means it's to Yitzchak and tired of Hashem. Because it says Yitzchak is the defined offspring of Adam. If that's the case, fine, so let it be Yitzchak. But in an Esau L'chayvus, let it be Esau then also. If you want to say fine, Yitzchak to Adam. Then Adam goes to Yitzchak, because Yitzchak is the real Yitzchak is the inheritance of Adam. That's fine. And then put Yitzchak's kids back with Esau. Why not Esau? If you want to be Yitzchak, the Lord calls it. Adam, you will be on Yitzchak, but not through all of it. Meaning, one of Yitzchak's sons will perpetuate your legacy, and not all of Yitzchak's. And not all of Yitzchak's. Therefore, it's only again the thread, the Adam and Yitzchak, and the whole different things that Christ, but not to any Adam and Yitzchak. That's the way it's still in the Bible. That's what it's going to feel. Right? If you think about this, how you start. So I'm going to be really nice. And right, my task is just what to feel. Think the laws we learn that's done, that's been done, and a whole bunch of kids. So maybe the big kids can be tied in, you know? And if I'm not used to it, I can be doing this stuff, you know, as easy as well, the rabbis can make it to it. So ultimately, I go to make it to it, included. Okay, so interestingly enough, it might be only good stuff, and one of the stuff said, so apparently the more than other people, at least initially, parts of the more congregation of this kind of somebody on that. Was beautiful, you know. Evolution was looking at Buffalo. Evolution was not committed to eat meat. Evolution, as I said, he was not committed to go ahead and eat meat. See, Rafael Yalakwa, or the whole Kayasa said, Pasha said that something was a good thing. Hashem says, to Adam, I have given you all the education. For you, Rafael Yalakwa, for you and for other animals. So you and the animals keep the education, and what kind of are the things? Yes. Evolution is not allowed to eat meat. As a vegetarian, if it's a local in Noah, it's probably the food that I was trying to cook on this, and I'll get a ton of pieces on this constant time, with some opium level. Man is not consuming animals.
that is the best champagne. It's locally and it's never one live. Podcast Single Barrel Ale 20 brought to you by Talkspace. How we doing tonight, huh? Fix the North Guerrero, Vallejo, Fernando Castillo, Carlos Sosa, and Scream Joe Freed the third joining us. Fueling on the electric John Deeds on the keys. Believe it or not, that's not a guy dressed up for Halloween this
There's no more prohibition on paper minachai. Abogoma, Achbos of the National Dominoes. Local after similar stuff that again, maybe even a higher price. So Abogoma, okay, what's it? We saw some dollars. Got some art either from paper minachai. My company, what's for you? Damo. Nisha Damo calls it solo. Even if I only find someone, which is something that has a distinction between flesh and blood. Yoshi Shroki Shin Daman will be called himself as figures in status and the animal, right? The animal has flesh, and then there's blood and other stuff behind it. It's all like just one mush, right? It's all one thing. Therefore, there's no freedom in that time when it comes to stuff. They say, it will do with the gas and the process is so again. So now, the market is sending this idea that ultimately shows we're not allowed to eat. The Astros, if ultimately is not allowed to eat, that would be used for the wasn't allowed to kill animals for his own consumption. You might say, maybe for the casting, do the casting. In some cases, Adam says the Adam is going to rule over the fishes. What does that mean, rule over the fishes? I love that. What does that mean for consumption? Well, the law. No, fish works. Into the rashball, like that, I said, the very rashball, he made the easy to before you plow with the goat and she put the yellow goat down there, and you have them both pulling the south forward. It's that called the line. It's a called the video. It's a put that fish to work on. So Adam doesn't have the right to eat fish, but he has the right to utilize the fish on the surface to work on. So he must touch them over the birds of the sky. My lava, that's why you eat the birds. Roll the malacha. So we can use the birds for work. And that's almost been in the rough. I don't think these birds for work. The point is, I'm about Josh, but I'll take the time. So you also use them now. So you just again, we're not going to technicalities of these birds. So again, for local us, if you fresh with geese or with chickens, the price of this is we go what is the chicken or what. So again, this has to do with what Josh points out that you also use the rule that there's a special permit for workers while they're working. So China, in order for that to receive it, has to work as the work on both of his feet and his hands. So when the animal is using all fours, then he's also specifically working with everything. He's allowed to call this work. Shiny is, if let's say you fresh, geese or chicken, it's only so is that called the whole animal? Was that work? Therefore, the animal should be permitted to eat. Or no, the whole animal is not. Like I said, the details are not as important for the discussion. What's more important for the discussion is it's illustrating how you can put geese and you can put chickens, fowl, birds to work. Okay? That's not what and you will rule over all the animals that was with you. You might say, this comes to include that man originally was supposed to have dominion over the sun. What's the incredible woe to man, because as a result of the sin of the tree of the Eitzadas, the tree of knowledge and good and evil, that Adam wasn't supposed to be from. Therefore, Adam was punished, Chava was punished, and enough of this thing was punished. Man lost out on a tremendous accomplishment. The snake was supposed to be the right hand of man. Like the snake was supposed to be something that enables man to accomplish much, and man lost out on it as a result of the sin. He was a mother named Kalonachos. Because had the Nachash not because remember again, the Nachash between the Nachash had feet, had arms, was able to speak, stood upright. The Nachash was not able to arm, highly developed animal who was supposed to be the Talmud. Had Adam not sinned, what would have happened? So every person, for you saw him, done most in the country. Every year, every Jew that two snakes, two good snakes. After the shadow, the top of the after the shadow, the dollar. One snake will stand north, one snake will stand south. The Hadilo, San Ligonian, Tobin, the Havan and Tobos, Umagonians. These snakes are very big. This is before they slither. But even at a dig, you know how to find stuff. They mine out all the most beautiful precious stones and gems. They send it out to do their thing, and they come and they bring it back to you. Grow old, not only that, I look for less season, you see a half house in a row, you can attach something underneath the tail of the snake. You won't see the upper of the reservoir. It's not stuff. It's not something. You take dirt out. Open up you again to your garden or to your so the Gemara says, so at this point, I was amazing that where they're supposed to be in the world, the world to serve. They create the world to serve them. For a holder of the earth, for a holder of the animal kingdom, for a holder of vegetation, everything is to serve man. Man is the crown jewel of creation. But man only merits to be served by the rest of creation when he occupies his exalted place in the, we call it the spectrum of creation, the ladder of creation. But when man abdicates his personalistic greatness, so he abdicates that right to be served by creation, that's when the earth turns on. That's why the prophet after Adam Arishon sinned, what does actually the Pharaoh do for Adam? He says, Adam, you're going to work the land, the coach, the guy it's not. You're going to plow the field, and you're going to sprout forth thorns and thistles. What does that mean? The world is not going to cooperate. When man doesn't do what he is supposed to do, the earth doesn't cooperate. The animals don't cooperate. The sun and the moon, the world doesn't cooperate. It's an incredible thing. When I do what I'm supposed to do, when I as a man, I will do what I'm supposed to do. So that's focus the universe. Serve man because man is serving me. Man is fulfilling his purpose, serving me, and therefore world fulfills your purpose by serving man. So when we advocate our sacred duty, not only are we shirking our own personal responsibilities, or disrupting the natural order. So the animals will be eroded, and the earth is going to be exposed. All the things that were created to serve me. And now we've been focusing on the things that we were sometimes even active in working against. Overwhelming the world. So basically, Murray is attached to higher than the owner, other than the minister of the I want to try some of the bottom channel other Rishon was sitting in Galilee. And what happened? And Malachi started taking care of him. And they were roasting the meat. And they were pouring in the sound of the meat. They were sifting straining wine for beautiful wine. So can you imagine this? Other Rishon was sitting in the Erev Shabbos going on. Like he's sitting there, they're making a barbecue from the meat board. It's an idea for a meat board. Now, so they're going ahead and they're making the meat board, they're roasting for a meat, they're pouring in delicious wine from Eretz Yisrael, pouring in delicious wine. The Nachash sees this, gets his phone Nachash, the Rabbi Fodo, so the cover that was being given by Rishon in his carnival. The Nachash became jealous. And we'll say, with that jealousy, that led to this house. You see a wife. See, I wonder why did the first see her? Because the Nachash wasn't happy with what he wanted with someone else. I will say the devotion gives us the everything else is more or less something different. Jealousy. We no longer have the ability to be content with lack of contentment. It stirs all kinds of things and leaves all kinds of things in the world. The Nachash was just jealous of the combination. Definite W. Big shout out to you, Ninja. Everybody definitely give my guy a follow. Us today, guys, if you're in the listen right now, request to speak, we would absolutely love to hear from you. We appreciate it. You're vibing with us, but You might say, oh, different. That means came from the heavens. And I guess it's like the first impossible order, right? That wasn't me that came from the animal. That was me that came from Shemayim. It was from the garden before. So what is that? I don't know. It says, I don't know what it is. It's impossible order. So it's the first different. I don't even didn't swallow anything to that meat. It's brought up brought it back from Shemayim. Whoa. Meat is about to hear me Shemayim. It's force from the heavens. That actually happened. And the other Shema come up, yeah, that's
Yo, big dog. How are you?
Doug, how are you?
Kicking ass, taking names.
Did I catch at a good time, or were you jerking yourself off?
You did not, but I'll leave a space for you. Dog, what are your thoughts on the most boring canoers in the history of Canada?
Oh man, I'm glad you loved that documentary as much as I did.
Let me say
And
this.
I
did go back and watch the end.
Oh, because he passed out at the end.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, like I didn't really filter that one at all. I watched like the first minute, and I was like, all right, dude. Let's see. I mean, like the story itself sounded. Well, there were like some interesting like tidbits, but my biggest gripe with that was just like it felt like they were just kind of splurting out just random facts about like their life, kind of.
I'm in a good
It
one.
wasn't really like a congruent story about like hardly had to do anything with like canoeing almost. It was just like, oh, from Winnipeg, and my wife hated me, and then I don't know, we're just fucking. We owned like crows. We had crows for pets. It's like just all this like arbitrary facts.
Right.
Stuffed into a movie and then it just kept dragging on at the end at like the hour and 10-minute mark. I'm like, man, this needs to end. The only interesting part was like when they're explaining how they finally made it to like Nicaragua somehow, and then like there were like some military people that like basically like shot a shotgun over their heads. Had to like lie to them about them being followed by Americans so that they wouldn't get killed. But like the first like hour was just so painfully dull.
Yeah, I mean, I think a few things hurt them. They did this in 1982, so there wasn't really any major footage of it. Like, you know, they couldn't. I don't blame them. I understand. There was like
Yeah, they're just broke people.
Yeah. Additionally, I didn't really understand, and I'm sure they explained it, but where did they get all their food?
I think they got it from little villages that they stopped at.
What? Hold on. No, I know that. No. I know that.
They were like down to like their last pancake or something that they had to like share.
Okay, so I remember like because I went back and watched the last part. Okay, and I remember, and maybe I misheard them, but they were like, "Yeah, we were thinking about going around Florida, but then we were like, no, let's go around the coast." And I was just like, I don't think your little boat would make it in like open ocean, like maybe. And then I know that they were rowing and how tired they were. Like I remember paying attention when they just started in the Mississippi. I get all that.
So they didn't take the Atlantic or Pacific Ocean. They took the Mississippi, like.
Oh, I know.
All the way down, kind of.
And then they went around the coast, like around Texas and Mexico, and then Central America. Yeah, no, I know they didn't. I would have liked more images of like following them along, like where they were. They just kind of like, I could be wrong, but like they went down the Mississippi and then I like maps, I guess, and I'd like to know like each spot where they were and then do a zoom in and they can talk about, yeah, so this is what we encountered in this one spot. I know, okay, so at the end, I didn't really, maybe they did and I just wasn't paying attention, but again, I watched this thing twice. What was it called again? Okay.
Send the YouTube link.
Yeah, just for a moment. They were canoers from Canada. They said that they went like they did the Amazon, but in my opinion, they I mean maybe they call it that, but they did another. They did like the Orrible River or something. Amazon River, 1982. Um, like okay, so 1980, Don Starkell and his son Dana embarked on a journey from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada to Belém, Brazil, at the mouth of the Amazon River. Oh, that no wonder. They didn't do the Amazon River. I thought they
No.
I thought they did, or I thought that was the point of it. The expedition began on June 1st, 1980, with the duo. Okay, so Red River in Winnipeg, and they faced numerous challenges, including treacherous ocean waves in the Gulf of Mexico, a near execution in Honduras, where they were threatened at gunpoint by armed men, and severe physical hardships such as food shortages and injuries. After traversing the Orinoco River, that's what I remember, and the Cassiquiare Canal, they entered the Amazon River at Manaus, Brazil, and completed their journey on May 2nd, 1982. Okay, so I remember thinking the parts that I liked, and again, there were probably other parts, but um, they. I remember when I first started watching it, like there's that phrase, "This could have been an email." Like this could have been like a 20-minute documentary. Like there's no video of them. I mean, was there video of them except from like when they did a few TV spots? Like they didn't have like. It's not
No,
like
that was the Achilles heel of this documentary.
Thank you.
Going into it, like with Big Riverman and the other one, and the guy walking in the Amazon, you're like inundated with like this amazing, like really crazy footage. But this one, like, there's like basically like being interviewed the entire time. There's no actual footage about it.
exactly.
So the lack of visual stuff
Exactly.
kind of hurt it.
It did, and they made it to. I mean, I remember thinking it was cool that they like would go to these huts in South America and like they would be like, yeah, the people there didn't have any food and they were giving us everything that they had. And I thought that, and they were like, and it was every single village. And so you could tell it was not just the goodness out of just a few people's hearts. It was their whole community was very generous. And then I remember there was one story. I remember the first time I heard it, and then the second time where there was like an anaconda or like a giant snake on a log, and one of the guys got out to go, like take a picture with it or something, and then the snake like didn't lunge at him, but just like went back in the water, and that kind of would freak me out. Like, dude, this thing could be anywhere, and it could just take me down. Like, I wouldn't mess around with that kind of stuff. And oh, the part I really liked too was the they talked about the pink dolphins that were like really curious. You could tell how smart they were, and they would like follow the boat but not get too close, and then sometimes they'd like take a wink at them or whatever. But just all in all, I just was like, this. When are they gonna do when are they gonna do the Amazon? I think I got confused because the other guy swam the Amazon, that I figured they were gonna like go upstream at some point and like upriver, but they just never did. And then at the end they were like, yeah, and we just went back and started talking to these crows or whatever, and that was the end of it. And it was like, what the fuck kind of story is that? It was cool. Again, the thing that hurt it was they didn't have any footage of it, and if they had any,
It also just like the way they told the stories, it was just like it's feeling more about like the old dude just talking about random shit in his life than like actual what happened on the fucking like canoe trip.
There's that. Like the other documentaries we've seen, the people at the mall, even though they didn't have much video of the mall, there was some, and they had like pictures, but if I recall,
Well, that one was also about like half about. It was mostly about the freaking tape murals, and
Yeah.
then there's also
that's exactly right.
mall built into it.
Right.
There's a tape mural documentary with like half of it about living in a mall.
Yeah, but you know what? That one didn't really have pictures either, or video. Big River Man, gotta say, is my favorite thus far because at least his had he had a ton of footage. He had so much footage, like you felt like you were doing it with him. And I understand these people were doing it in 1982, and I don't think you could even do it today. If somebody was like, I want to canoe all the way down the Mississippi and into like international waters or whatever, or like other countries, they would just be like, no. The Coast Guard would stop you, or Border Patrol would stop. Somebody would stop you, and then to do it all the way around, it'd be like an international incident. They just wouldn't let you do that nowadays. So I think it was an interesting time when they could do it, and you could also kind of tell the like it seemed easier to get from Canada to the United States then, that they were just like. And just to meet these guys from like Dubuque, Iowa, where they started and made their way down, and
they did meet the guy from that like rock band or whatever. I forget the name of like the rock, but they got free tickets because they were like Canadian homeless looking or something, and so they were like from Canada. So the guy let him into like this big rock concert, and he got to talk to some. I forget the name of the band, but he talked to some legendary rock dude.
The most interesting part before they got to the like the first half of the documentary is they got offshore in like Missouri and went with some chicks. They like found girls and were like hanging out with these chicks, but then the chicks had like boyfriends and chased them back to the canoe. I mean, like that was like the highlight. And again, I'm not saying like what they did was really cool. Another interesting thing is I would have expected them to be jacked, just absolutely fucking jacked after paddling for 2 years straight. Just like I would have expected Big River Man to be like in a like just the best shape of anybody. It doesn't really change them that much physically. I mean, I'm sure their muscles are like built for stamina, but I was like, okay. And it was okay. It wasn't bad. It's just, it really makes me understand like the value of having video when you're telling a story is so incredibly important. Like I I've talked to you about this before. I don't talk to many people about it, but I had this dream that kind of started me on this journey of live streaming my life. And one of the things that I recall from it was in the future, people won't really believe it if it wasn't on video. And I could see that being true. Like, I understand they're going to believe things, but how real was it? Unless it's on video, you can manipulate photographs or just writings. And I don't know, it's almost like history started at the invention of the video. And if it didn't,
like you need like a video camera that's like tied to your biology somehow, like a linked camera to like a actual person, like a Meta Ray Bans that is like can only work if it's attached to a human brain to like prove the authenticity that's like not AI.
Well, even that
for like future video,
even that could be manipulated. There's the idea that like if you have some kind of tool that can always detect AI, that's valuable. But what's even more valuable is a tool that can trick that tool. And if you're able to do that, then everything kind of falls apart. I can say like with every single day I've done a stream, I check AI and how much it's advancing and how much it's fooling people. It fools me. I almost have to say when I watch some of these videos, like I ask myself, could I really see this happening in real life? And if the answer is no, then I go to the comments and it's like, oh, it's AI. But then there'll be other people who be like, no, it's not AI. It happened. And there'll be like this whole write-up on it or whatever. It's just getting so good. And
yeah, I saw this one of like this monkey on an umbrella. It was like in China, and it was like the monkey steals the umbrella and then like jumps off like a cliff and then like uses the umbrella as like a paraglider, and it looks so real. But then I thought it was real initially, and then people were like, "Oh, this is like AI." I mean, fuck! I thought it was possible maybe for the monkey to ride the umbrella. Oh well.
Perhaps. And I mean, look, I don't even know how powerful my own streams are, but the more I do it, the more I feel like it's come. I don't want to say it's coming to a close, but my anonymity is coming to a close. People are really starting to learn who I am on X, and that's good. That's neat. And I'm getting more people in here and joining and spending more time in here. And the video that I've created, though, none of it is AI, at least for things that aren't like Sora. And I think that'll have extreme value in the future. That because I don't think that you will be able to just unlimited stream in the future. Like somebody's going to find out about what I do, and they're going to put a limit to it. Like you'll only be able to. They say like you can have one account, but like they're even doing this like with these age verification laws. I mean, I don't look forward to a day when I have to do age verification on all my YouTube accounts, and they start saying you've already uploaded your ID for this account. You know what I mean? And like I'm limited. So I know I'm saying this.
You use some other person's ID, but
yeah, but I mean at a certain point they're like gonna want that for themselves. And I mean I know like even with the people with whom I live and have lived in the past while on the stream, the people who live in the house, I have asked them at times to like do 2-factor authentication for me with their phones. And it's like that only goes so far, you know, like they have to really like me to let me do that, like to get a code sent to them. Usually somebody would just be like, go pound sand. And I just recognize that you're not going to be able to just live stream all you want. This is the wild, wild west, and it's starting to get closed off. Certainly in Australia, certainly in the United Kingdom, where they're putting in the age verification. Not that I'm not a fan of that. It's just it
hang on. If you're like you only need one account per platform, is that not correct?
That's
for
what
YouTube, you upload it to one channel. So
that's what you're supposed to have.
I mean, I get you have like a billion channels, but like, don't you only need one per platform, anyways?
No, not necessarily. If I want multiple angles, sometimes they'll say you can only do one live stream from one account.
Okay. Do you have that currently, multiple angles on the same platform? Because I thought each platform had a different angle.
Oh, no. Okay, so, I mean, you've seen all my live streams, right, at once?
Yeah, which is why, like, your phone, like, on Instagram is pointing out, like, your toes, your Discord's another orientation. Like,
no.
I don't know if you're streaming on multiple, like, the same platform twice.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Riser, I can't believe you've never seen this. At the top of this Discord, you're going to see a red circle that says 24/7 live YouTube streams. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, click on that, and there's a link in there. Do you see the link?
Wait, is this a Rabbi account that's in the chat right now?
Is it a Rabbi account?
A Linktree Rabbi Rothschild?
No. So in the Discord, you're going to see at the very top, it says like Shalom. Do you see that? It's a channel. Do you see at the very top, like the top?
Yeah.
Okay, so below that, you're going to see a red circle that says 24/7 live YouTube streams.
That's not below Shalom. It says welcome, announcements, infill, 24/7 stream.
Hold on. So you see at the top, it says welcome, or it says Shalom, then welcome.
Yeah.
Then it says rule. Then it says announcements. Then it says 24/7 live YouTube streams. Do you see the one that says 24/7 live YouTube streams?
Mine just says, like, are you talking about the voice call? Because this one just says 24/7 live stream.
No. Okay, so at the very top, do you see it says Shalom?
I don't see it. No, it's not there.
At the very top of this Discord, you don't see something that says Shalom.
I see that. I don't see like the 24/7 YouTube.
Open up. Hold on. Open up Shalom.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Do you see this red circle? It says 24/7 live YouTube stream.
Yeah.
Okay. Click that. Now open up that link that's in there from YouTube.
Okay. So you have, geez, like 3 angles.
I better have more than 3 angles.
Oh, yeah, I guess more. But there's like a lot of streams. Holy fuck.
And I've been doing this for 4 years. I can't.
You have like 12 fucking streams.
I can't believe I've never shown you this.
No, that's the first time.
Yeah, and so
That's crazy. The behind the scenes. You're like, yeah, that is some crazy like
newfie. It's as newfie as you get.
Surveillance economy shit that you fucking self-willingly implemented.
Well,
most people are like, yeah, don't fucking surveil me, and you're just like, sign me up, dog.
Exactly. Okay, so I can't believe you've never seen that. I mean, that's my own fault for not showing you. So I'm not just live on one stream.
The CCP would love you, dude.
Oh, for sure. I'm their best friend. I've only ever spoken.
You're a role model for the CCP.
Word, dog.
Communism in China. You're like, everyone look. You just need a few Insta360s.
Exactly. Okay, so I can't believe
you get paid 4 cents a day.
Dude, they make more in China than we make in the United States in a lot of places. Okay, so I can't believe I've never shown you that. So I have that for 4 years. Now, do I have that many live streams? No, I mean, when I first started, it might have been like 5 live streams, but I have multiple live streams, multiple angles, and then like you see on Instagram and all that other stuff, like all kinds of other angles as well. And then
is the same device streaming on multiple platforms?
Yeah, they're on 33 different. Each one of those views that you see is on like 33 different platforms.
Nice.
So everything from YouTube and Rumble. Oh, I gotta tell you something funny about Kick. Not Kick though. They've been.
So you have redundancy figured out.
Absolutely. And I mean, I'm on Pump Fun. I'm closing in on 1 year of 24/7 X Spaces, which like no one's ever done, not to my knowledge. People do.
Yeah, Elon needs to high-five you for that.
Oh, for sure. And it's video X Spaces, so you can like watch me on camera. Okay, with that being said, that doesn't include all the different Discords I'm in. And I told you, I'm not in the top 1% of Discorders, nor the top 0.1% of Discorders. I'm in the top. Oh, no. I am in the top 0.1%. I'm not in the top.
Like Discordarian?
I'm not in the top 1%. I'm not in the top 0.1%. I'm in the top 0.1%, which makes me like the biggest Discord user in the world. And with that said, I mean, like I'm.
Brandon, he's got to be up there, probably.
Yeah, he is. He definitely is. He is probably also in. He's probably in the 0.1%. I don't know. He's in with a lot of different accounts, so he's probably close to 0.01%. I mean, you get to a certain point where you're literally always in there. That like, there's just a small contingent of us at the top who are literally like always in VC calls. But yeah, Brandon's got to be. Okay, so with that being said, you were asking, are all of these like you? If you, I can't believe I've never shown you all my live streams at once, and the reason why it's so important is so that you can see. Yeah, I'm like live in 360 degrees, and people can view my life from different angles. Now, do sometimes the apps crash? Absolutely. Do sometimes the computers have issues and restart? Yeah. I mean, that just happens with technology, but that's why I have so many redundant streams. And then you can watch my life from different angles.
It's friendly. Yeah. Okay. Say hi. Sorry. Yo, go say hi. No? Hello. Wow. Yo, chill.
It's okay.
Chill. Bigger. Yeah.
I'm not scared of a dog. I'm scared of my dog.
Oh, yeah, he's a big guy.
Curious.
Thank you.
What is
My
this
apologies.
bullshit?
My apologies. There was a dog.
Okay, I tried to open up the link that you sent me, but it said unable to load conversation. So what's the idea of the game that you have?
Probably. Yeah, this game is probably, and I'm not exaggerating this. This could be like my ticket to freedom, because I just think it's a very interesting and cool idea, and from the research I've done, it actually has not been done before, so that's cool. Because I've been making this VR spray paint game, which has been going pretty well. But I was thinking, like, what game am I going to make after this spray painting game? And then I was like, oh, is there like a corn maze game in VR? And then it was like a corn maze game would be pretty sweet. And I looked it up, and there seems to be like some corn maze games. I was like, oh, bummer. But then I was talking to AI, and then it was like, how can you make the corn maze game more interesting? And like, oh, well, there could be like portals in the corn maze game that like lead to like other sections of the maze and whatnot. And the original idea also, I was like, oh, it'd be sweet. Like, you're in a corn maze, but you're also being hunted by some assailant. That could be an online player or AI. And specifically, there's a game that I used to play called The Hidden. And I think it was like a modification of some other game, but it was basically you have guns if you're on the defending side, and there's like 10 people or whatever, and you have to try and kill this invisible hidden person with like a blade, and like you can barely see them, and they have a knife and like are able to like run really fast and shit, so it's hard to kill them. It was a very fun game. It was pretty popular too. So that was just kind of like the original like basic thing, but then and I think that like puzzle games specifically are like very unique and fun in their own like non-malevolent kind of way. And so I don't really know how this occurred to me, but I was like, okay, like imagine you can visualize like corn maze, right? Like from like if you're like looking down on it from a bird's eye view.
Okay.
Imagine a corn maze. So then imagine there's just like random portals in the corn maze that lead to other sections of the maze. And then imagine that you kind of turn the corn maze and those like corridors into like a Rubik's Cube where you can twist and manipulate and rotate them and disconfigure their natural orientation. So you'll have like some weird like 3D structure of these hallways, twisted and angled and stuff. And so so the game basically is like, or like the puzzle aspect of the game, which can be played like either being attacked or just in puzzle mode, is that basically you're like kind of inside this Rubik's Cube of a maze. There's portals that don't line up, and your job is to basically line up the portals from within the maze and reconstruct the maze so that the portals line up and you can actually escape the maze. If that makes any sense at all.
Yeah, it seems like it could be a winner.
Yeah. Now, what I don't want the game to be is just like a boring game of like, okay, twist and guess the orientations of the thing until it makes sense and you get out. So that wouldn't really be fun. So you kind of need this underlying glue layer that like ties it together so that like you have two ends of a portal that need to link up with each other. And so that's like one kind of piece of the puzzle. But then there's like a second like puzzle within a puzzle type of mechanic that there needs to be a layer that is the thing that's giving the players the information that they need to be able to figure out which portal goes to which portal connection or how to correctly configure the maze, if that makes sense. So that's what I'm trying to brainstorm now is like this puzzle within a puzzle layer that guides the players.
I think that it will be a lot of people just trying to figure out the different configurations.
I mean, that'd be like twisting a Rubik's Cube and hoping to solve it without knowing any algorithms behind how to actually move a piece to a certain square. You can try to guess, and if this like, and also the puzzle layer within the, like, as I mentioned, just turning and rotating a piece of the Rubik's Cube is not necessarily exciting. The exciting part comes from this extra added puzzle layer within the game that is giving you the information that you need in order to find out which way to correctly orient the different corridors of the maze and portals.
Do you think it'll be that fun?
I mean, just like a maze with portals and an invisible hunter that's hunting you would be fun on its own.
Yeah, that would be.
Like,
that would be.
That's like one way to do it, and then I don't know, the puzzle. I don't know. I think puzzle games have like a really they're very intriguing to people, so they'll want to play it, you know.
Okay.
If it's a good puzzle game, that's like unique. I think that like also in VR, if you're like walking backwards up walls and like upside down and shit, it'll be very visually stimulating because it's not just like one plane either. Like gravity is off in the puzzle too. So there's like corridors of the maze that are just like on different angles, and also not every portal has the same properties. Like different portals can do different things, which creates even more of like a layer of complexity. And also, what was I gonna say? They're just. It's a game of like spatial reconstruction, essentially.
Yeah. Why does it have to be in like different portals in 3D and stuff, or like move around in 3D? Why can't it just be a maze that you get chased through?
Well, it is a maze that you get chased in. Like, I can see there being like 3 modes that you can play it. Just straight up maze being chase mode, which is like the most easy to build probably because you're just slapping an invisible person on. Gucci. Yeah. you're just like that. That's not too complicated to create. It's just like portal maze attack game. But yeah, you can play like that, or you can play it just puzzle mode where you're inside the Rubik's Cube maze, actually solving puzzles using your brain. Or you can play both, the puzzle with the attack feature on, so you're solving a puzzle while being attacked.
Okay. I mean, maybe it's just not my kind of game. I'm not saying it's bad. The more shit you add to it, the less I think people will like it. I think the simplicity. Imagine and I don't want to take your idea, but imagine your corn maze game, just like that, and then somebody chasing you through it, like a guy with a knife or something, and the object of the game is to get through the corn maze as quickly as possible. What's wrong with that?
Well, it's just a totally different experience from the user, because one is a problem solving game and the other one is just like a go adrenaline type of game.
Okay.
Which there's nothing wrong with either of them. They're just two completely separate things. So I think it'd be more valuable ultimately to have an option for just the go shooter runaway game. Sure, that's totally fun, easy to build and cool, but the puzzle games like Portal have I feel like a lot of viral potential because they're strategy or problem solving games that make people think. And that's why if you create a good puzzle game that people want to play, that's unique. I think that's what gives it the opportunity to be. I mean, the go game can be equally as massive too. I'm not saying that, but it's just a little easier to replicate, I guess.
Do people like puzzle games?
Absolutely. Look up the revenue of Portal or Portal 2, or I haven't really researched a ton of puzzle games, but I know that they're popular. I mean, chess is almost a puzzle game in a way. Sudoku, puzzle game. I mean, those are just in the newspaper crosswords. I mean, people like puzzles. I don't know how big the puzzle market is, but I think it's very big.
Okay. I mean, I'm not saying that it's not, it couldn't be popular, but I guess it depends to me how engaging the puzzles are.
Well, yeah.
So, if the puzzles are really fun, then there's definitely a lot of opportunity there. But if the puzzles are just kind of like a hindrance, then that's not necessarily going to be a winner. But I mean, if you want to build it, I'm telling you this, and I mean this. You could build the best fucking game that you ever want in the world, but nobody's ever going to play it unless you can market it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that. There's ways. Obviously, you have to get the word out. But the thing about these games and why I'm so, I guess, drawn to it is they can really they can just catch fire like a match, and just really get viral quickly. Because one streamer starts playing it, and then 1,000 streamers start playing it, and then the downloads just go berserk.
I get that.
Not that I'm saying that I'm not even interested in I mean the money is a great byproduct, but I I just think it would be cool to be in like this interstellar, like Inception type world where you're inside the maze and have to reconstruct it from the way, like from the inside out, in order to escape.
Okay.
Like maze, it's could be called like Maze Breaker or something.
Okay. You've got to understand, I'm sure you do, that especially with Google anti-gravity, how many more games are going to flood the market and how much competition there's going to be. And I understand all you have to do is get one. Well, it takes more than one influencer to get a game to catch on, but even still, it's just not. I don't feel it's all that lucrative. Personally, I could be wrong, but I see. I have devices.
I mean, you can copy a game, but that won't make people play it because if the carbon. I mean, if people are copying it, that also indicates that it's worth copying to begin with. But if they're at that stage, then people are probably more likely to play the original unless the copycat is a lot better, in my opinion.
I get that. What I'm saying is, right now, there are maybe 10 popular games in the world. Not really that many more.
I disagree. I disagree with that statement.
I mean, really
Why do you think the number is so low?
I mean, from what I see, I can tell you right now. I'll tell you right now. On Rumble or on Kick.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you right now. Just one moment. All right.
Oh, yeah, I mean, going on Twitch is a good metric, but
okay,
I'm talking about
so Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah.
And I'm not including, like, if you want to make money, make a gambling game. That's how you make fucking money. But I'm not talking any gambling game.
Why do you think gambling games?
Oh, that's
disagree.
That's a huge moneymaker. That's a huge moneymaker. Giant. Bigger than any of these combined.
No, but essentially, I mean, I hear you, but games can also create downloadable content, which is like essentially an extra revenue stream, which could potentially be more than the rake that the casinos get.
Okay.
Depending on the scale and the size and the volume.
Chances are no, though. Chances are, because you have to pay every single time you play it, as opposed to just buying it once, and then you may buy it once and just never ever stop playing it, and then you as a creator only make a certain amount of money. Why couldn't you make your maze game a gambling game? It's not really done so much. I know there's some legalities, but okay, let's talk for a second about just games. Because I said there are like 10 big games out there. There's Grand Theft Auto as of right now. There's FIFA. There's Arc Raiders. There's Minecraft. There's League of Legends. There's another Google Grand Theft Auto roleplay, so that doesn't count. There's like Left 4 Dead 2, that's 6. Counter-Strike 7. Guardians of the Galaxy, that's 8. PUBG 9, Fortnite 10. Now, are there more games?
You didn't list Rocket League or Apex Legends or.
I'm just telling you that there aren't that many people playing that get those games right now. Even still,
I think you need to look up the metrics for actual like the Steam downloads of games. You're listing off games with market caps of like billions of dollars. Like there's a successful game if you're a developer solo and you launch a game that is $10 million, you're laughing.
Okay.
Like 10 million of sales is like a successful indie game.
Okay. By the way, Power Wash Sim is pretty high.
Away from there. Yep.
Yo, what the fuck? Am I chopped liver here?
Oh, my dog's running on the fucking road. Get out of there.
All right, let's. You don't have yellow.
Sorry. Yeah.
You don't have yellow on a leash.
We're running around at the park, getting her to exercise. All right, she's contained. You're saying, Power Wash similar. That guy probably made $30 million.
Exactly. And I'm saying, why don't you be that guy?
Well, yeah, but he had a good enough way to market or a good enough.
That's the thing. That's the thing. That's the thing that guy's got. And for any of these people, their marketing budgets are giant.
I mean, how do you know that?
I see this.
How do you know you can go into like a Reddit community, post the game, and then a bunch of people start playing it, and yada yada.
I see this guy. I see this game everywhere, and maybe I don't know. I see it on all my devices. I don't know. I just see it a lot of places. That it's the hot game. Okay, whatever. I'm just saying, like, getting into the game world is very difficult, and especially with Google anti-gravity, it's going to make it 10 times as difficult. And it's almost more beneficial. Would you rather have a huge marketing budget and
Google anti-gravity is not connected to Unity. So it's not exactly just like plug something in. Like, it's not like a website that's just going to whip up. It can whip up 2D like website games, but if you actually want to build a game with assets, and I know this personally, you have to go connect scripts like to objects physically within Unity, change like a million settings in Unity to get things to work, debug. Like, it's not just like one click like you're kind of making it out to be.
It's gonna be though. It's gonna be though. If they already have 2D prompt games, give it a year, and they'll have 3D prompt games. I mean, just like with Sora. Sora, this is like Google anti-gravity is like Sora 1, which is just video, or which is just pictures. And give it a year, and you'll have Sora 2, which is videos, which is just like Google anti-gravity, but with 3D.
Okay, but the concept still has to be solid for people to want to play it.
I get that. I'm saying
I get that you can rip people off in a minute, but it's not. It's like, I don't know. There's a bunch of examples of like, sure, there's Chinese Yeezys that you can buy, but people typically want to buy the first mover, the OG real Yeezy.
I mean, what you're talking about to build a game, it's going to take you a year to do it, and that doesn't even include any kind of quality assurance testing or any kind of market research or focus groups. This is just to get it off the ground, and you haven't marketed it one bit. And I'm just saying that, like, you could literally wait 1 year from today, and in a year probably have a prompt that you could create that exact same game. I just don't want you wasting your time. I'm not saying it's a waste of time, but why wouldn't you just do a simple game that's a gambling game? If you want to make money.
I don't think. I mean, that just sounds like the same problem that you were talking about before. Like, you can create a gambling game. I can create one right now with MetaMask or whatever in crypto, but you're still going to have like a huge problem of trying to actually get people to use it, especially if you have zero marketing budget.
That's exactly right.
And you're not actually. And like I did actually have a gambling app that I wanted to create that used AI to create videos and simulations of these abstract things that people could bet on. So if you wanted to bet on whatever, like what the biggest shoe out of like the box is going to be, like which color, you can do that. Like literally like an open source gambling type of platform, and people can vote on whatever ideas or things they wanted to actually that odd. But it's still like the problem of like how the hell. I mean, I guess if it's catching up, like I don't know. I think the AI, like that idea that I just said, actually is decent. Do you think that, or do you think it's shit?
I don't think it's shit. I don't think you. If you had given me any idea that I think is shit, I would have told you that. I don't think any of them are shit. I just don't want you to waste your time on something that is very easily replicatable. You could put like just with the maze game, you could put all this time into it, and the second that Bethesda or Blizzard or any of these companies see that, and they see that it has potential, they just have to put out their own. And like you said, well, usually people want the OG. Yeah, but if they've never heard of the OG, they're gonna think Bethesda's or Blizzard's or anyone else's is the original. I mean, I this is maybe not the best example, but have you ever
I
played?
mean, they're only gonna copy the game if it gets to like. It's like the drink industry. It's like Pepsi is not gonna buy out the drink company unless they get to like 50 million in sales. Then they'll be like, okay, we'll just buy them out for $1 billion or whatever. But
Have you ever
it's
played?
like the indie game. It's probably they're like, okay, some game is really hot. It reaches 10 million sales. Are we gonna launch our own bullshit version of this game?
Have you ever?
I guess we can do that, but the guy has already made 10 million from it, so he's already set for life, kind of.
Have you ever
He's
played?
already working on a better, cooler game that's gonna launch after this one. We don't know though.
Have you ever played Super Mario Brothers 2?
Is that the one where you like bash people off? No, I played Smash Bros. I don't think I played Super Mario Brothers. And that's a game that I don't think he even listed in that top 10 game. There's only 10 games.
No. I
I
mean,
don't think he listed a Nintendo game in that list.
I didn't. No, I didn't. But I mean, what I'm saying is like, what are popular games? Maybe right now at this moment on the streaming sites, maybe more than 1,000 people are playing them. And Super Smash Brothers was next on the line. I mean, it wasn't the next one. It was like 3 more down. But okay, I'm just saying like there are 50.
It's also backed by like $1 trillion company.
Pretty close. I'm saying like there are 50 games out there, and there you go. A multi-billion-dollar company is still struggling to break into the top 50. Now, with that being said, if you've never played Super Mario Brothers 2, then you won't know what I'm referencing. But basically, Super Mario Brothers, when it came out, it was revolutionary. It just changed. It changed humanity. And Super Mario Brothers 2 came out, and the people at Nintendo needed a game to come out really quickly because they wanted to capitalize on the success of Super Mario Brothers 1. And so what they did is they took somebody else's game that they had and just put Mario in the game. So if you've ever played all the Super Mario Brothers, there's like this weird world that is unlike many of the other worlds. And I was going to give you the example. Basically, Nintendo just stole that second Super Mario Brothers and rebranded it the way that they wanted. And no one can tell you the name of what game they stole unless you're like a video game historian. And that's all that would happen with your game. If your game got at all popular, they're just going to take your game, and I know you're like, well, you've already made $10 million off of it. You're going to have to sell a lot of these different games, and depending on how you price it, and to get it on Steam, I mean, I know that
It costs $100 to publish a game on Steam.
Okay, so Steam has people that are both in the Steam world and in the Blizzard world and in the Bethesda world and the EA world. And the second they start seeing huge amounts of downloads for your game, it doesn't even have to be you're going to make $10 million. You make $150,000 on it. They're going to steal that game from you. And all they're going to have to do is say, we want a 3D maze game, and with whatever, we're going to change the colors and change the people. And because it's really difficult to to copyright a game, it's like essentially impossible. You're going to be SOL.
Really?
Yeah.
Why is it so impossible to copyright a game?
This is a really great question, and I ran into this. So I helped to develop the world's first on-demand and scheduling car wash app, and this was like a revolution.
Power washer.
Yeah, exactly.
You're the original power washer.
Well, this was like 10 years ago, and essentially we brought in a patent attorney for a lot of money, and we said, look, we want to patent this. This is what we think is a really great idea. And he explained it to us very simply that, and it's the same with the gaming industry as it is the app industry. You can patent it. That's great. All someone has to do is change one feature about the app or the game, and it's a new game. And that is not something your patent includes. So basically,
Can you also make like a broad enough patent to where it includes?
It won't be granted.
A lot of things.
It won't be granted. So the patent office you have to be really specific with it. And so we talked about it, and it was like $10,000 to patent this app. But all somebody would have to do is change something slightly in the app, like instead of being able, let's just say, to schedule every 15 minutes, they could schedule every 10 minutes. That's a different app, completely different app. It's really specific. And so just like your game, all they have to do is say, if your guy is just like a human running through this place, all they have to do is change it to a dog or a woman or whatever. Like, they just have to change something very slightly, and it's considered a new game. The reason why this is done is so that it gives more freedom to creators to be able to create software, as opposed to, like, imagine if somebody was able to patent like the ability to create a picture online using a computer. I mean, that would really restrain people's creativity and business. So what they do say is, look, you can patent software, but it has to be very specific, and only once it's specific and it's passed is the patent and trademark office is it going to be enforced. But all someone has to do is change a very slight element of it. And so perhaps the element would be at the end, instead of giving someone 5 stars, you can give them 5 stars plus a comment right then. That's a new app, and things going to be true of your game. So I know, like, well, people will already made you will have already made $10 million. I just don't think so. All they have to do, all these big companies have to do, is look at the trending games on Steam and see that your game is trending, and they'll have somebody play it, and then they'll just say, okay, manipulate, like essentially reverse engineer this, and we're going to create a similar version. We're going to come out with it in 6 months, and then we're going to market it, and we're going to crush this little game.
I mean, why is there no clone from a big studio of Shotgun Roulette? There's like this network effect of community that happens and circles around the game when things catch on, and it's the network effect that you can't really steal from, or else there'd be other like Flappy Birds or what was that stupid mobile or Angry Birds?
Right.
Like, there's only one Angry Bird.
No, there aren't. There are tons of Angry Bird clones.
Yeah, but are any of them as successful as the original?
Well, that was a huge company that put that out.
Okay, does that matter if it's a huge company?
Absolutely.
I guess.
Absolutely, because they could market it. They could market it. And the reason why that became popular is because they marketed it right when the iPad was released. And this was like a totally new way to be able to play a game. And the reason why Angry Birds got popular is because the iPad was taking over, and it was like a big screen, and you could like pull back and have the thing fly. And so that was basically in tandem with that. And Apple helped that as well, because they wanted people to buy their iPads. So they put the Angry Birds app at the front of the store all the time.
Right, fair enough. But I mean, there's still indie games that manage to be successful, is I guess my point. And there are challenges like you've described, but
Let's look up
I don't know.
because I'm not a
I
huge.
think
Let's look up.
look at like most popular indie games.
I'm going to
on
look that up
Steam.
right now. What is a list of the top 50 most popular indie games of all time and how much they've ever made lifetime?
Yeah, I'm curious what it'll be. Yeah, out of there. Come here. Yeah, here. Yeah. Do you have the list?
Yeah, I do. Okay, so Minecraft is number one. Now you're gonna say, "Oh, well, Minecraft." Hold on, though. That's not. I
It was
don't.
made by a Swedish guy. A single. Yeah, there you go. Like some random Swedish guy.
Okay. Terraria. But I mean, Minecraft. Yeah. Okay. Terraria, Stardew Valley, Hades, Cult of the Lamb, Hollow
You
Knight.
say Mojang? Mojang, this big company, I think, bought Minecraft, but it was already like for like a lot of money, like when it was popular, like already. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'm not saying it can't happen. It obviously has happened, but I don't think that these games are just one guy.
I mean, what else is on the list?
Um, let me look up as well. Give me the same 50 games, but then how much the company was worth when it first started. I can't believe AI is so good that it can like put this information together. This would take so long, like 5 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, with a Google search, you'd have to find someone who's already done it.
Yeah,
Pieced it together.
and nobody would have done that. Okay, so all right. So Minecraft was acquired by Microsoft for $2.5 billion in 2014. So it was a game starting in 2009, but it didn't get popular until really until it's gotten really popular since Microsoft has bought it. That's when it became a movie and all that other shit. Terraria, bootstrapped indie start, no published. It's still privately held. I have never heard of that game, so maybe I'm out of the loop. Stardew Valley, I have heard of that. Solo founder, no formal company valuation launch. Runs personal net worth was $20 million though, but not at founding. Okay. Indie studio, early valuation publicly available. Hollow Knight, small indie studio formed by founders, no early valuation. All right. But none of these are, from what I see, and maybe they are, but like none of these are just one guy with no formal programming experience sells it for $2.5 billion. Like even Mojang Studios by Marcus Notch Person, he was already a developer. Not saying it can't happen. It's just it hasn't. It doesn't seem like it's.
I mean, I've gone from nothing to a spray painting game in like literally 3 days.
I think
It's
that's.
been like spray painting in VR within 3 days.
I think the spray painting game is a better idea. That's fun.
Yeah, I know. It's gonna be cool. The actual maps that I'm building for it are like extensive. They're just like a lot better than the other maps from the other games.
Okay. Well, I'm not. I think the best chance that you have is a graffiti game because of the simplicity. There's something simple about that people would like. Uh, in your spray painting game, do you get in trouble if you get caught spray painting, or is it just spray paint anything you want?
No, it's not. You're not running from the law. Just have a open studio or train yard or building, and just take your time. It's more. I mean, graffiti is also part of the game, but it's also for muralists as well. Practice.
Have you thought of just a painting game?
A what?
Like what you're doing, but like you could just paint a house as well.
I mean, there's no artistic creativity if you're just painting a house a solid color.
Incorrect.
If I wanted to build like house painting simulator.
Incorrect.
I can build house paints.
Incorrect. I mean, you're just you can do it on a wall, a train car. I don't know, like a dumpster. Like you're gonna run out of stuff. What I'm saying is like, what would be in my opinion, cooler is you could do all those things, or if you wanted to, it would be a game like a professional house painter. So
that's like a one that seems like just painfully boring because it's like a chore. I mean, you're gonna argue that power washing is a chore and that caught on.
Exactly.
Blah, 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 blah.
Exactly.
Okay. And I don't know how many people maybe I'm completely wrong, and there's a niche of people who are just dying to paint and mask tape along a virtual wall. But again, it just seems like two very different objectives. One, this is a spray painting game, so I mean you can adjust the opacity and the size of the sprayer to like be massive if you want to spray paint a house. And I'm making it so it's like open world where you can import your own things to paint. So if you're dying to paint a house, just a solid color with no creativity, you can do that. You just have to import the house. I think that aspect is also what will help it gain virality of like the TikToks of people painting their own custom worlds, which is a current feature that none of the other games have.
There are some people who paint murals on their house.
Yeah, that's true. Like fences, that's true.
Yeah, I mean it's not. I see
or
it
in a bedroom, and then inside of a bedroom. Sure.
Exactly. Oh, that's a big one. I was looking at one today, and like I it depends on how big you want your game to be. I like the idea of just keeping it to graffiti, but I understand muraling. Okay, so let's say I create it. What do I do with it? Share it on social media?
Yeah, I mean, you can record yourself doing the actual work if you want to do like a time-lapse video, or you can take photos of it and share the work just as a photo. Probably TikTok videos are going to be the best, but yeah, I think you can also fly in the game like up and down, which is something that you can't do in the other games. Or it's an eventual feature that's going to come out. But yeah, the importing your own customizable world. If you want to paint an elephant, a donkey, the inside of your room, a giant shoe, like that would be a giant feature. I don't know if that answered your question. What was your question even?
What do you do with the painting when you're done? Like, it's like I would want to share it. I'd want people to see what I did.
Yeah, you can do that easily with like already built-in features to the VR headset that lets you record or take pictures.
Okay, now is this only a VR game, or is it also like on a computer?
Oh, that's actually a good idea. Maybe just make it PC friendly too.
Of course.
But I'm not sure how different the mechanics have to be for that. But I was gonna add in a testing way to do it with a mouse. So I didn't have to put my VR goggles to test every time.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how difficult it is to make them backwards compatible.
I mean, isn't that just like sort of just like Photoshop?
You're gonna have to explain that and what you mean by that.
Okay, so let's say I want to paint on a train car. I just take train car, put it in Photoshop, take the spray tool, spray it, take that picture and upload it to my social media. And I say, isn't this?
I mean, Photoshop is two-dimensional, but yeah, this one is more three-dimensional.
Well, no. No. When I asked isn't it going to be, if you put it on a computer, wouldn't it be two-dimensional?
No, but the actual game itself, like in Photoshop, you can't walk around in a virtual 3D environment and look and tilt the camera and stuff, change the angle that you're painting on.
Okay, so
it's on a 2D plane.
I get that, but isn't the art that you create going to be two-dimensional? Like when you upload it to social media?
No.
How is it?
It depends on what you're talking about.
I get
inside the game, like in the game.
No, I get in the game is I get in the game is three-dimensional. I get in the game is three-dimensional. But the art that you put on your social media, isn't that going to be a two-dimensional picture?
I mean, if you could export a three-dimensional picture, possibly it could be 3D, but like if you record in your VR goggles and someone looks at it in their VR goggles, it could be 3D potentially. But if you're taking a screenshot of a 3D surface, then yes, it's going to be on a two-dimensional plane.
Okay. Have you thought of this game as being a thing where you have to spray paint something before the authorities come?
I mean, it's not Grand Theft Auto.
That's essentially what it would be. I get it. I get what you're saying. Yeah, and I don't
put it on hard mode, but
yeah, I mean,
usually in like remote places where you're painting cranes. I mean, yeah, if you're painting in like the city of LA, you're probably gonna have to be careful, or just in general, I guess you probably have to be careful.
Yeah,
it's not. Yeah, it's more of a creative, like artistic graffiti game because I view graffiti more from a art standpoint now than I do from a vandalization standpoint.
It gives it more of an entertainment value to have the authority aspect of it, but it will lose its value in the paint creation part. I mean, have you used any of the 3D virtual painting games that they have or platforms?
No, the only one I've done is my own spray painting one. And it's actually really fun just from the.
So they exist. They exist, and I would urge you to take a look at them because it's essentially what you're talking about, except the picture, like. So what they have is like a virtual palette, and you move the thing to choose your tool, and the only thing that makes yours different is that you're forced to be on like either a wall or a train car or whatever. But with the ones that I've seen and used, you just would choose a train car and you can paint on it like Photoshop, but just in 3D.
Is it a 3D object?
It is not. So I guess that is a different part of it. Yeah, you're absolutely right with that. You're 100% right with that. So it is not a 3D object. So you couldn't like walk through it. So that makes yours different.
Also, to my knowledge, like a lot of the painting apps from reviewers are not good, but the
They are
ones
not.
that are good
They are not.
don't have spray painting as an option, let alone customizable spray painting with different nozzles, different opacity, like different pressures.
Have you looked this up
brush
to
set.
see if this exists?
Yeah, there's basically two of them that are like relevant. One is called King Spray, which hasn't been updated in years, and one is called Graphism, which is supposedly the better of the two. The reason I bought the VR headset to begin with was I was like, oh, you can spray paint in VR, nice. And then I didn't have the $14 to instantly download the Graphism game, but I've seen Graphism online. I'm like, oh, nice. That looks fun. I could just make that myself in like 3 days in Unity with AI. And then also like my pet peeves with Graphism are that just like the maps suck. And there's like, again, it's not as customizable as mine will be. Definitely not for having good maps to paint on, which is big. There's no studio even, or actually there might be a studio in Graphism, but there's definitely no custom world uploads. There's definitely no.
We don't know
like,
that.
really
Hold on.
cool maps to
Let's
paint.
check. I'm looking for a spray painting game for VR that allows for custom world uploads and works well and is immersive and allows me to paint like a wall or a train car. Does this exist, and for what platforms does it exist? In my opinion, ChatGPT used to be better. Yes, there are VR graffiti spray paint experiences, but only a few offer something close to what you described. Spray paint on walls, trains, etc. An immersive feel and some level of creative freedom. Here's the current landscape as of late 2025. King Spray Graffiti VR, most fully featured. Okay, so you already know about that one. Graphism, you already know about that one. Vandalizer is a free and experimental, so it's free to play. You can spray paint walls, trucks, and even weird objects like dinosaurs. Have you played Vandalizer?
Yeah, I've seen it online. They have some weird objects. They don't have the feature of you can upload your own world. I know that you can paint a dinosaur that they have selected.
Okay,
I don't know if they plan to make it like that, but they currently don't.
Viva Spray 2. You can import reference art and take in-game photos. High resolution walls, paint layering, stencils, realistic spray parameters. It's a VR graffiti simulator with detailed spray tools and environments. So it seems like you can import.
I promise you, the environments that these games have are not anywhere close to like the ones that I'm making, which is a big factor in my opinion, because the worlds that you're painting in, if they're not exciting, they get boring.
Okay, so what makes yours different? The fact that it has custom world uploads?
Custom world uploads, way better environments to paint in, and it's also just more customizable, like the opacity and the brush. It's like Procreate, more like, instead of being confined, like it's more of like a creativity focused app than a graffiti simulator app. Even though you can get if you want to, you can get perfectly like realistic spray paint like caps and sizes and stuff, but you can also customize it a lot and change the opacity and the pressure and the brush size. So if you want like a super huge fat cap, you can do that too. You can change the distance that the paint will or that the wall will receive paint from. So if you stand far back, if you want it like 20 feet away, you can do that.
All right. So King Spray.
Yeah.
Basically, your game is going to be like a little bit better than that. You're going to have different spray nozzles, and you can upload different objects. Aside from that, though, it's basically the same. Aside from it being a little bit better, like a little easier to use, right?
You can also fly around.
Okay, and you can fly around, but it's like basically, aside from those three things, which are not game changers, no offense, those are just
They
like
are game changers, trust me. The maps suck.
Wait,
having
hold
the
on.
ability to customize your brush size sucks.
Hold on, King Spray, you can change your map, so that you can.
No, you can't upload your own map. The maps that they do have.
It says King Spray. Modded maps are possible via Steam. There's a dev branch for King Spray. Okay, but nevertheless, let's say yours is a lot better or whatever. How much do you think King Spray has ever made? Lifetime sales?
I looked this up. It's like 150 grand.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm not making it to like make money. I'm just making it just for like learning and like making my own version that has better maps and customizability.
Okay, I get you.
And also a income stream that they don't really take advantage of, or potential income stream, is like partnering with a graffiti company to get or a graffiti just store like Bombing Science that sells graffiti art supplies and putting their logo on the can.
That's not going to be that much, though, right? Come on, that's going to be like a
10. It will, because they'll promote it to their like I don't know how much does Montana or Molotov followers, Molotov headquarters. They have 500,000 people that follow them on Instagram.
Okay.
And that are obviously interested in art.
Yeah, but like
I mean, only a niche have the VR headset.
I was just gonna say, probably. Of those, how many have a VR headset? Like 1,000?
I don't know. I don't know how popular or not popular they are.
Let's look. Let's look.
Honestly, I haven't fully been able to use it though, but from what I can tell, it's actually an extremely valuable tool for artists to experiment and plot out what they want to paint.
This is more of a passion project than a profit project, right?
Yep.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna criticize that. I mean, if that's what you want to do, that's fine. But you were saying like previously, like if this game gets popular, this was for the other game, but if this game gets popular, people are going to want to buy it, and you could make like $10 million. And I just see that this is already the most popular game in the industry, so you'd have to unseat this game, but it's still made like only like $150,000 to $250,000, and that doesn't include all of the hours that went into it. And the dev is taking home maybe like $40 to $80,000. I mean, not huge amounts here. I'm not criticizing it. I'm just being realistic. And
yeah, no, that's what I was also thinking, that I don't know, you sell downloadable content too, with different paint cans, different nozzles, different environment. It's a possibility. I don't like to be too greedy when it comes to that stuff, because I know that from a user perspective, you want to not feel ripped off by the game that they're just trying to milk you every 2 seconds.
Right, and the advantages of your game were just that you were going to offer all that stuff for free. That's why you would buy your game as opposed to King Spray. Like,
yeah, no, the environments will be amazing, and the environments alone will make people want to buy it.
Okay, have you tried the modded worlds of King Spray?
I was just trying to Google that.
Okay, so it's in the developer version. They have something called modded world.
How to get custom maps.
Yeah.
Nice.
So I would try that, and if anything, it might give you a good idea of what you want in your game. Okay, I'll tell you, as somebody who doesn't really do any of the stuff that you're talking about, you know what would be baller as fuck to me? This would be a really cool game. If I got to bomb, wait, I don't want to say that. Wrong word. Isn't that what it's called though?
Yeah, if you're doing a
don't use that word. Don't use that word. I don't want to trigger anything. Yeah, if I got to spray paint famous locations of the world, so I could like spray paint. I could fly up to the Statue of Liberty and paint it any way I want, or I could spray paint the Big Ben, or I could spray paint the Taj Mahal. That to me would be baller as fuck. That's a cool game.
Yeah. The White House.
The White House, perfect. The White House, the Louvre, the Colosseum. If you mapped that, and it wouldn't be that hard, and you had like the top, I don't know, 100 different like tourist attractions of the world, and then you gave someone a paint can and they can make it anything they want, that would be a cool game.
Yeah, no, that's the whole purpose of the open world thing.
Okie doke. Miss Aquarius, I missed you.
I know, I've been busy. Yesterday, I came in here when I came home. I was asleep. And then I went to Buc-ee's today. It was so much fun.
That big
the gas
station?
Yes, nice.
Yeah, gas station with food and everything that you can think of. It is nice in there.
Miss Aquarius. Miss
What
Aquarius.
do you see in there?
We had food. They had food in there. I mean, oh my God, it was a whole bunch of people in there. They had some Buc-ee souvenirs. They had some popcorn. We got some fudge. They had everything in there. Popcorn, anything you think of. It was this. Oh my God, slushies, everything. It was nice, like nice.
Miss Aquarius, you must have come in here super late because I waited.
I did.
Oh, okay. Because I was even.
Well, I forgot to tell you, I didn't get home till like 12 o'clock.
It must
we went to eat at IHOP. Yeah, I went skating, then we got out. I forgot to tell you, we went skating. And they wanted to go to IHOP. So, yeah.
Was that a roller rink?
Yeah. They used to work at the roller rink. Yeah, and they wanted to go, so I told them I'd go with them. So, it's from 8 to 12 on Sundays. And then after 12 o'clock, we went on to, we got out of there at 11. So, yeah, it is what it is. Hey, I had enjoyed my dang old self. You hear me? All the weekend. That's how I missed it. But I got to do what I got to do. I got to go to work. So.
Absolutely, yeah.
It is what it is.
Well, you had a throwback weekend. You had a sleepover, and you did roller skating. Very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. All right, Miss Aquarius, are you ready?
I'm coming.
All right, Riser, do you want an invitation to bowling?
I'm making some grilled cheese right now.
Okay, well, Miss Aquarius is doing her own thing. How about I send you an invitation to bowling, and then you won't be left out?
Yeah, come on. I'm ready.
I'm making food. I can't do it right now. You guys do it.
Okie doke. All right, Miss Aquarius. Well, you should know, Miss Aquarius, I was counting down the minutes, and then I was like, I'm not going to worry because I even said, no, you're fine. You're fine. I even said,
I forgot to come in. Yeah, they wanted to go to IHOP. So.
I even said on the stream, I said, Miss Aquarius is a big girl. She is
in good hands, I'm sure. So I'm not to worry.
Yeah.
I'm sure she's
Yeah,
fine,
you
and
don't have to worry.
she'll let me know how everything went tomorrow. So, well, I'm
Yeah,
glad.
real.
I'm glad that you had fun. That sounds like a lot of fun.
It was. I enjoyed myself. I had a good time.
So, what's your schedule this week?
Only Tuesday and Wednesday. Only work Tuesdays and Wednesday.
Okay, give me.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And we went to a buffet today. It was good. It was okay. Some of the food it was alright, and the other food was good. Like that salad, I wanted some salad, and that salad was good.
Now, the Buckies, did they have lots of? Uh, do they have lots of gas pumps there?
Yeah, they did. It's like it reminds you of like a Sam's. That's what it reminds you of.
Okay. Ooh, what a
Gas
spare!
station, yeah.
What a spare!
Yay! You did a good job.
What a spare!
Yeah.
Is it as big as a Sam's?
Not really, but the way it looked, it reminds me of Sam's.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah. How the pumps were at, you know.
Right.
But it's okay. Yeah.
Give me it. Oh, how did it? Whoa. Riser, I played Literati with Zoot, and you need to play with him one of these days. I want to see who's better, you or Zoot.
I'll whoop his ass. Maybe. Man, ever since I discovered Uber Eats, I'm just like, man, I refuse to walk outside now.
Man, I'm coming from the last one and now I'm coming for my time goes out. I'm coming.
You've got time.
Man, I love spring rolls. Do you like spring rolls, Mrs. Darius?
I do. With the vegetables, oh, yummy. I like it with the cabbage in it. It's okay. It's all right. Mom's mad with it. That's all that matters right now.
Riser makes spring rolls, and it takes him lots of time to make them, but he says that they taste good when, so they're worth the wait.
Oh,
What are
right.
you talking about? I've never made a spring roll.
Wait a second. Oh, maybe I'm mistaken. Hold on. Yeah, no, I am mistaken. Didn't you make something that? Oh, yeah, what am I talking about? You made something like a spring roll that takes a long time. It had. Oh no. Oh, hold on. I know I remember the ingredients. It had. You made it maybe like 6 months ago. It has rice in it. It has vegetables in it.
Oh. My Peruvian fried rice.
Maybe that's what it was. Okay. Yeah, maybe that was it.
I'm coming. Hold on, Rabbi. I'm coming.
Sure. Apologies, Riser. I don't know why I thought that you made. So you've never made spring rolls?
Nope.
Okay.
I have not.
Maybe that was somebody else who I was talking to. But anyway, remember you made something that took a long, long time. And it might have been your fried rice. You had all kinds of ingredients in it, right?
Yeah. That one takes a lot because there's a lot of chopping.
That's what it was. Okay. So did you order? Well, you said you're making a grilled cheese. So what brought up spring rolls?
Oh, that's so good.
Did you have?
What brought up spring rolls? Because I was also looking at Uber Eats at the same time.
Okay, I gotcha.
Task in here. Hold on, I'm coming.
Take your time. So, Miss Aquarius, what's the best thing that you had from Buc-ee's?
I don't know, 'cause we didn't eat no food there.
Oh, okay.
But we had the fudge. Yeah, the fudge, we tasted the fudge. The lady was so nice. She let us taste some of the fudge there. Key lime is real good. The key lime and the blueberry cheesecake was good.
Did they have key lime pie?
Yeah. They had key lime pie fudge.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Fancy.
Is there Buc-ee's in California?
Nope.
I don't think so.
No, they're like all of Texas and east of Texas. And they just started expanding to like the south. But they were only in Texas for a long time. It was like a Texas thing.
I think honestly it's so popular just because of like the marketing behind it. Like every other gas station, like they don't have like a cute animal with like a catchy name, you know.
You know,
or just like the name as well is just so perfect.
Thank you. They're very protective of that little beaver. Okay. They're very protective of that beaver. They sue all kinds of companies that even have anything close to that look like that thing.
Don't they have to, or else it becomes like if they don't enforce the trademark, then somehow, which is also a really weird law.
Agreed. They're suing stuff that doesn't even look remotely close though.
And they're suing the lion from like the Paramount opening.
MGM. Yeah, basically, like
yeah.
Just anything that is like a cartoon beaver, they're suing you over it. Nice strike.
This guy that I follow on Instagram and YouTube who actually gives somewhat decent business advice. Like this guy, he has like a lot of businesses apparently, but one of his businesses that he started was he went to Buc-ee's gas station and he's like, yo, you guys are not selling online at all. He's like, took photos of all their products, built a website, and was like, look, I can just sell all of your merch and stuff for you online. People love it. And then they said, yeah. And now that business does like a lot of money.
Oh, I imagine people. It's like all right, Miss Aquarius, you win, I win, you win.
Yeah.
Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I'm glad nothing was wrong with you. I figured everything was fine, but I was.
Yeah, I forgot the chicken.
I'm sorry. Don't you?
What kind of music were they playing at the roller rink?
We're playing R&B and stuff. R&B. Yeah.
Next time, live stream it. You gotta live stream it for us to see.
Okay.
All right, Miss Aquarius.
It'll be loud. I try not to do that to Rabbi. It be loud, so I don't want to,
You're good. You're good. You just enjoy your friends. I'm happy that you were able to connect with your friends. Your friends don't care.
We're your friends.
Yeah, we're your friends. Anyway, Miss Aquarius, I hope that you have a wonderful day tomorrow, God willing. I hope you have a wonderful sleep tonight, God willing. And I hope that you are able to play with me tomorrow night, God willing, because I missed you.
Yeah, because I got to work next day. So, yeah, I'm not hanging with them till probably to the weekend. If they're going to take me time to go see the lights up the street. It was called 11 Motor Speedway. Now it's called Echo Park Speedway that I did not know. But, yeah, we passed by it today when we was going to Buc-ee's or whatever. And because she didn't take the highway, she wanted to take the scenic route, so that was cool. So when we was coming back, we saw the lights lit up and everything. It was so neat. I cannot wait to go there. It's like $20-something during the week, and it's like $40-something for the weekend. And it's like it reminds me of a drive-in because they said that she said, Aiden's friend, a hunger, told us that It's like a little dial, like a little radio station that you push or whatever. And when they turn on the lights, we hear like music and stuff like that, the sounds and stuff out there when they do it. It's beautiful out there. I can't wait to see that. We've seen it, but I can't wait to like be there, be in it, you know?
Absolutely. Well, that sounds fun.
Yeah. Can't wait. Have fun. We have so much fun with each other.
That's wonderful to
So,
hear.
yeah. Alrighty. But Rabbi, you know I'm gonna be playing with you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm glad that you be caring, you think about me, but I be good.
I figured. I'm glad that everything is good. So you take care, and I will talk to you tomorrow, God willing.
All right, talk to you tomorrow, God willing. Good night, Ryder. You been to Buc-ee's?
No, I live in Canada. We don't have Buc-ee's here, but I want the merch. I do want some
it's
merch.
nice. I took one that like the leopard, like a rose pink. It's a rose pink leopard like tumbler. I want one of them. They got a whole bunch of tumblers, like got Buc-ee's. They got a whole bunch of everything. They got little plush animals like Bucky. Oh my God, it's just like everything in there. Like it's just oh my God.
I want to visit the like labyrinth of the Buc-ee's stores. Yeah. They seem quite I don't know, deep. They have everything there.
Yes, very neat, very cool. All right, and next time I have some money, and I'm gonna get me a plush animal or something. I'm gonna get something type of souvenir with. Yep.
Just keep the fudge in like a little like jar or something.
I'm gonna eat it.
No, you gotta keep some in like a little mason jar.
Okay, I'll take a little bit and keep it in a mason jar, but I'm eating the rest. Sorry.
Okay.
All right. Good night, everybody. See y'all later.
Sweet dreams, God willing.
Sweet dreams. Whose mic just joined like at the end there and just like destroyed my ability to think and hear?
I'm not sure. All right. I'm going to sneeze.
You're telling me about some horrible idea for a game that sucked.
No, dude, it would be really cool. You spray paint the world's tourist attractions. But I think you could probably do it. I think you could probably do it pretty easily in Google Earth.
If you have like a overlaid paint feature on it, sure, somehow.
Exactly. That wouldn't be hard at all.
I mean, if you want it to be like good, then it might be, but depends on how good you want it to be.
That would be fun. Or just, what if you just, I'm sure this is a thing, but you just were able to spray paint anything in Google Earth or Google Maps. That would be cool. People could spray paint on their own house.
The police station is just like, it's like open world with multiplayer, and like the police station is just covered at the chest.
People would love that shit, and being able to spray paint stuff with their friends.
Yeah, I think there is a multiplayer feature on some of them, but it's not like that where you can just go anywhere on Google Earth.
Okie doke. Why don't you watch?
Have you ever tiddled around with a Rubik's Cube?
A little.
You don't think it would be dope to be inside of like a Rubik's Cube made? I think it's, you don't think it's cool because you can't see it yet clearly, like, but I have like these visuals in my mind, and it's very, very, very cool.
Okay, so this is not what you're doing, but okay, Microsoft had a Maze screensaver Did you ever see that back in the day?
The what? Screensaver?
A maze screensaver.
Oh. No.
It's called 3D Maze, and they had a thing in it. I mean, do you even know what a screensaver is?
Why would you think I don't know what a screensaver is?
I'm trying to think. I mean, I have all my screensavers off, so I don't know if like people like a little younger than I do, if I am like remember screensavers used to be really, really big, and Microsoft had like 10 of them from which you could choose, and one of them was a 3D maze, and in this 3D maze you would go through this maze, or like the screensaver would, and then when you went to these certain portals, it would flip the maze like upside down, or would change the color of the maze. It would just, and that kind of what reminds me of what you talk about when you say like Rubik's cube, like you would hit this certain portal of the maze, and the maze would like flip upside down or like flip to the side. I don't know if what I'm saying is making sense. But
I hear you. I'm more caught up in how you think I don't know what a screensaver is.
do people still have screensavers?
No one disabled their screensaver. Literally, you're the only person who has it. And there's no such thing. It's actually impossible to disable your screensaver. You can't even do that.
Yeah, you
There's
can.
no such thing as doing that, because you have your screensaver is just black then, or whatever the color is.
No, I disable mine. I have my screen to be always on.
Oh, I'm thinking of like background then. Does screensaver, is that only when your phone's locked?
Oh, you're thinking. Are you thinking? Wait.
Background.
Yeah, the
You're
desktop
thinking of
background.
like the idle thing that happened.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. So, do you use an idle thing on your computer?
I mean, does the screen turning black after 10 minutes count?
No.
Yeah, it doesn't have the like the little I like the one where like the icon, like the Microsoft icon or whatever, just floating around,
Exactly.
bouncing off the
Exactly.
walls.
So that's what I'm saying. People don't really do that anymore. They just have their computers kind of turned black. And I think it has to do a lot with energy savings, but like back in the day, nobody gave a shit about that. Anyway, screensavers seemingly aren't as popular as they once were. They used to be really, really popular. And your screensaver told people a lot about you, interestingly enough, because there were only certain like some people would have custom screensavers. It was just like a thing. But as I think about it, people don't really, they just let their computer screens either like just time out or they shut off automatically or something. And I think a lot of this has to do with power savings because energy became more expensive. So people just don't let their computer stay on all the time. Or I do. I have my computer as always on and never shut off, like always be going. And it's very bothersome to me if my computer ever shuts off for any reason. And that's just the way that I want it. Now, the reason why I asked was, okay, so the other game that I'm curious if you ever played is a game called, well, there are two of them. One of them is called Myst, M-Y-S-T. Have you ever played the game Myst?
I haven't, no.
Okay, so this game was like, it was like a revolution in the 1990s. It was a 1993 game, and it's like the whole game, and then the other game is Riven. But this game was like a maze game where the player interacts with objects and traverses the environment by clicking on pre-rendered imagery. Solving puzzles allows the player to travel to other worlds, which are like ages, which reveal the backstory of the game's characters and help the player make the choice of whom to aid. Anyway, this is like a really big maze game, And if you've never played it, it might be something you want to look into if you're interested in maze games. Uh,
I'm interested in them.
It has been called one of the most influential and best-selling games ever made, selling more than 6 million copies. Myst was the best-selling PC game for nearly a decade. So, like, I'm not the only person who ever saw this. So, for like 10 years, it was the best-selling game, PC game. And that's quite an accomplishment.
What kind of these look? These don't look like. I mean, the images I'm seeing look more like not mazes, I guess.
Well, that wasn't as confined. It
wasn't.
wasn't
How do you
as
define a maze? I guess
exactly.
I feel like when I think of maze, I think of like the Stanley Kubrick like Shining maze.
Okay, look up 3D maze for Microsoft Windows screensaver. Is that what kind of maze you mean?
Why is this one made of bricks? Is this the one you're talking about?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, I mean that is like first person perspective of being in a maze.
Is that how yours?
Really like bird's eye view.
Oh yeah, yours is gonna be bird's eye view.
No, like what? Like my maze game, I want it to be like first person, like not like you're in the maze.
Okay.
And then, but like the hallways, there'll be like a portal with some like distortion element, and then you can go through the portal and learn somehow there's some mechanic I haven't figured out yet. That is like the puzzle that reveals how to actually solve the maze that you're in.
Okay. I don't really have any comments as to if it would be fun or whatever because I haven't played it. I frankly think it'd be pretty boring. Unless you get like kids today need excitement and things. So, let me just ask, and you just remove any. Okay, will there be any sex in it?
No.
Okay, will there be any cursing or cussing?
I mean, from a player. I mean, like I said, there might be like an aspect of it where you're also being hunted and you have to solve the maze while you're being hunted.
Okay, that to me is a fun game, but I think that actually, you know those games that are like shock games? I forget what they're called, but they're like what you're talking about would be a fun game. But I think that okay, if you're gonna make a game like that, I think that the maze, I don't know, just having it be corn mazes the whole time, that would get boring. But if it were like dungeons,
I agree.
If it were like dungeons and houses, and like to me,
like liminal spaces. I
yeah,
want to do like liminal
there
spaces,
you go.
basically.
That would be cool. But usually with liminal spaces, you can see very far into the distance, so you don't want it to like you've got this random guy like walking toward you for like 30 minutes. Like he'd have to show up out of nowhere, basically. A liminal space game is cool. You know what the difference between a liminal space and a liminal room is?
I mean, isn't that just the same thing as the difference between a space and a room?
Yeah.
Well, a room is like a singular room. The space is more open than that, not confined to a single room.
It's walls.
But spaces can have walls, can't they?
No, by definition, if it's a space, it does not have walls. Oh wait, no, I missed that. No, that's not true. If it's a room, it has to have walls. And the only reason why I say this is the people on the liminal spaces subreddit and the liminal room subreddit, the people in the limited liminal room subreddit are really, really specific. Like, we don't want to see anything if it doesn't have walls in it. Like, it has to have walls. That's what makes our subreddit different than the liminal space subreddit. And I get that.
Like enclosed walls, like no
Yeah,
enclosed walls, or
I think the idea is that the liminal room walls, at some point, the place ends. It just doesn't go on forever. Like some of these liminal space places go on forever, or go on for like a long period of time. And I get that. What about okay? I think that this would take something. This would be difficult to do, but okay. Imagine if you just had Google Maps in your game, and you wanted to paint something in Google Maps, and you took like a screenshot in Google Maps, and then your game made that screenshot 3D, and then you could paint all over it. What are your thoughts on that?
why don't you just use Google Earth?
Or just use Google Earth. Okay, that's fine. So you use Google Earth, you take a screenshot, and then your game allows you to paint anything you want on that. What are your thoughts?
I think you can already. Yeah, I'm like positive. Yeah, you can already import Google Earth maps into Blender. So, I mean, it's possible. That's basically, yeah.
So why don't you do that?
Well, that's part of the plan is making it customizable, like the customizable worlds.
Okay.
Google Earth is only like one realistic world people might want to paint in like very, like medieval worlds or base worlds, like very more like imaginative worlds than just realistic worlds. But that's why having it just be anything, any world you can create and export as an FBX file can be a paintable world.
That's true. So would your maze game be more a profit game or a passion project? Is your maze game a profit project or a passion project?
I would say it's more driven by passion because the only reason I want to make it is because I think it would be really, really fun to play.
Okay, what's the best profit project game that you know?
It's going to be the maze game because it'll go viral because people will be like, they'll be the next portals.
Okay, and how are you going to market it?
Post on Reddit, build a community, get people on Discord talking about it, show it to YouTubers and streamers.
Do you have a link tree?
Not for any gaming related endeavors.
For yourself?
No, I don't really. I don't have anything to really promote at the moment.
Your brand is yourself, baby.
I prefer to be anonymous.
There you go. Okay. Well, then it's going to be more difficult for you to be able to promote this. Not saying it's impossible, but like.
Was it more difficult for Kane Pixels to promote his liminal backrooms stuff?
Nobody knows.
There's a million bajillions of like faceless YouTube channels.
Yeah, they're becoming rarer though.
Not true. I'd say not true. Yeah.
Well, at least the AI versions of them. Who did you say? Kane Pixels? Who the fuck is that?
You just create like the most popular backrooms videos on YouTube.
Okay.
It's now making a movie, a backrooms movie with some big studio.
I mean, but couldn't we agree that the most popular YouTubers are face forward people?
Yeah, no, that wasn't really. I was just saying that it's possible to have a large channel and be faceless.
Oh, it is. It is. It is. No doubt.
I think more people probably choose to have their face on it because it's just easier or whatever.
It's easier to connect with people that way. And if you're attractive, you're going to want to put yourself out there. All right. So the best profit game that you have is the maze game. Do you want to hear 1,000
Yeah,
game?
I mean, do you have a?
Yeah, I've got 1,000 ideas that are perhaps superior to that. One is you get to spray paint on any of the famous tourist attractions of the world.
I'm already building that.
Okay, okay. Well, you never said that. You just said that you get to paint on a train car, and that's cool. But
no, I said you get to customize, like import your own custom.
You never once named a single tourist attraction. I would have said.
I'm pretty sure
I would have said. I would have said you can spray paint the Hollywood sign, or the Golden Gate Bridge, or the Statue of Liberty, or I would have named things. I would have named the Sydney Opera House.
I'm positive that the term "any world" contains those things.
Yeah, but I mean, I could just say my game contains everything, and then you'd be like, okay, well, I want it to be a maze game. I'd be like, yeah, that's already in my game. Like, you weren't specific at all, and I had to come up with this idea myself. And frankly, I was specific. All right, so that's one game. Another game would be. Well, let's. How would we improve your maze game? It would be. What's that game? Geolocator. What's it called?
Guesser.
GeoGuessr. Yeah. Does that game make any money?
Yeah, I think they started charging money for it now.
Even for the free version, or even just to download it?
Yeah, you have to pay for it now, but there's like free alternatives online.
Man, fuck those people. The only reason why I downloaded that game was because of you, and it's fun. All right.
Oh, you never played GeoGuessr before?
I have, but in either like alternatives of it or just in my own way, randomly potting myself down on Google Earth and okay, that's it.
One sec.
Wait.
I'm just going in the elevator.
Wait. Can you hear me?
I'm going in the elevator to pick up my Uber Eats.
Doug, I thought you made a grilled cheese.
I did. I'm just ordered my dinner early, I guess.
You got grilled cheese and Uber Eats?
Yep.
Would you have sex with the delivery driver? 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 Would you have sex with the delivery driver?
Would you have sex with the delivery
No.
driver?
Yeah. Thank you.
Would you have sex with the delivery driver?
No.
Why not? Why not?
Because he's a brown Indian man that's like 40 years old.
Okay. All right. Okay. This a game that it's a game that exists. But okay, it's like GeoGuessr, but they put you somewhere in the world, and then you have to get to the nearest airport. Have you heard of this game?
Is it about managing an airport?
No. So they put you randomly anywhere in the world, and then you have to find the nearest airport in the least amount of clicks.
So it's like, okay.
So it's like
In
GeoGuessr.
Google Earth?
Yeah. So they put you somewhere random in the world, and then like they'll put you in like a middle of a field or whatever, and then you have to click to get to the like closest city. You keep clicking to get to the closest city, and then from the closest city you get to the closest airport, and then they judge how you did by the amount of clicks that it took you. Does this make sense?
Which it's a crapshoot unless you know the area.
Well, so is GeoGuessr.
They should make it, but like you have to get to like the nearest McDonald's or something.
Dude, I'm looking up this game because I know I didn't make it up. Yo, what is the game that like puts you in a random place in Google Earth, and then you have to get to the nearest airport in the least amount of clicks? It's called the casual Google Street View exploration game that got popular, especially during lockdown. People would get dropped in a random location and try to navigate to the nearest airport just by clicking around and reading signs. No outside help. That was often done using MapCrunch or similar random street view sites by players as an informal airport challenge. So it's actually not a real game. It's like an add-on to a game. Okay. So what if you did that? What if it was just a game that has a map and you could either choose find the closest airport, find the closest bathroom, find the closest McDonald's, find the closest Macy's, find the closest gas station. What are your thoughts?
Awesome.
And then you compete against other people.
Sounds like you're ripping off what's it called? Airport.
Well, airport isn't a game. All right. What about a game like all right. So I'm trying to think of a game that you hasn't been made that what about your map game but I don't know. What about a paintball game?
About this last time.
Okay,
And I said that like there's so many shooters that exist. And you're like, okay, well, go after the kids market or something that can't buy shooter games that are rated R. And I was like, I guess that's a good idea.
That is a good idea. I can't believe I said that. Okay, cool. What about?
And you're obsessed about trying to make a game where you sail around the ocean and do like nothing.
Oh yeah, that game's tight as fuck. Yeah. How about a game where you canoe down the Mississippi to the mouth of the Amazon?
Yeah.
Wait. What about a game? What about a game like that? Hold on, where you canoe down the world's oceans or down the world's rivers.
Okay, now that's a good game. And then you have to somehow not get shot by the Antifa and somehow meet a rock band.
No, just like you avoid, I don't know, tipping. Do you really like the idea of that game or no?
I think it has potential as a good game. Like, I don't know. I feel like Power Wash Simulator set the bar so low, where it's like anything could be a game.
To me, it's not Power Wash Simulator. It's that vending machine game. To me, that's work, like filling a vending machine. But people fucking love that game.
Yeah, there could be like a VR controller or like a separate controller that's like a paddle that you actually hook up to the game. So you physically have to paddle around the whole, like half the continent practically.
Dog, what about a game? Continent. What about a game where you're a mosquito and you have a limited lifespan and you want to give as many people West Nile disease as possible? And you have to avoid getting slapped and stuff.
Yeah, the canoe game is far better than that.
What would you call
the animal games? It's like the bee colony game is better, like managing a bee colony. But
what would you call the canoe game? What would you call the canoe game?
I don't know, like Canoe Expedition.
That game sucks. All right. What about?
And suck worse than a documentary. A game where you make documentaries on shitty canoe adventures. You have to make the shittiest canoe documentary possible.
Dog, how about a game?
You get judged.
Dog.
Shitty documentaries.
Okay, so this already exists, but it's not. It's just like a what do I call it? What do you call it? An add-on or a mod. What about a game like The Sims, but for like medieval times? So
yeah, is there no mod of The Sims with that?
There is, but it's a mod. It's not like The Sims, so like it's not like as realistic as it could be. So like
I think there's like a ton of medieval games. Like I don't know, is it just what do you do in the game?
Well, let's talk about it. All right, so you start off as like a peasant, and I guess you could start off as like a kid, living with your brother, your siblings, and your parents and stuff. And then you could start going to like working as a like an indentured servant or like a whatever, like a what do you call like the guy who hangs out with the knight, like the I don't know, the helper of the night. I forget what they're called. It's not serf, but it's squire. Thank you. That's exactly right. So you start working as a squire, and you have to go to work every day. Then you come home, and I'm sure you'd have like chores or something, or and there's like no school you go to, I guess. And then there's like animals, I guess you'd have to take care of in like a little village. And then eventually you become like, you start going to battle. You have to take care of your squire, or you have to take care of your knight. And then eventually you might get promoted to knight. And then you get successful as a knight. Then you might get knighted or whatever. And then I guess you make more money and there's like loot and stuff. But like even all these.
Yeah, this game sucks. Yeah, this game's
it's terrible.
Game's garbage.
It's terrible. Well, the thing is, the people.
The worst game ever heard of.
The people of the Middle Ages didn't do as much cool shit as people of the modern day. So like, I don't want to be like, and then you become Prince. Like that's not realistic.
People in the future will look back at this moment and think, "Wow, that was the shittiest game."
Only after they heard about your Upside Down Maze game.
Now that's a real game, but for a medieval game, I have 2 games. Possibly they're interlinked, but this one would be cool. I think it's like a joust simulator where you have to like you're either potentially you're managing a jousting arena, and you have to I don't know do all the activities related to that.
All right, I get that.
Fucking feeding the horses, like making sure people are like like selling people the stupid like long like comically long jabby poker things, potentially training people, repairing armor. Now that could be a game.
So it's boring. I get it. I get it. Okay, what's your other idea? I came up with the best idea ever, so let me know when you're ready for it.
Okay, the other one doesn't really make sense, but it'd be like a jester simulator where you just more of like a story mode and you have to like click which joke you're gonna say and it takes you down different paths.
So like choose your own adventure.
Yeah.
All right. Both of those ideas are worse than my Sib's medieval world. All right, how about this one?
No,
this one might be worse than
terrible.
this one might be worse than medieval Sims. Are you ready for this? A first-person shooter, but instead of having a gun and stuff, you're a dragon, and you have to go around and fly in like medieval times and burn up little villages and stuff.
That one's not bad.
I kind of like it too. I kind of like it too. So imagine
you get to fight other dragons at least.
Yeah, I would say so. Because if not, it's not gonna be really competitive. So yeah, you fight other dragons and like breathe fire in the sky, and then you go around to the different like villages and burn them, and they're gonna shoot like little arrows at you and stuff, and you're gonna take damage. And it's kind of like a flight simulator, but you're a dragon. And I guess you could have like different views of it. I'm just trying to think like how you win. Like, I guess, remember that, like, did you ever?
I think you have to like start with like a shitty dragon and then like keep leveling it up and get abilities.
Oh, dude. Okay.
And then when you like
Doug,
leave the town and shit,
Doug,
you burn down the town, you get points.
Doug, did you ever, like in Lord of the Rings or The Hobbit, they have Smaug, and he's got this like this huge pile of gold. That's what you would be. Like every time you burn a city or whatever, you earn gold. And so you amass this huge fortune. It would be like Smaug, but you would like live the life of a dragon in that book or movie or whatever.
Okay, I have a game that's probably a billion times, and not to say that game is shady, but this idea is so good.
All right, let's hear it.
Blows it out of the water.
I think it sucks already, but go ahead.
It's called.
I already have a better idea.
Oh, it's called. Damn it.
That game sucks.
Do you know the difference between a tramp, a hobo, and a bum?
A tramp, like, is somebody who travels from place to place. I thought a hobo was like a British term for a homeless person, and a bum is somebody who doesn't work. Is that it?
Yeah, the bum is someone who doesn't work or travel, I think. And then the hobo is someone who works and travels, or I don't know. It's either the tramp and the hobo. One of those is just traveling. Probably the hobo is just traveling.
No, stop. The tramp.
Traveling and working.
Okay, I could believe that. All right. So that's a game. Is your one of those three things?
Well, it'd be like train hopper simulator. So you're essentially like a hobo tramp, and you have to hop on trains and just like coast around, and then occasionally like panhandle or something.
Okay, not saying it's the worst idea in the world. It's okay. Oh, I had a good idea, and I think I forgot it. Oh, I remember what this idea sucks, but it'd be fun. Okay, so imagine you're like an orca at SeaWorld, right? And your goal is to be like let free. And it's like, well, how do you do that? I don't really know. I think that's why this idea sucks. Okay, did you ever see the movie?
Splash people too much.
Well, so I was thinking.
The kids in the front row.
I was
too much until they get pissed.
I was thinking you attack your trainer, and they just decide that
you have to drown like 600 trainers.
I don't know. Did you ever see the movie Free Willy?
Yeah, of course. My stepdad, who's like watched like every single movie, somehow hasn't watched that. I'm like, really? You didn't watch the Michael Jackson credits at the end of that shit?
Yeah, so it would be like Free Willy, but I forget why they Free Willy. Free Willy was like at a SeaWorld, and then how did they let him back into the ocean?
They put a tarp over him and like hosed him off with a hose.
No, I remember that.
To some
and he jumps over
like a giant rock wall that he
yes,
just, like,
I remember that. But why did they decide to let him back into the wild?
I think they could just tell that he was like miserable somehow.
Okay, so that's not some.
I remember there was like a really sketchy scene in that really freaked me out. It was like they were like sneaking in at night, and then like the fucking tank just starts like leaking. Like these bolts and shit of the tank are just like spilling water, and it freaked me the fuck out.
That
very creepy scene.
Okay, so they don't normally allow orcas to go back into the wild, which because they say like they'll never be able to adjust, but I don't agree with that. They're like an apex predator. They'll figure shit out immediately. So I don't know why. I think that's just an excuse why they don't let them back into the wild, because they'll seriously fuck up anything like in the wild. So I don't get that.
I don't know. I think depends if they're captured from the wild or not to begin with.
Doug,
they're like,
I told you
if
this.
They started off being fed their like food since they're baby orca, then I don't know, they might be accustomed to that.
What about a game?
I think there's reasons, because they're building a fucking huge sanctuary in like off the coast of Newfoundland, the Newfies, because the Newfies are high IQ, where they're like, yo, let's just use the ocean and make some like giant ass water ocean cage for them. But that project's like $5 billion, gonna happen in like 2030 maybe.
What are your thoughts on a game that you're put on the coast of Antarctica and you have to get to the South Pole? We already talked about this game to some extent, where you had to do all of the exploration of the great explorers of the past.
Yeah.
But I think that game would be tight as fuck.
I'm going to classify these types of games as like point A to point B games.
Okay, classify anything you fucking want. What are your thoughts on the game?
I mean, look, anything. I mean, it's hard to give an opinion when it's just like such a one sentence description, because you can make it really amazing, you can make it really, really shitty. It kind of depends on the storyline and what happens along the way.
That's true. I mean, it'd be pretty boring. It's just like trekking through the snow for days on end. It's not like there are polar bears there. The best thing you'd see is like a penguin, and not even deep.
I thought you go from the North Pole to the South, like Antarctica.
Doug, Antarctica is only the South Pole.
So you're saying you go from one side of the South Pole to the other side of the South Pole?
No, you would go from
Pole to the South Pole.
You would nothing having to do with the North Pole. That's another game, but that's nothing having to do with that. You start on the like ice wall of the South Pole, and you work like the edge of the Antarctica, like the coast, and then you work your way in to try to make it to the South Pole, which is like 1,000 miles inward, like. And I guess it'd be a really boring game. It'd be a survival game, but it's like you basically would just be trekking in the snow, avoiding. There are no predators there. The thing that's going to kill.
It's a survival game, but you literally die of hypothermia every time within 8 hours.
It wouldn't be hypothermia. You're not in water. It would just be you would die of frostbite probably.
Okay.
Hold on. I misspoke. I think you can die of hypothermia if you don't have to be in water. I misspoke there. Hold on.
What is it when you just die of cold? Is hypothermia when you die of cold or die of cold and water? I think you're right. I think it's hypothermia. Oh, it's just dying of cold. Yeah, so it would be hypothermia.
Nice job, dog.
Yeah.
So you have to avoid.
Remembered hypothermia. That'd be such a terrible way to die.
How are you spelling that? How are you spelling that?
Hypothermia, like HYPO.
You're the man.
HDR.
Exactly. All right. What about a game?
Would you rather burn to death or hypothermia to death?
Burn to death.
Really?
I think it goes quicker.
Yeah, I don't know. If like
how long
if you're just dropped into like absolute zero, wouldn't you like die extremely quickly?
Okay, yeah, then I'll take that. I'll take that.
On our like Earth conditions, though, like it's probably like a slow burn. That's what makes it so sucky. Probably.
Yeah. So it depends. If I can be at absolute zero, then I think you die like immediately. So yeah.
That's a perk of global warming. Is that less people die of hypothermia.
Why don't you like games where you act out an animal?
They can be like the bee. I don't know, man. I don't know. You could be a single bee. I just feel like it would be like kind of repetitive and mundane.
A lot of games are that though. Okay, what about the mosquito game?
Same kind of issue. Dodging slaps. I mean, that nowhere near is the level of stimulation as opposed to like the maze game or the paint.
The maze game's terrible.
Movies.
Let's just be honest with you. There's no stimulation in the maze game unless somebody's chasing you.
Let's be honest, puzzles are
dog. You even called it
stimulating games that there are.
You even called it a corn maze. All right.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a corn maze.
All right. What about a game where
you build corn mazes for people, or different types of mazes, like pumpkin patch mazes, and then run simulation.
What the fuck is a pumpkin patch maze?
Look it up. It's a pumpkin patch maze. It's like a maze made of pumpkins.
How is that a maze? You're taller than all the pumpkins.
You still have to navigate the path.
I don't get it.
I think they stacked up. Or sorry, a hay maze. I'm thinking of a hay maze.
Oh, well, that's different. You said a pumpkin patch maze, which makes no sense. Hay maze makes sense. All right.
You could stack the pumpkins vertically.
Do you know how many pumpkins?
Or you
Dude,
get the giant pumpkins.
do you know how
like 5 feet wide pumpkins, and you make people crawl on their knees?
Do you know how many pumpkins you would need to make a whole maze out of them? And how unstable they would be? Pumpkins are round. They don't stack very easily. Hay maze, that's a thought.
You could chop the pumpkin into square bricks or grow it in a square container.
What are your thoughts on a game where you are a snake?
Oh my god.
Okay, what game do you think as an animal would be the most fun?
As an animal.
You're so anti-animal games.
I don't know. They all suck. That's the problem.
Dude, what about?
They all suck. The only thing you do in animal of the game is like get food and roam around and occasionally fight off a predator.
What about the cat game? That's pretty popular.
Yeah, but there's actually like a huge storyline and things that you do in that game.
What's it called again?
It's called Stray.
Yeah, there you go. So,
that's not a game of like living the life of a cat, like a realistic cat. Like that was like a game version of that.
All right, what about a game where you? Oh, this is kind of a cool game. All right, you are a what do you call it? You are a what do you call someone who jumps out of a plane? You are a
skydiver.
Thank you. You're a skydiver. You're a skydiving instructor, and it is your goal to have a successful career without any injuries or death or anything, for not just you, but the people with whom you teach. And so the object of the game is to stay as safe as possible. And you keep doing skydiving, which is kind of fun. It's actually super fun. And you get to see the whole, like below you and everything. But like the issues would be like if you didn't do your pre-flight checks and everything, then there's a chance that your parachute wouldn't deploy, and then you end up dying. I guess that would be a pretty violent game, but I think it'd be a cool game. You would do like 100 different jumps, and then you would hope that your parachute would deploy, and if it didn't, you'd have to have your backup, and if that didn't deploy, then you die, and that's the end of your career and your life. It would be called Skydiving Pimp.
This game might already exist. I'm not sure. I kind of doubt it though. But a crash test dummy game where you live the life as a crash test dummy.
Don't you remember the crash test dummies of the 1990s? They were very popular. They had so much merch. I even had toys of theirs.
What is that like? It's like the like car crash dummies?
Yeah, they had names, and they were like characters. They had commercials. I think they even had like a TV show.
No.
Yeah. Look up
what's it called?
Look up the crash test dummies 1990s. They had names. They weren't like I had a car of theirs. Like they had merch, they had toys. Um, the crash test.
They had a show.
Yeah, they had a show. They're also a Canadian rock band, but
a defining Canadian band.
no, not them. But they're good. They're good. They have a good song. Oh, they were called the. They were no. Look up the Incredible Crash Dummies. Is a line of action figures designed by David McDonald and Jim Byrne, stylized as the eponymous crash test dummy, popularized in a public service advertising campaign of the late 1980s to educate people on the safety of wearing seatbelts. The toys were first released by Tyco Toys in the early 1990s and discontinued in 1994. From 2004 on, a new series of animated shorts involving crash dummies was produced. Yeah, they were big. The
there's a lot of 1990s
crash test
Reddit groups that I'm just joining.
They had a video game, I remember. Anyway, so you wanted a game where you're a crash test dummy?
Apparently, the Incredible Crash Test Dummies video game did exist.
I know.
But it was like 2D, I guess, on Nintendo.
Yeah, I mean, no games were 3D back then, basically. Okay.
Right. So maybe revamping that, I guess. What did you do in the game?
I think it was like a side scroller. I could be wrong, though. Okay. What about...
Were you talking about crash test dummies a little longer?
Yeah, dog. So they had names. I forget what their names were, but they were put out by the like Consumer Safety Commission or whatever, because it used to not be illegal to not wear a seat. It used to be legal to go around without a seatbelt, and this was pushed in like the 1980s. You need to start wearing a seatbelt, and a lot of people still were not, and there were a lot of fatalities because of it. And there were these sayings like that the police used to say, like, I've never had to unbuckle a dead person. Like, basically, if you buckle your seatbelt, you're going to stay alive. And the crash test dummies were like this big push of the government to make sure people were safe and maintained and were buckled in. And then they did so many commercials that they thought, hey, we could sell merch of these guys. So they had these little action figures. I remember this action figure that I had. You press a button on it and his like arms could fall off. Oh yeah, that was the thing. The arms would break off and you'd have to put them all back together, and the head would come off and you'd put that back together. And they had a crash test car. You take the car and slam it into something and it would like break. It was like pre-broken, and then you'd have to put it back together. And it was like to push for safety in at least in the United States. And these guys became really popular that they had their own video game, and they had like animated shorts, and they had names. Their names, now they were only men, I think. There was not a female Incredible Crash Dummy that I ever saw. Their names were... Oh, maybe there were. Maybe there was a girl. Okay, their names were Crash, Splice, Crunch, and Gyro. Oh no, that was in a show. But they were promoting Vince and Larry. That was their name. Vince and Larry were the crash dummies. However, due to controversy and the withdrawal of support from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, after concerns that the toy line distracted from the safety message. Oh, okay. So the toy line was first released by Tyco Toys in the early 1990s, beginning under the name Vince and Larry the Crash Dummies. However, due to controversy and the withdrawal of support from the National Traffic Safety Administration (NTSA), after concerns that the toy line distracted from the safety message, Tyco rebranded the name the Incredible Crash Dummies. So they were just called the Crash Dummies at first. In 1991, replacing the original characters Vince and Larry with Slick and Spin. But these things were really popular. Like, how popular were they in today's terms? Um, they were like, I don't really know what toys kids play with today, but um, they weren't as big as they were like almost as big as Ninja Turtles. Like they were basically you could show them to any little kid and they would know exactly what it was. And
Well,
the thing that made the toys really popular is they were the first toys that I recall that would break apart on purpose and you'd have to put them back together. And like usually when you have a toy, it's not made to crumple. Like these toys had like crumple zones, and that's what made them different. Most toys don't break at all. They're like sturdy. But these toys, you would like ram the car into something and the front of the car would crash up, and then you'd have to like move it back to the position for it to be able to crash again. They were popular, very popular. On a scale of 0 to 10 in the 90s, they were like a 7 or an 8 in popularity. With the Ninja Turtles were a 9 or a 10, these things were like a 7 or an 8. All right, but
man, do you think the term crash test dummy is offensive?
it wasn't at the time, but they probably have some more scientific term to remove the term dummy nowadays. But like they probably would call it like experimental safety model or something like that today, because the term dummy is probably seen as somewhat offensive to some people. Okay.
It's like, yeah, dumb people are just worth sacrificing.
Okay, how about a game? All the games that I come up with are like real life things, like the mosquito simulator and like going to the South Pole. I guess the dragon one is a fantasy. What about? I mean, I've already talked about this game that they've already
I
done.
had one. It was a
All right.
shipbreaker simulator.
A shipbreaker simulator?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of offensive because it's such a horrible job that
What the
first
fuck are
world
you?
nations just avoid.
What are you talking about? What's a shipbreaker?
Oh, you haven't seen? Yeah, no, this is a good documentary worth watching. It's called
Do
The
you mean an
Shipbreakers.
icebreaker?
No, I'm talking about shipbreaking, dude.
What is that?
Shipbreaking, like old cargo vessels. They need to be scrapped and recycled somewhere.
Oh, I've seen this.
And yeah, they're very polluted.
And they do it in like
scrapped.
third world countries.
So yeah, they got sent to Pakistan, and like Bangladesh has like the largest shipbreaking place in like the world, and they are dismantling these like massive vessels. It's a very dangerous job, and yeah, sketchy ass job.
Why is it so dangerous?
Because you're using a blowtorch to weld in like toxic fumes, and you can easily fall or have pieces of metal crush you. And yeah, you're working with a blowtorch all the time. So there's just a lot of health issues. The ships were also made with like asbestos and like a bunch of what are they called? These like molecules that are just terrible for you.
What was the documentary you saw of somebody who walked the Amazon?
I sent it to you in the chat.
Oh no. Well, what was it? Talk to me about it.
It's literally called Walking the Amazon.
Okay, does anything exciting happen?
Yeah, no, the whole thing is like a nail biter.
All right, we should watch that one in the future. Did you what would be your thoughts on an icebreaker game where it is your job to break through the Northwest Passage, controlling an icebreaker?
Did you have an idea before that one?
No.
You said icebreaker because you thought shipbreakers. I was talking about icebreakers.
No. That was my idea. An icebreaker game.
Really? Your idea was icebreaker and then I interjected and said shipbreaker?
No. You said shipbreaker. I didn't know essentially what you were talking about at first, but then I remembered, oh yeah, that's what that's called when they take down a ship piece by piece, and it's usually done in like developing countries. And it's really like freaky that they'll have this giant ship in port on just like one chain. They have like one guy pulling it in, and then they take it apart. So that's what triggered in my mind icebreaker. What are your thoughts on an icebreaker game where you icebreak the Northwest Passage?
Don't the ships just do that with their metal hulls?
That's what an icebreaker is.
Oh, so you're just driving a ship through ice?
Yes, but you have to maneuver it and not hit land, or you could sink your ship.
Okay, so there's like landmines of land.
Yeah, I guess.
Or just really thick ice that you have to avoid.
I think you can get through all of the ice. I think that ships are designed to do that. But they basically break up the ice so that ships can make it behind them. It's a very important thing that they do. See, here's the thing with these games. How much fun is that? Like, what do? Like, just you're gonna have sonar or something that tells you like don't go too far to the side or whatever, and then the whole game is just you breaking up ice. It's boring as fuck.
Also, those things probably go at like 1 kilometer an hour.
Yeah.
So
all right.
It's not exactly like a Formula One game.
All right. What about a game where you are?
I had one. It was a campground simulator where you're managing a campground, and then all these like rowdy ass annoying people come in, and you have to like get them to shut up.
Okay.
Pick up their trash.
Okay. Are there grizzly bears?
Of course, it's a campground.
Is there bear scare?
In Alaska.
Is there bear scare?
Yes. Well, obviously.
Are you using it for self-defense?
If it's in Canada, no.
Are you allowed to use
a bear?
Are you allowed to own a gun in Canada to hunt?
Yes.
Okay, but just not to use against somebody in your house.
I mean, or outside your house, you can't just shoot people with the gun.
Okay.
They're trying to take those guns away too. Probably.
Right. Okay. What about a game? I like Google Map kind of games too. A Google Map game where you... Oh, dude, this game would be sick. I don't know if you could do it, but I guess you could. So there are two people that play, and they're on opposite sides of the world. And it's like almost like the Amazing Race, but like you literally are trying to kill the other person, and you
have to. That's it. You have to just kill the other person, and they're gonna try to kill you. And it's like you're the last two people on Earth, and you use Google Maps to like maneuver, and you can only kill you can only kill somebody with your bare hands. Maybe I don't know.
And
Maybe
you just never find them ever because the Earth is way too big.
no. You
You have
have
a tracker on each
you have
other.
a GPS on each other, so you can find each other. And I mean, I don't know how much fun this game would be. It'd be actually really fun. So okay, you're on opposite sides of the world. You get to the airports and you can fly to each other, and then I guess you just duel to the death. I mean, it's kind of cool, but I don't know if there's too much more of a point to it than that. Um,
Why wouldn't you be able to get an item? I can get a plane, but I can't get like a spoon. or
okay,
anything
yeah,
to
yeah,
sharpen.
yeah. You could pick up different weapons along the way.
Okay, so it's like literally every. I feel like that concept may have been done before.
It's like
the
Grand
concept of people fighting with weapons.
Exactly. Okay. What about
That's exactly new ground.
what about a game where you are a serial arsonist? That's a cool game.
I wonder if it exists. No. Um,
Or the opposite of that game where you are a fire person and um you put out
I mentioned that
fire.
was a suggestion before the forest fire game. I thought that would be pretty dope.
Yeah, that's cool. But with cloud seeding, that shit shouldn't exist. B. How about that? A game where you're a cloud seeder.
Wouldn't that just be like Flight Simulator, but with
Yeah.
sulfur dioxide or whatever?
Word, dog. 100% right. All right. What about a game? Why don't you like any of the animal games?
Because you're not doing anything, you're just wandering around collecting food.
That's what like a lot of games are, though.
Not the puzzle games.
Okay, what about a game? Did you say you had this game where you, or maybe it was someone else, but you ran an animal shelter? Didn't you say that?
Yeah, and I searched it up and it exists.
Right. Okay, so imagine a game where you're born as a puppy in like in an alleyway or something, and your goal is to make it into an upper class family's. Oh yeah, we talked about this, and you keep running away until you get to better and better houses. All right. What about a game where you are a
What about a game? Instead of going to the casino to be the player, you're the dealer.
so you just have to work for 8 hours?
Yeah. I mean, a lot of simulator games, you're working as a truck driver or whatever.
Okay, and then people come in and try to count cards and stuff.
I don't know. Like, if you're on the blackjack table, which you're not, then yeah.
Okay.
And also, the security teams best manage that, I think, don't they? Or do the dealers?
I think the dealers can make the people aware of it, but yeah, that's the eye in the sky kind of does that too. All right. What about a game where you clean carpets?
Oh,
All you do is clean carpets.
You what?
All you do is clean carpets. It's like the spray game, but you just clean carpets.
Dog, my spray paint game is not cleaning carpets.
No, not your spray paint game. The what's it called? The power washer game. So instead of power washing, haven't you ever seen
Dry cleaner simulator, carpet cleaner, straight up janitor simulator?
Okay. I mean, that would be.
Okay, I have one that's actually interesting.
Okay, what's your one that's actually interesting? Like mine's not interesting. I named Dragon Simulator.
Carpet cleaner, I think can be interesting.
Okay.
First, you work your way up. This one, you're basically, your job is to like create Skynet, and you like have to create like a robot fleet that just like self-replicates and steals all the human resources and takes over the world.
You know what a tight game is? That's a cool game, what you just said. That I don't feel gets enough credit is Hitman. Did you ever play Hitman?
No.
The game's tight as fuck. You're just like a paid hitman and you kill people. And they make a version for the phone that is like a puzzle game. Not exactly what you talk about to some extent. Is it a maze? Yeah, there's a maze that you do, and then you have to figure out puzzles and like the best way to do the maze without getting caught. It's actually, of all the games that I play, if I ever have to play a game offline, which fortunately isn't often, it's a good game to play. All right. Hitman. Okay, what about dude, I don't think they'd let you play this game, but this would be a kind of a fun game. If you were just a suicide bomber and you try to take out the most amount of people possible.
Terrorism simulator.
Exactly. Oh, I don't know if they would let you, if that game would ever get published, but it would be interesting. All right. What about? Okay, so we've got like. What is Fortnite? I've played it, so I don't even know why I asked you this, but like, what is it? It's like a first-person shooter with like cartoons, right?
It's a third-person battle royale.
That's what I mean. It's a third-person battle royale. Okay. All right. So what if you did Fortnite, but instead of it being like cartoon characters and stuff, it would be famous people of history. And so
okay, right. I was thinking about this today. There's like Pebble Beach is like the only golf tournament where it's like they literally pair together like these professional golfers with just like these virtually like hacks.
Stop.
Like can't play really.
That's any pro-am.
How often do they do pro-ams?
Well, there are a few a year.
Are they all celebrity ones?
No, some are though.
How are the amateurs like good golfers that they play with?
Sometimes. Sometimes it's just hacks who pay a bunch of money to play with a professional.
Okay. Well, yeah. I like the idea of like a pro Fortnite player or whatever, but you're assigned to like some absolute noob, and then like the two of you have to somehow survive. It's kind of like a classic trope of like a movie where it's like you have like some really like strong character, and then there's like some weak character that they have to like tug along and protect the whole way.
All right. What about a game where you have to. Oh, dude, this was a cool game that never really took off, and I'm surprised it didn't. It was called Stuntman. Do you remember hearing about this game?
No, Crash Test Dummies is better.
Well, it was kind of like that, but you were a stuntman in Hollywood, and you would have to like they had a bunch of different missions. Like you had to jump out of a plane, and you had to land in the target area, or you had to jump over a train with a car, and you had to do it correctly and land it correctly, and everything had to be done perfectly while the camera, like you were in the camera frame, because this was for a movie. And you just had to be a stuntman for all kinds of different things. And I'm surprised that this game never got more popular, but it was a very interesting game. What else did you have to do? They'd have like,
They'd actually play it.
Yeah, I did. I think once, or maybe I only heard of it, but it was for PlayStation 2. I think I played it though. And you'd have to like get out of a building in time before it burnt, like it blew up behind you. But it was called Stuntman, and I always thought that was a cool. A lot of it was driving. You had to like drive, like in a car chase, but it was all in the environment of they were live filming a movie, and you were a stuntman for it. And I always thought that was a cool idea. Another cool idea, except I.
Oh, I have one.
Well, you're just gonna have to hold on. First person shooter, but in the Old West. What are your thoughts?
That has to have been done.
It has. But the game that they did it was a really cool game.
Nice. I was gonna say Dance Dance Revolution, but instead it's all hip thrusts.
What about Hula Hoop Simulator?
That could be a popular game. Or like Pogo Stick Simulator.
How could you do that though? Just jump?
You have like a controller that is like literally hooked up with a pogo stick.
Oh, that would drive people.
They're like
wild.
pogo sticks that you can do backflips on because they are so springy.
Right, I've seen that. Seems kind of dangerous.
I used to have a pogo stick and it was pretty fun. I feel like they kind of died off for some reason.
I did too, but I didn't weigh enough to like make it go down that much. It's like spring was like really taut, and so I couldn't really do it that well. But I had one as well. It was green and pink, and my uncle got it for me. He also got it for my cousins, and my cousins were a little older, and so they like wore down the spring a little bit more. But my version of it, I couldn't really do it that well. Anyway, I remember I would count how many times I would bounce up and down, and thought that was cool. All right, what about a game where you manufacture it would be like a game where you have to create what do you call it? Like mass industrial equipment, but you have to make, like the things that they have, like the videos that are really popular where they have like maybe you've seen this, like where they make popsicles and they like put the popsicle sticks in, or just any kind of mass produced thing. You build that kind of equipment as an engineer. It's basically like a puzzle game. Like basically they give you the parts and you have to put the machine together, and then you run it, and if it works, great, you move on to the next level. If it doesn't, it causes major industrial sabotage, and then you have to clean it up and fix it. What are your thoughts on that game?
I think it might be difficult to build depending on how.
No, it would just be like a puzzle game, basically. Like you just put the parts of the
machined together in the correct orientation, and it works, and then you watch all the stuff go through, and the owner of the business is really happy with you, or it doesn't work and they get mad at you, and then you have to start and rebuild it all.
Sure. Yeah.
It works.
There has to be games like that probably that exist. But
Some engineers come up with that game, I'm sure, but it's about marketing. All right, I cut you off. What was your game going to be?
No, I already said the hip thrust one and the post one.
Doug, I want that game, and I've talked about it before, where they have like 1,000 Michael Jacksons versus 55,000 hippos. I want that game. I want that game.
You could probably make it with AI.
Yeah, you could, but I also want a game where you have animals fight each other in a realistic setting, like a tiger versus a lion, and a crocodile versus an alligator, and a polar bear versus a grizzly bear.
Here's a little simulator.
Give me a simulator, baby.
News reporter simulator.
That simulator sucks.
Okay, but you're only news reporting on animals that have fought each other in the video game.
Is that real?
Yeah, in the video game you just described, you only report on what happens in those events.
Okay. All right. They've made this game before where you're a wildlife photographer and you get money or you get points based on how good your photography is. I think that's cool. I think a game where you virtually hunt animals, I think I'm okay with that. I don't really like hunting in the real world, but I'm okay with hunting virtual animals.
One of like the most popular games in bars, which is, I guess, a
Big Game Hunter, baby.
Played it and it's freaking fun as fuck. Is like the buck shooter game.
Dude, you got that right. Dude, I was at a bar with this. I'm still a member, but I haven't done anything with them in like 10 years. This pickup artist. Pickup artist. What do we call it? A pickup artist layer, and we would go to bars and see who could pick up the most amount of chicks. And I used to pick up chicks by just playing that game with a bunch of quarters, and then it'd be like a bar, and it was like right by the bathroom, and then it was like, no offense, shooting fish in a barrel. Some chick would walk by and be like, hey, you want to play? And I'd like hand her the gun, and I would already have paid for the game or whatever. So it's like, no, it's not like she had to pay for it. It's a free game. And then you play a little bit, and then if you liked each other, I'd ask her for her number. And
that's smart. That's smart. I mean, it requires the machine to be right by the bathroom, kind of.
It was, though. I mean, that's where they put the machine. And I had other friends. Like, the goal was to get as many girls' numbers as possible. And then people kind of considered it cheating, my strategy, because we'd come back and I'd have a whole bunch of numbers, and they'd be like, dude, but you were by the video game and you paid for all their video games. I'd be like, you were paying for girls' drinks, so I don't understand why what I was doing was any different than anybody else. They were like, yeah. So then we would go to arcades, and they have like these arcades in some parts of the city where they're like, everything's a quarter, and then we would go and just play like you just go and see how many numbers you can get, and then you just. My thing was I like
your strategy worked even better there because then it was like, hey, do you want to play this game? You're already at the arcade wanting to play games. These ones are free.
Well, yeah. What I used to do was with another guy. I would team up with another guy, and we would find two girls because there were a lot of times there were just a lot of girls in pairs, and that was an easier way instead of it being like one girl versus one guy, which is kind of intimidating. If it's you and your girlfriend versus my guy friend and I, then it's like a lot more fun. I found a lot more. It was much easier for you to get a girl's number that way, and I still think about this girl.
What percentage of the buckshot girls would deny you?
Oh, I don't remember any of them denying me. I was really nice about it, and I think I could get. I'm not saying I got like 50 numbers, but I definitely got numbers that way. And I don't recall a girl denying me that way. I if anything, like I said, it was like shooting fish in a barrel. Like so long as the girl was like I could tell she wasn't with a guy, then I think she always said yes. It was only if a girl was there with a guy already that she would say no. Um, and I would just, if you're nice to him, it's like, why wouldn't you give me your number or whatever? And this was before the days of, and people still had Instagram and stuff, but like girls nowadays don't really give out their numbers as much. They'll be like, oh, just follow me on Instagram or whatever. But this was like 2012, 2013, something like that. And girls would just give out their numbers. Yeah, so I used to like to use video games. I would also do this one. I had this move that worked. It worked like quite often. And so what I would do, and here's the thing, I would use this move and it would work. And then I'd be with the girl for like a year or so or longer. And so it was like I didn't have to use this move all that much. But I would go to a bar or whatever, and I would generally not drink at the bar just because at the time, like Uber and Lyft were a thing, but they weren't as popular as they are now. And I would be driving. So I would generally not drink. Sometimes I would, but anyway, I'd order water. And every time I ordered water, I would tip at least a few bucks on the water. And the first water I got, I would tip $5. So that I always got like the best service from the bartenders. They loved me because nobody tips on water. And then tipping like a few dollars on water is like unexpected. And I would wait until I saw a chick that I liked or I thought was hot. And now this was dangerous. It's not like it was the best thing in the world. I'd get girls who would come up to me and they'd be like, come on, let's go dance or whatever. And I really didn't always want to, but if they did, I would be like, okay, but we're going to dance. I only dance in one place. Well, I would say this, unless we're swing dancing, they'd be like, you know how to swing dance? I'm like, yeah. So I'm like, unless we're swing dancing, where I do it on the periphery of the dance floor, I only dance in one place, and that's in the dead fucking center of the dance floor because I want to control the room. And she'd be like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. This motherfucker's an alpha. And but I would take my business card and I would write, if there was a girl who I liked, I would write my number down and say, call me or whatever. And I'd go up to the girl, and I could go up to the girl anywhere in the place and just give her my business card. And that worked every fucking time. And I ended up like dating a bunch of girls that way, where it was like, I don't want to say it was like the perfect way, but this is what I would do. I would just go up to them, give them my business card, and I didn't have to even say anything. I would just walk away. And then the next day or later that night, I'd get some chick texting me, and then we'd go out to dinner or do something like that. And with um, this one girl I met, I did this, and she she was really quiet, and she called me like the next day or something like that, and she was like, "Hey, I had this like card in my purse. Like, did you give this to me or something like that?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And she's like, "Yeah, I was out really late last night, and I was with my friends, and you just walked up to me, you gave me this card, and I wanted to talk with you, but you walked away." I was like, that, and I didn't want to say that, like, that's my move. I didn't want to, like, I could go up to chicks and talk with them and be very, very vocal and charismatic and stuff. But a move that I found that worked really well was just to give them my card and then to fucking leave, like, so, like, right before the end of the night, if I ever saw a girl who I thought was cute or whatever, and I wanted to perhaps get a shot with her, I'd write my number on a card, say to call me, give her the card, and then that's how I would leave. And I kind of figured that if it works, then it it it's great. If it doesn't work, it's like no big deal. Like if she's with a boyfriend or something, I don't have to worry about it because it's like I'm not going to get embarrassed. But the times that I used this, it worked, and then I didn't have to use it anymore. Anyway, this all came back to that buckshot game that I recall, and that was a really great way to pick up chicks. If you just kept paying for the games, they would, if they were alone, boom. Now, if they had a friend, I would not, I would generally not. Like, I could tell they were doing something then, but that's a good way. If you're ever at a place where girls are, like, basically.
There happens to be a buckshot game next to a bathroom.
Well, I don't really mean to say that, but how else would I do it? Like with beer pong or bags, which I would play
I
that.
think just hanging out by the washroom is a good strategy.
No, I think that's a bad strategy. Um, I think that can be kind of a creepy strategy. No, you don't want to be by the bathroom. You want to be like where the bar is. You want to be like where the stuff is happening. However, if the game is by the bathroom, then that's kind of where you have to be if you want to play the game. Anyway, now as I recall, like at least with this buckshot game, I said to this girl, all right, hey, you want to play this with me? And she's like, yeah. And so in my mind, I'm like, I'm going to spend as much money to beat this game as I can with this chick. And this one girl in particular, she was really about beating this game with me. And her friends were like watching us as we were playing. And, you're just like, I recall like you had to shoot elk, and then like bears would come attack you and shit like that. Anyway, you said the big game hunter game. Yeah, that's one. Okay, so what about a game like that? What's a game that you could play that is like you have a weapon or something that isn't currently made that would be fun? What about a lightsaber game?
I could probably is a good way to get sued.
That's true. Speaking of those big hunter games, so this one time when I was like in high school, they had something. There was a law school in the area that needed jurors for like a mock trial, and so some friends and I volunteered to be the jurors, and it was like a thing at the local courthouse where you would watch a trial, and then it gave like law students the opportunity to be like prosecutors and defense attorneys. And one of the scenarios that they gave was a civil case and the civil case was whether there was a suicide or not. Basically, a guy was found, or something like this. It's been a long time since I remember the fact pattern, but it was like there was a man who was found dead in his garage, and he was in a lot of debt, and um, he had a life insurance policy for $1 million that would like pay all his debt and help his family out. And you could either side with the lawyers of the family and say that it was like that this it was an accidental gun wound, or you could side um with the insurance company and say that it was a suicide. So if you sided with the family, they were going to pay out to the family, and if you sided with the insurance company, they were going to deny the claim. And the way the fact pattern was written, it could go either way. And I remember they were saying like how this alleged suicide could have gone down, and basically like um the gun barrel was so long that the guy's hand couldn't reach it, but you could reach it with your toe, and the guy was found like barefoot. And so there's like an argument to be made that this guy was just trying to kill himself, but then there's another argument to be made that like this was just an accidental gunshot wound. Anyway, when the after the the day was over, after we deliberated or whatever, um the the law school threw like an after party, and it was at this like bar and restaurant, and like um they had like these games, and they had the game like big game hunter kind of a game, and all of the law students were at this big long table, and like we as jurors were at the other end of the table. And as I was leaving with all of the and you kind of had to be there to find this to be funny, but with all of the law school um, students there, I grabbed one of those big game hunter games, and I was like, like, like manipulating the gun, like they had in the fact pattern in the mock game, and I was like, oh, I can't reach the trigger, better use my big toe. And I made them all laugh. And I remember feeling like that was really cool, that I was like in high school making a bunch of law students laugh, that they like actually understood what I was referencing. Anyway, those are my games, my funny games with that. Did you ever play the game Area 51? That was like that with one of those games, with one of those guns?
No, I didn't.
It was one of the most popular ones that they ever had, in that, but it was different than I don't know if you ever play those games. Usually, you have to stay in one spot, and well, like with the hunting games, maybe you move around a little, but it's not like you get to move your guy around with a joystick. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's like the camera changes, and Area 51 is a very popular game like that in the 1990s, and there were some other popular ones. Okay, so I brought up the idea of the lightsabers, and you said it's going to be there's a liability there. What if you don't have the whole long stick? What if it's just the lightsaber, like the little handle that you hold, and then you just go around and like and it's connected.
Why wouldn't it be like just the glowy part? Glowy part's cool.
Yeah, but then you could hit each other with it, and it's gonna break. So this would be an idea that you just have the handle part, and then you and a friend or whatever stand next to each other, and you fight stuff. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, like for a bar arcade game?
Yeah.
I mean, why not just build a lightsaber that like won't break?
I mean, I think people will use it on each other and hurt each other. There's a liability there.
Oh, so like you hold the handle part, and then the lightsaber
bar is like simulated somehow on the screen.
Yeah, exactly. So, you would just wherever you move that little handle on the screen, you see the glowy part come out.
I got you. That one's good. That should be in every bar around.
I agree. There's a really popular game. I don't know the name of it, but it's like one that's like that, but you keep beats. Like, I don't know what it's called, but I've seen it a lot on different.
Beat Saber, like the VR one.
That one, yeah.
Looks like Fruit Ninja, but
exactly
VR lightsabers.
Exactly. That's a cool one. So I was thinking you take that game and put it in a bar like the lightsaber. I've got to say, games in bars are not very. I don't want to say they're not very popular, but there's a lot of issues that get caused with them. They take up space, and they make noise, and people don't like that. If the bartender's there, they have to hear the same sound for hours and hours and hours, which is really annoying. And they break. Like people get drunk or spill drinks on them, and they break. So they're really expensive. I'm talking the cabinet games. So that can be issues, but they do make some money. All right.
It was a funny ass game that I saw that I think had like good VR potential. It was a VR game, but the general concept could apply to like other apply to other shit. So the game is that you're literally just a bartender in like some nightclub, and you have to make people drinks, which sounds like simple enough, but for whatever reason, it's like super hard to like hold the glass straight, and it's super hard to like scoop up the ice without getting it spilled everywhere. And like, just the controls are like super sensitive. So to make a drink without like spilling it, or to like hand someone the drink, is just like really, really difficult. So you end up just like breaking a lot of shit.
Look who it is.
I got a shitty haircut.
Let's see it, baby.
Yeah, show us.
What is all this shit
Where are
coming?
you vaping? Huh? It doesn't look that bad.
What's going on?
Are you ready to lose? Riser and I have been waiting for hours for you to lose. You ready?
Yeah, my phone's on my 27%.
All right, that's enough for you to lose.
Rabbi's been straying for nearly 5 years, and the Lord hasn't noticed yet.
Not nearly 5 years. Shut the fuck up. It's 4 years.
It's nearly 5.
It's not nearly 5. It just turned 4.
Okay.
Zoot, do you know that you have an invitation and everybody's awaiting you to accept it? Who's going to accept first, Riser or Zoot?
You know, Rabbi, I told you statistically, if you keep at it for another 5 years, you will go viral.
All right, well, that's my plan.
Your chances, every year, your chances increase.
Excellent. Zoot, do you know that you have an invitation?
Why don't you why don't you 1v1 me in Literati, and then I'll share my screen.
Okay, so play this first, and then we'll do that. I'm all about that. That's amazing.
Dude, are you gonna accept?
Yeah. I did accept the invite.
We're doing bowling or mini golf?
Mini golf.
Mini golf.
Okay. Get out of here.
That was a good shot. That was a good shot.
That was a terrible shot, Zoot. That's the worst kind of shot that you can have.
No. If Riser takes out the tree, it's a good shot.
Perfect shot.
That's a bad shot for you.
No,
Fuck off.
you're fucked.
If Rabbi hits the tray, I'm good.
Wow, you guys both fucked up so hard. Yeah, hit my balls, dude.
I actually think it's still a good shot. If I just do a little bit of a risky shot here.
That's a
You
shit.
just tap it up a little bit.
Just the worst shot.
That helped a little bit though.
Just the worst shot. Go in the water. Riser, go in the water.
I'm telling you.
Razza's going to go. He's going to get it to the. He's not going to get it in the hole, but he's going to get it close. Good. How does it feel to have the lead right now, Razza?
Oh, it feels good.
Rabbi just helped me.
I did not help you.
Were you at a fucking hookah bar or some shit?
Yes, something like that, right?
No way. No way. Fuck off. Oh my god. Like, you fucking serious.
Riser, what did you think of my shot?
Why didn't you get to go first? I had post advantage. What is this shit?
Riser, what did you think of my shot?
He does get to go first.
Riser, what did you think of my shot?
I didn't go first last time.
Riser, what did you think of my shot?
Garbage.
Riser, you fucked me.
That shot at 10 out of 10.
Riser, you fucked me.
No, not really. I guess I did. Thank you. Get in. Get in! Are you fucking kidding me?
Are you fucking serious? Riser, how didn't you get in?
I gave it the full hour, but
Riser, what did you think of my shot?
I think Loot loses the game. I think your thought was okay.
Riser, I didn't tell you that guy who I kicked out, he left, and then I banned him. I unbanned him right away. I felt badly.
Nice.
Riser, no way this is a good shot.
Look at this shot.
I mean, it's not any better than my shot.
It's about 1,000 times better than your shot. Your ball's going straight to the pink. Yep.
That's okay. I'll take that shot.
You ready?
Yep. I'm not impressed by your shot.
Fuck you, Zoot. Fuck you. What did I ever do to you? Okay,
Dude,
now
you
you.
I placed up Rabbi more myself too. And then Rabbi fucked you, and then you fucked me a little bit. I actually give you, Raza, I gave you the biggest advantage.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Rabbi, do not hit Raza's ball.
Oh, fuck you.
Riser, what did you think of my shot?
You know who has the biggest advantage, right?
Oh, I just hit a miracle shot there. Zoot, don't help him out.
Fuck's sake.
Okay. Good.
Raza. Yeah. Are you gonna die?
Good luck. Am I what?
Are you good? Rabbi, get in his way, get in his way.
Tyler can bank it around. It's not even a hard shot. You try though.
You should have knocked his ball further out.
There you go.
Fuck. This is going to be the most incredible shot you've ever seen.
Dude, Riser, you got a huge lead.
Yeah. Perfect
I
score so far.
I can't think. They're mathematically coached right now. You know what? I hate this map. This hole. Do you know why I hate this?
Why is that, Zoo?
Little shit like that happens. This could be a big shot right here.
Baby.
You know what I'm gonna rate your shot, Rabbi?
What's that?
Oh no, you did it. God damn it. Memorize the freaking percentage.
Zoo.
Oh, it goes to the fourth one. Oh my god, are you serious?
Zoo, what are you gonna rate my shot, baby?
Serious?
Baby, Zoo, what are you gonna rate my shot?
9.5.
I'll take it. I think that's accurate.
Is a hole in one possible on the
No.
if you have help, yeah. Go, 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 go. Around the corner. I think I did give Rabbi a hole in one of this shot.
Impossible.
It was in this up. No. I said a hole in one of this. That never happened. I said a hole in one of this hole. Why is that? I can get you both in. Yeah, take out that barn. I can help you. Do you think the barn, there's like a hidden hole there?
I mean, check it out.
No. No, Zoop's tea leaf reading saying no. You know what? You know what, Raza? Just for you.
Collusion.
I didn't ask him to do shit.
Collusion.
Rabbi.
Collusion.
Look, I scored final hole. Final hole.
Collusion.
They got the chicken. There's a hidden hole under the chicken.
Collusion. Collusion.
Oh, should I do the rabbi one?
I mean, do whatever you want, baby.
Bump it 6%. Oh, now you're trying. Okay.
Why wouldn't I always try, baby?
Don't take out the fucking windmill thing, please. Aye.
What a terrible shot. Just dog
Let's
shit.
see your shot. Let's see your shot. That's no good.
One of the best shots we've ever seen. Take out the windmill, Zoo.
Rabbi, do you have a moral compass?
Yeah, baby, it's pointing dead fucking north right now.
I know it's probably the windmill. I'm in the worst spot. No, that's not gonna work. Maybe I can hit the tree and block his ball. I score a 0. Oh yes, the perfect shot.
Not at all.
He can get hurt. He can get hurt. No, he can't. Okay, good. I can come back.
So you're done.
You think I can still get it in?
Nope.
You think Riser can get it in?
Nope.
You think you can get it in?
There's a 1% chance.
I think Rabbi Riser can get it in.
Yes.
And I think the best shot you ever
Riser, take out those trees. Just do it to give me a chance. Just take out the trees. Come on, be fun. There you go. Couldn't even try. Couldn't even get the trees out.
Tried.
There is you. There
Make it.
that I can thank you.
You can't make this shot. You cannot make this shot. All right, it's literati time between the two.
No, I'm not playing.
Zoot, no. You're gonna play.
You don't have a choice.
Zoot, you're gonna play against Riser. Zoot, you're gonna play. Zoot, you're gonna play. You're playing against Riser.
I probably did 25%.
That's perfect. That's a great amount. Let's do it. Riser, send him an invite.
I hate literati.
Zoot, this is like the only game I think that you could beat Riser at, aside from
You've
darts.
never beaten Rabbi and literati, neither have I. So
Zoot has beaten me.
no, you haven't.
Yeah, we played 100. It was on the 100 game.
No, it was more than 100. I beat people over 100 games.
Word helper. Do I turn that off or on?
On.
Is it turn-based or live?
I don't think it matters. I think I do turn-based.
It was on the 100th game, I beat.
No, it was not the 100th game. It was like the 112th game. And Zoot, I accused Zoot of using a cheating a guide, and he did not deny it.
I didn't cheat.
Okay.
Alright, Zoot. Do it. Oh, he accepted. He actually accepted.
Wow. This is like.
I can see that.
This is. Oh, I thought you were going to share your screen.
If I do that, then Zoot could cheat.
I know.
I have dinosaur.
Oh no. I may have. The word helper has to be on. Shit.
Okay.
One sec.
Come on. I have dinosaur.
Sorry.
Dinosaur.
I don't think there's enough. There's not enough letters to spell dinosaur. Dude.
Yeah.
Oh, are you serious? This is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, you could spell dinosaur. 7.
Enu. Wow, Enu isn't a word.
That was terrible.
Dude, it literally gave me 8 fucking vowels.
That was fucking terrible.
I'm giving you a chance, dude. Spell your little dinosaur. Let's see it. Wow.
Impressive. It's impressive how bad you are.
Okay. Calm down.
You know, Riser, we may perhaps never let you live this down if you lose the zoo.
I know, I'm actually a little scared. I played my first word with knee for like N-E, not
How
K-N.
how is Neo not a word?
It is a prefix. It's a prefix, bitch.
Neo is a word.
It's a prefix meaning new. It's Greek for new, dog.
Yeah, it should be a word.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it? What is a neo, Zoot? What's a neo?
Matrix character.
Yeah. You put no time limit on it. You fucking idiot.
Oh shit. At the end of the game now.
Why did you end the
You just told me there's no time limit. Sorry, I haven't. Okay. Turn based live. Okay. Alright. Hurry up and join.
I had a fucking Z. I could have got my 50 points there.
Everyone gets a Z. What is this shit? Are you serious?
There's only one Z in the fucking game.
What the fuck is this bullshit?
Riser. You see how difficult
I don't
it
even
is
have a word here.
to host all the games that I
Yeah,
do?
it gave me no.
Flawlessly? Dog, flawlessly. Do you recognize that? Riser.
You what? You did what flawlessly?
I host all these games flawlessly.
This is bad. This is bad. You ever paid on something?
Zoot, what the fuck kind of question is that? Zoot, have you ever peed on
I
someone?
just pooed on someone. I just pooed on you. Literally.
Zoot, have you ever peed on somebody? I've had chicks tell me they want to drink my pee. In writing.
Wow, you wasted your ex on that? Holy fuck.
I was at a party and one of my friends got pissed on while I was like sleeping on the couch. He said it felt he felt like it felt good.
Who peed on your friend?
What does that word even mean, dude?
What word?
P-I-S.
T-I-S?
Yeah.
Tis? Like 'tis the season to be sexy?
Yeah, no, just a single S.
Yeah, T-I-S. 'Tis the season to be sexy.
No, P. P.
Oh, pies?
Oh, I guess.
It's like a plural.
P-I is not. There's no P.
One of my friends got paid pissed on. He was sleeping on a couch just at a random house party we were at. Right, and he got pissed on.
And I bet he said it felt really good.
Did you not remember? You just told us this story 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, it's even worse because the guy who pissed on him is now in prison for sexual assault.
What's sexual to pissing on someone?
They're unrelated.
No. It was a different sexual assault. No, I'm guessing it wasn't his first sexual assault. I think he just got caught this time.
Zoot, do you think there should be a place where you could be pissed on with consent?
Yeah, there's multiple.
Okay.
But why would you want to piss on something?
Or get pissed on. I don't know. Just looking for business ideas.
There's escorts that offer that service.
Well, of course.
But I don't want to be pissed on.
Riser and I used to play this game where we'd be like, would you rather drink a gallon of your own piss or take a shot of your cousin's cum?
No, we didn't ever do that.
Yes, we did. Yeah, dude, yes, we did.
That's incest.
Oh, yes, we did. I remember we played this game like 10 months ago.
If you drink your cousin's piss, then that is incest.
No.
So you can go to jail for that. You can go to jail for that. So I'd rather drink my own piss.
Hold on. That is not incest. That is legal in many places in the world.
No, that's incest.
That's not considered incest in a lot of places in the world.
That is incest.
And it could be your third cousin. That's not incest.
That's incest.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Not if it's your third cousin.
That's not legal.
Yes, it is. It's legal in every country in the world. You could have sex with your third cousin.
What's a third cousin?
Oh, that's a great question. This would be your cousin's cousin, something like that. No one knows.
Your cousin's cousin, your cousin.
No one knows. I'll look it up.
I don't know.
Okay, it is your it's a relative who shares a common great-great-grandparent, meaning the most recent shared ancestor is 4 generations back. The relationship is okay. So
Okay, let me ask you a question. Is it weird to date your cousin's cousin?
not in some communities.
Your cousin's cousin.
I know, like if you live in a tribal environment, that's probably pretty far relation. Zoot, what's the score?
88 to 73 for me.
I don't want to distract Zoot with all this incestuous talk that isn't incestuous. Riser, do you think you're going to win?
I know I'm gonna win.
Dog, you're playing Zoot. Dog, you're playing Zoot.
Unless Zoot, Fuck you, Zoot. Don't do that. You don't have a word there.
I have very.
There's no two-letter word that you can make. Don't go there.
I have a very big letter. That's a word. That's a fucking word. Oh, this is a word. How is that not a word?
I know. I agree with you. I think it should be.
Yeah, that's bullshit. Zoot just timed out. Oh my god, Zoot. Okay, now you're like...
Zoot, you want some help? I'm going to give you some help. Zoot, wait till you have an A next to a triple letter score and put the Z there and make ZA for pizza. It's a 33 letter score or 33-point score.
I don't have a pay.
A Z.
I don't have a pay.
You have a Z from Zen. Zoot, do you have a Z? Zoot, do you have a Z? Zoot, do you have a Z?
Yeah, I don't have an A.
I don't give a shit if you have an E. So wait till there is Zoot. Wait till there is an A near a triple letter score and get ZA for 33 points.
What's easy?
What's easy?
What do you mean?
Riser,
He's getting smoked here now.
Riser, what? Yeah, because you fucking made him miss a turn. Riser, what's the score?
He did that on his own term.
Riser, what's the score?
106 to 73. He's about to time out again. He just playing. Wow, he played like a two-letter word. Oh no, I gave him the fucking za. I don't know if he has the Z still. I literally handed him the za, the silver platter.
Get it, Zoot.
Do you have the Z still, Zoot?
Nobody calls it a Z.
I'm Canadian.
It's the worst.
I may have given Zoot a big freaking comeback if he has the Z. Oh, you fuck. 33. God damn it. Now he's tied. Fuck off.
Riser, remember I told him to do that?
I fed him that accidentally.
Riser, remember I told him that?
Yeah.
Riser, do you remember I told him he could get 33 points with that Z?
I know, and then I reminded him too.
What's the score?
118 to 112.
I thought you said he tied it.
It was just 112 before I went.
You only got 6?
Riser, you are a smart person. You should be much better at literati than you are.